Introduction. I'll never forget that terrible morning on May 18th, 2017. I woke up just before 7 o'clock and reached for my phone. The number of push notifications that greeted my tired eyes tipped me off that something unusual had happened. I quickly typed in the passcode and was rendered speechless by the terrible news. Chris Cornell was dead. For several minutes I sat there shocked and numb, then eerily cold. I was the senior music writer for Uproxx at the time, and my editor quickly tapped me to gather tributes from other artists, expressing their own mix of overwhelming grief and disbelief. I did my job in a fog before logging off in the late afternoon. After that, I went for a walk around my neighborhood, with Like a Stone blasting in my headphones. I suddenly started tearing up as a version of Chris from 16 years earlier lamented his own cobweb afternoon. Growing up, I was a massive fan of pretty much all Seattle rock music from the 90s, and Soundgarden specifically. The Black Hole Sun video left an especially terrifying but exhilarating impression on my developing mind. Later on, I moved to the Pacific Northwest and became even more enamored with that city's music history, as I caught shows at places like the Paramount, the Moore, and the Showbox. I'd seen Chris Cornell perform on stage as both a member of Soundgarden and as a solo artist on multiple occasions around Seattle, and had always come away with a deeper appreciation of his artistry. The Mad Season performance I caught at Benaroya Hall in 2015, when he reunited Temple of the Dog and crooned and screamed his way through Call Me a Dog, is something I won't forget. They had the audacity to play Reach Down right after that, which was equally mind-blowing. One of the greatest nights of my life, however, took place at the Ace Hotel in L.A., when Chris and Led Zeppelin mastermind Jimmy Page chatted on stage together for 2 hours about the legendary guitarist's life and music. Just two of my musical heroes chopping it up like the 2,000 strong in the audience weren't even there, hanging on to their every word. If only they had formed a band. Chris's passing affected me in a profound way that other celebrity deaths never had before. It felt like part of my own past had just been ripped away. In the weeks that followed, I wrote about other topics, but I couldn't shake Chris Cornell. I remember feeling pissed off that there was a myriad of books about grunge, Kurt Cobain, Nirvana, Pearl Jam, and Alice in Chains, but none about Chris, and only one about Soundgarden, a woefully out-of-date biography. It seemed like a miscarriage of musical justice. But at that point, I didn't expect it would be me who would set out to right that particular wrong. I had just recently finished writing my first book, Lighters in the Sky, and was talking to my editor about Chris when he asked, "How do you feel about writing a book about him?" The question took me by surprise. I told him all the reasons why I shouldn't, and we left it at that. A few weeks later, I flew out to Los Angeles and visited Chris's final resting place at Hollywood Forever Cemetery to finally pay my respects. As I stood there gazing at the black granite fixed in the perfectly manicured grass, I felt an overwhelming wave of emotion. It suddenly felt real. Chris Cornell was truly gone. I drove out to Joshua Tree the next day, listening to Super Unknown and Audioslave the whole way, and got pissed off all over again, thinking that a songwriter of his magnitude and a singer with his supernatural abilities had seemingly been taken for granted by so many over the last several decades. I called my editor shortly after flying home and told him that I thought I wanted to do it. I wanted to write a biography of Chris Cornell. Looking back now, I was blissfully naive to the amount of time, effort, frustration, and catharsis I was signing up for. Over the next 3 years, I did hardly anything besides think about Chris Cornell, listen to Chris Cornell, read about Chris Cornell, and speak to people who knew and loved Chris Cornell. I flew to New York. I flew to Los Angeles. I flew to Seattle multiple times from my home in Chicago, and eventually moved back to the area altogether. I pored over hundreds of different interviews that Chris had given over the course of 30 years, from every phase of his life. I read thousands more from his friends, bandmates, and loved ones to try to understand both the man himself and the challenges he faced during his time on this planet. I watched hundreds of hours of grainy concert footage and listened to practically every note of music he ever recorded, several times over. The Seattle Public Library became a home away from home as I dug through the archives to find any scrap of paper that contained the words Chris, Cornell, or Soundgarden. The music of popular culture on Fifth Avenue, the Frank Gehry-designed building with the bronze statue of Chris out front, and their oral history collection was also a tremendous resource. I also spoke with as many people who had known Chris as I could. I accumulated dozens of on-the-record interviews with collaborators and friends, and had many off-the-record talks with those who knew him best. But as legal issues surrounding Chris and his estate arose, I could feel people's eagerness to speak about him at length tighten up. Interviews that had been months in planning were rescheduled, then canceled altogether. People who had been eager to share their memories and provide additional sources stopped returning my texts, phone calls, and emails. It was frustrating and disappointing. But as a one-time paralegal in the U.S. Army, I understood that nothing quiets people faster than the threat of impending litigation. There was little reason to believe that the issues at the heart of these conflicts would sort themselves out anytime soon, but I remained hopeful. I don't begrudge anyone for their silence, and to those who shared their stories with me, I offer my eternal gratitude. I suppose I could have thrown my hands up at that point and decided the entire project was more of a headache than it was worth, and that without the direct support of the members of Soundgarden or Audioslave or Temple of the Dog or Chris's estate, there might not even be enough there to tell Chris's story properly. But as I revisited Chris's interviews, I created an enormous outline of his life, using his own words and memories alone. As I pieced a quote from a Howard Stern interview here with an excerpt from an old Rocket interview from the late 80s there, the story started to take shape. Chris would never get to write an autobiography, but with enough effort, I thought I could weave together the story as he lived it. I had to keep going. Total Fucking Godhead is neither the official, authorized biography of Chris Cornell, nor the Soundgarden story. What mattered most to Chris Cornell, outside of family, was the music. I can pretty much say the same about myself, and that's where my focus largely remained. This is the story of one of the most supremely gifted singers and songwriters to ever emerge from the gloomiest corner of the Pacific Northwest, who helped shape the sound and aesthetic of an entire generation. This is the story about how, where, and why he created so many of those songs and albums that defined his era. This is the story of a man who battled addiction and depression for years and came out on the other side clean, only for it all to end so tragically. There's a lot of things about Chris that people don't know. Soundgarden's guitarist Kim Thile once told me. He didn't bring a lot of baggage, meaning he didn't carry a lot of things or materials or relationships within his life. He was a little bit independent of that. He traveled lightly. This is the story of Chris Cornell, written as honestly, accurately, and empathetically as I could tell it. Chapter 1. Show Me How to Live. He wasn't stealing the records, he was rescuing them. Chris Cornell's friend and neighbor, a kid named John Zimmer, had an older brother who'd run afoul of his parents' rules and gotten himself kicked out of the house. The Zimmers boxed up all of their son's belongings, including his vinyl albums, and stored them down in their dank basement. This proved a hazardous decision in the rainy confines of Seattle, Washington. The inevitable occurred. Water from a rainstorm poured into the basement and soaked the exiled brothers' extensive album collection. Among the stacks was a nearly comprehensive collection of Beatles albums and compilations just sitting there gathering mold, waiting for the day when someone would haul them out and trash them. The Zimmers' precocious 8-year-old neighbor had to do something to prevent that cataclysmic miscarriage of cosmic justice. So, he swiped them. Chris took the pile of vinyl home, threw out the damp cardboard sleeves, cleaned off the discs, and put paper towels between each of them so they would dry. Then he listened. Hours passed, then days, then weeks. He couldn't get enough. "For over a year I listened to nothing but the Beatles," he said. "It was my music school." Sitting alone in a room with his little portable record player, the Beatles were a sonic revelation to Chris. Locked in the tight, rain-stained grooves was a universe of sounds, feelings, and emotions he'd never experienced or imagined. Songs about love, longing, whimsy, friendship, octopi, and a yellow submarine. Every day, all he wanted to do was turn off his mind, relax, and float downstream. "I was like a normal kid," he remembered. "I ran around outside with my friends, but I also spent a lot of time alone in a room just listening to these records, just one after the other, one side of an album at a time." The more Chris listened to John, Paul, George, and Ringo, the deeper he fell under their spell. He started to wonder, how did they do this? How did they write the words, the melodies? How did they record the noise on the shiny black disc in his hands? Why did it sound and feel so damn good? And then he started to think about the four Liverpudlians themselves. Everyone has their favorite Beatle, and for Chris, it was the cutting, intellectual John Lennon. The bespectacled songwriter became his hero. His own father, Ed, was a distant presence. After he and his mom divorced years later, he became even more distant, until he eventually disappeared from Chris's life altogether. In the absence of an involved paternal figure, Chris looked to others for a sense of how to navigate the world. There was something about John Lennon, the way he alternated between goofy, intense, and introspective, that he identified with. And yet, of all the world-shaking compositions that the Fab Four recorded, it was Paul McCartney's Hey Jude that struck the deepest chord. Each time he listened to the song, he felt a strange sense of na-na-na-na induced euphoria that made him want to run it right back and play it again. Like most people stumbling upon something new and thrilling, Chris was eager to share his discovery with friends and classmates. A show and tell at school seemed like the ideal opportunity. Chris proudly clutched his 45 RPM single of Hey Jude, ready to hand it over to the teacher so that he could open up his classmates' ear to these magic sounds. But after the teacher read the label on the small piece of vinyl, she refused to play it. It was a cruel blow, and he couldn't wrap his head around the reason for the rejection. Maybe it was the length of the song, stretching out past 7 minutes. Maybe it was the caustic way Paul screamed, "Jude, Jude, Judy, Judy." Maybe it was because it strayed too far from the typical wheels on the bus fare the teacher usually played in the classroom. Whatever the reason, the rejection stung. His teacher's harsh rebuff may have only served to strengthen his attachment to the Beatles. They set the template in his mind of what a rock band was supposed to look like, how they were supposed to act, and what they could achieve together. They taught him that you could sing about anything: holding hands, revolution, taxes, blackbirds, LSD, paperback novels, even doing it in the road. They taught him that it wasn't just okay to change your sound and style with each new record, but that the quest for sonic evolution was itself the point. Along the way in his self-enrolled year in the School of Beatles, Chris discovered a central truth about himself that would remain constant throughout the entirety of his 52 years. "Music for me is a lot more immediate than anything else," he explained. "Other stuff seems to be hidden behind a wall of fog." Christopher John Boyle came screaming into the world on July 20th, 1964, in Seattle, Washington. Coincidentally, the Beatles played his hometown for the very first time just 1 month after his arrival. His father, Edward Boyle, was a pharmacist, while his mother, Karen Boyle, stayed at home and watched the kids until a variety of professional callings drew her attention elsewhere. When Chris was about 6 years old, she took up numerology around 1975 and subsequently became a professional psychic. "I grew up with a very stoic family in an Irish Catholic neighborhood filled with quiet, not-so-happy adults," he said. Many of us ended up with the same struggles. You have every desire to communicate with your friends, family, with anyone, and no skills with which to do it. Chris was the fourth child and youngest boy in a large Catholic family that included 2 brothers, Peter and Patrick, and 3 sisters, Katie, Maggie, and Susie. He sometimes joked about being the Bobby Brady of the bunch, having already raised a few kids before he had arrived. Chris's parents didn't keep too close an eye on his activities, and like many children of the era, he was given free rein to do whatever he wanted around his neighborhood in Greenwood. He took full advantage of that freedom. Chris sometimes described his earliest childhood years in Huck Finn-like terms. "I could do pretty much whatever I wanted as long as police didn't bring me home," he said. His adolescent fiefdom was a far cry from the antebellum southern world conjured up by Mark Twain, however. Seattle in the 1960s was a city on the move. Just 2 years before he was born, the town famously hosted the World's Fair, necessitating the construction of 2 of the metropolis's defining architectural features, the monorail and the Space Needle. Much of the growth was fueled by Boeing, the largest employer in the area, who accounted for around 80,000 jobs at its peak. As money filtered down into the pockets of the aircraft manufacturer's employees and their families, the suburbs ringing the downtown area swelled as new couples purchased their first homes and started families. Chris's corner of the city in Greenwood was filled with young boys and girls of all ages who shared tastes in comic books, cartoons like Popeye and Speed Racer, and music. It was a predominantly white neighborhood, not quite the suburbs, but not quite downtown either. Chris had many friends, but he also had an affinity for solitude. Oftentimes he would take off into the forest, spending long afternoons cutting paths through the wilds of Carkeek Park near his home. He relished in the isolation, finding calm and peace amid the damp brush and towering evergreens. If music was his first love, nature was a close second. Chris was an introvert by nature, who rarely shared his true feelings. Not that his father had much interest in hearing from him. Edward Boyle was an alcoholic, prone to acts of violence. The routine in the Boyle house was simple. Edward would come home from work, pour himself a large glass of bourbon, and sit in his favorite chair for hours. He wouldn't speak to anyone, and if he did speak, that meant your ass, Chris recalled. If you heard a word come from him, you were in midair running because you did something to piss him off. My father was a tyrannical alcoholic and physically abusive man. He beat the shit out of me and my brothers, Chris's brother Peter wrote. He wasn't kind. He didn't show love. He didn't compliment or praise or give the occasional attaboy. Impact, punishment, and ridiculed guided us along the path and molded us into the troubled beings that we would carry into this world and the future. The hard feelings between Chris and his father calcified so deeply that when his parents finally separated, he abandoned his birth name, Boyle, and assumed his mother's maiden name, Cornell, instead. His siblings did as well. Chris's childhood wasn't a nonstop parade of disillusionment, isolation, and hard feelings. There were happy times, too. He always treasured the memories of a pair of trips down south to Disneyland in Los Angeles when he was 9, and then again when he was 11. The land of sunshine and swimming pools was about as far from the gloom of Seattle as his young mind could comprehend, and he relished the rides and upbeat vibes. I remember having more fun when I was 9 because I hadn't started becoming depressed yet, he said. At 11, you wake up one day and start feeling bad about everything. Chris began his education when his parents enrolled him into Christ the King, a kindergarten through 8th grade Catholic school, located directly across the street from his house. Chris could throw a rock from his front porch and hit the side of the building. From the outset, Chris hated school. Having to wake up early was bad enough, but more than anything, it was the conformity. The constant judgment and severe structure of the Catholic education environment that rubbed him the wrong way. They judge you by the same criteria, make you do the same stuff, he complained. You had to wear the same clothes, Everything was the same. While he wasn't enamored with subjects like math, English, and history, music continued to fascinate him. Karen Boyle eventually noticed her son's affinity for sound, and when he was about 8 years old, she purchased a brushed black-painted piano and placed it in their basement. Chris was fascinated by the instrument. He didn't know any of the rules and couldn't tell a C major from an E minor, but he instantly began plunking out melodies along the white and black keys. His first attempts at songwriting were made on this humble instrument, 2- and 3-note chords strung together, esoteric, atonal, and shaded with darkness. Chris's earliest forays into songwriting caught the attention of one of his teachers. She took him to an educators' conference at the University of Washington to show off one of his creations as an example of a child being capable of composing without the benefit of a formal music education. To that point, he'd been a largely unremarkable kid with middling grades, despite his elevated intelligence. Now, people started paying attention. "I think that's when the switch was thrown," he told Rolling Stone. "The first time I had a music teacher play a scale on piano and ask me to sing it, because she wanted to see if I had an ear or not. I remember singing the scale and she almost jumped off the stool and looked at me. I remember it because that's the first time that had happened. No one had ever looked at me like that." Christ the King was the first place that Chris experienced the thrill of singing in front of an audience. In the 6th grade, he signed up to participate in the school's talent show, singing a song called "One Tin Soldier." A classmate accompanied him on piano. The song, written in the 1960s and recorded initially by Canadian pop group The Original Cast, was a modest hit up in the Great White North. It was the 1971 cover version, however, recorded by the rock group Coven and included in the film Billy Jack, that found popularity in the U.S. Chris's rendition went over well. The performance was a success, and some of his teachers were moved to tears. Karen eventually signed Chris up to take piano lessons, but he quickly grew bored and abandoned them. It didn't help that his teacher was a white-haired old lady with little personality and even less patience for Chris's attempts at humor. As opposed to the free-form style of creation that drew him to the instrument in the first place, the structure of lessons felt like school outside of school. Practice didn't feel like creation. It felt like homework. And once puberty started wreaking havoc with his piercing, high-pitched choir boy voice, he stopped singing too. Chris always regretted his decision to abandon piano lessons, especially 3 years later, when he walked by a classroom and witnessed a girl who'd started playing around the same time he had, ripping into an intricate Queen song. He tried to pick up formal music reading again in his 30s, but it didn't stick. "It was harder than I ever remembered," he said. "Not that I can't understand it conceptually, it's just that I've learned how to create music without a language, and I work well that way. And I work quickly that way." Despite a lack of a formal musical education, he found himself drawn to a myriad of instruments throughout his life. Early on, he picked up his brother Peter's guitar and started messing around with it, eventually figuring out how to play "Sunshine on My Shoulders" by John Denver. It's likely no coincidence that the song is about the irresistible desire to enjoy nature's beauty. He didn't find his true path into music, however, until he sat down behind a drum kit. It certainly wasn't easy to convince his mom to allow him to bring one into the house. The mere thought of the unsynchronized clatter of tom-toms and cymbals invading the Cornell household was enough to give her fits. But after a sustained campaign of pleading, she caved and bought him a single snare to whack on. After he saved up another $50, he bought the rest of the kit secondhand from a guy he knew, and started trying to bash out Phil Rudd's parts while listening to AC/DC records. The act of playing drums was immediately gratifying. No chords, scales, or keys were required to create an intense cacophony. The simple, satisfying act of smacking a wooden stick on a stretched-out polythene skin opened new doors in Chris's mind. "Almost overnight I found my place," he said. "I felt like, this is what I do. This is who I am." It was the most crucial step yet on his path to becoming a musician. By the dawn of the 70s, as Chris was entering adolescence, Seattle's post-war boom period was on the precipice of a devastating freefall. Boeing slashed nearly 50,000 jobs between 1970 and 1971 after the cancellation of their supersonic transport program. Unemployment surged to 12%, and many people departed the area to pursue opportunities elsewhere. The Ironworkers District Council of the Pacific Northwest summed up the ennui of the era by paying for a billboard near the SeaTac airport that cheekily asked, "Will the last person leaving Seattle turn out the lights?" Communities suffered and seedy elements arose. Drugs were easy to come by, even for a middle schooler, and Chris was not immune to their charms. Between the ages of 11 and 14, Chris experimented with a variety of illicit substances, nearly every day. Weed, pills, alcohol, whatever was available that could alter his state of mind. In Chris's suburban North Seattle universe, the myriad of substances being passed around was either ignored or accepted. Nobody gave a thought to the implications of what they were doing. I remember walking by the basement window one time and this one dude who had huge puffy Lynyrd Skynyrd hair and a goatee and a mustache was shooting something at me from a syringe out the window. He told podcaster Mark Maron. I don't even know what it was, but it was shooting 15 feet and I'm walking by trying to dodge this thing. Those were the kind of people who lived near me. Marijuana was plentiful, and hallucinogens were fairly easy to come by too. Everyone, it seemed, had a big brother or two who operated a low-key pharmacy out of their backyard. Enlightenment was never the goal. The appeal was escapism from the mundane. Despite his early extra-legal explorations, Chris largely managed to stay out of trouble. "I've always had this amazing ability to run right before the time that all my friends got arrested," he said. "I've never been arrested or in the back of a police car, but I have been across the street while my friends got arrested." He also had a secret weapon that shielded him from the unwanted attention of authority figures: his baby face. With his wavy dark hair, shimmering cobalt blue eyes, bulbous cheeks, and sheepish smile, most teachers simply refused to believe that little Christopher Boyle would show up to class blasted out of his mind. He later wrote the Soundgarden song, Never Named, about this beneficial asset, even though he didn't appreciate it at the time. "I always looked really young for my age, but I never wanted to," he explained. "I could get away with ridiculous shit like going to school fucking high out of my brain, and no one would ever figure it out, because I didn't look like somebody who would do that." It was around this time that Chris's parents finally split up. Their divorce was finalized on January 8, 1979, when he was 15 years old. Shortly thereafter, Chris began living with his grandparents, who had even less control over him than his mom and dad had. "My parents divorced and we went from upper middle class to barely middle class," he said. "For me, self-sufficiency was easy. I liked the idea of independence." With hardly anyone to rein him in, Chris continued to experiment with drugs. Sometimes he'd even swipe his grandparents' prescription Benadryl to trade it for harder stuff at school. Ultimately, it was a traumatic experience with PCP that convinced him to go sober. But the fallout from that terrifying experience lasted for a couple of years and left a deep scar on his psyche. Chris often cited this as the lowest period of his life. "I got panic disorder, and of course I wasn't telling anyone the truth," he said. "It's not like you go to your dad and your doctor and say, 'Yeah, I smoked PCP and I'm having a bad time.'" Almost overnight, his lifestyle changed. He stopped going outside. He distanced himself from the bad influences that might tempt him back into their world and became more insular than ever before. "There was about 2 years where I was more or less agoraphobic and didn't deal with anybody," he remembered. "Didn't talk to anybody. Didn't have any friends at all. All the friends that I had were still fucked up with drugs and were people that I didn't really have anything in common with." School proved even more challenging. He dropped out midway through 8th grade. Whatever it was that the teacher was droning on about in front of the blackboard took a back seat to the vivid daydreams running through his mind. He struggled to concentrate and apply himself to his studies. My dad used to give me shit because I'd always score in the top of my class on tests. But I could never do my homework, he said. I was on the verge of failing my whole childhood in school because I just couldn't sit down and deal with it. I used to get very angry about it. He tried to get back on solid footing with his education, but it didn't stick. He enrolled at an alternative high school, PS1, but grew disenchanted by the learn-at-your-own-pace structure. The school was a way station for wayward youth who had run out of options in the public school system. Eventually, he decided to get his GED and bid a not-so-fond farewell to formal education. During the hours when he should have been attending class, he was working on an unaccredited doctorate in rock and roll. Chris listened to a near-constant rotation of popular music, mostly classic rock. Alice Cooper's Billion Dollar Babies, Pink Floyd's Dark Side of the Moon, Led Zeppelin IV, Black Sabbath, Van Halen, Uriah Heep, Iron Butterfly, ELP, Jimi Hendrix. Everything he could get his hands and ears around. One of his favorite bands was Canadian prog rockers, Rush. Oftentimes, he'd lean a pair of big speakers together, cover them with a blanket, smoke weed, and slide underneath while blasting side one of 2112, or Caress of Steel. When Signals dropped in 1982, Chris was parked outside of Tower Records with his friends at midnight, so he could pick up the record the moment it was released. With his long frame and athletic build, Chris played a little bit of organized basketball, but the charms of a pull-up three-pointer paled in comparison to the polyrhythmic drum patterns and clever wordplay created by Neil Peart. Occasionally, he ventured out of his garage to experience music live and in person. His first concert was David Bowie at the Seattle Center Coliseum on February 3rd, 1976. The spectacle of the former Ziggy Stardust, presently in the throes of his bleached blonde, thin white Duke period, and singing songs off his most recent album, Station to Station, left an immense impression on his 11-year-old mind. Seeing him like this made me think, oh, you can be whoever you want. You can live 100 lives. You can create you and you can recreate you, and it's viable. He was the one that proved that that works. His desire to see more of the bands he grew to love over the radio was stymied by Seattle's lack of all-ages venues and its extreme distance from another major market. It didn't make economic sense for many of the big musical acts of the time to trek up to the remote Pacific Northwest. Undeterred, he'd often sit outside of clubs, straining to hear the sounds from within while peering through the windows. He was the moth, and rock and roll was the flame. As much as Chris reveled in all of these seemingly omnipresent classic rock records perched like trophies of taste in his neighbors' homes, the mystical talent and unfathomable dexterity of rock gods like Eddie Van Halen, John Bonham, and Jimi Hendrix was in and of itself alienating. The idea he could even come close to measuring up to the raw talent of these otherworldly musical dynamos never even occurred to him. When he flipped through the pages of Rolling Stone, Cream, or Circus, he simply didn't see people like him within the pages. Technical virtuosos and mystical geniuses decked out in eccentric outfits abounded. He felt like neither. It wasn't until he discovered blue-collar punk groups like Wire, the Ramones, the Sex Pistols, and the Stooges that the light bulb went off in his head. Anyone could be in a band. He could be in a band. By the time punk rock hit, and I heard it and understood it, the timing couldn't have been better, because it was like, thank God, this is awesome. The records he wanted, like Bauhaus's Press the Eject and Give Me the Tape, were harder to come by than Van Halen's 1984, and it took time and effort to track them down. Fallout Records on Capitol Hill was a favored spot, where he managed to score some of the more obscure selections he sought. So was the Tower Records near Seattle Center. One pale, pierced, seedy-looking clerk who ran the imports section was especially helpful in tipping him off to cool underground records. The English post-punk group, Killing Joke, was its own special revelation that reinvigorated his love of rock at a time when the omnipresent commercial sectors of the genre were becoming increasingly teased up and lycraed out. Beyond the volume, there was another aspect of this music that appealed directly to Chris. It was dark. It was angry. It was sometimes even depressing. It spoke to an entirely different side of the human condition that he didn't get from his treasured Beatles records. I've tried to explain that for years. Like, why does it make you feel good to sit in a dark room listening to Bauhaus? Why is that? He asked. Maybe it's because it makes you feel like you're not alone with these feelings and dark thoughts. The discovery couldn't have come at a better time. Chris was back at home at his mother's house and had recently inherited his old brother's room, formerly the family's garage, which had been modified into something like a soundproof rehearsal space, fitted out with a monster 300-watt stereo. It quickly turned into his musical laboratory, a sonic sanctuary, where he could listen, play, and practice for hours on end. As it turned out, the garage wasn't totally soundproof, because one day while he was practicing drums, one of his neighbors heard the sounds pounding from behind the large door and decided to investigate. He knocked on Chris's door and introduced himself. He said, "My name's Mark. I play bass. Let's start a band," Chris recalled. He knew people in the neighborhood, and next thing you know, we had 2 amazing guitar players. After jamming together a few times, they decided to name themselves after the street they all lived on. The Jones Street Band was born. Their repertoire hewed largely toward contemporary rock. A lot of AC/DC, Rush, and Led Zeppelin. They threw in some punk tracks too, playing Ramones and Sex Pistols songs, while also attempting to imitate local groups like the Farts, a favorite in punk circles around town. The Farts, who counted future Guns N' Roses bassist Duff McKagan as their drummer, were a big influence and helped introduce Chris to the idea that music didn't need to be long to be impactful. One of his favorite songs by them ran a mere 18 seconds long, but had the most energy I ever heard in something you might dare call music, he said. We would listen to it over and over and over. Despite the talent of the 2 guitarists in the Jones Street Band, the 15-year-old was a Hendrix acolyte, while the 17-year-old was enamored with Jimmy Page and could play note-perfect solos of live, bootlegged versions of Dazed and Confused. Chris's musical interests were in a constant state of evolution. He soon dropped out of the group and took up a more nomadic musical existence, hopping from one band to the next. While he was still getting his footing behind the drum kit, he made me think of Neil Peart, though he wasn't that flashy. Future Soundgarden producer Jack Endino remembered of Chris's percussive prowess. He could play odd meters, no problem. Chris took on a variety of different day jobs, either bussing tables, washing dishes, or breaking concrete. He eventually caught on at a fish wholesaler, and the hours he spent away from his room were usually filled cutting the cheeks out of halibut and scrubbing up gelatinous ocean-bred ooze off the floors. Chris eventually moved out of his mom's house and into a place with a couple of friends, Kevin Tissot and Eric Garcia, who he had met at PS1. When Garcia moved to West Seattle, Chris and Tissot found a space together on Lake City Way. Both men would remain friends with Chris for decades, with Garcia maintaining a closer relationship to Chris than almost anyone else. Years later in the 90s, when Chris got married, Garcia stood in as his best man. Shortly after that, when his job on an oil tanker fell through, he became something of an assistant, helping Chris with a wide variety of musical and non-musical tasks. Kevin Tissot, or his mother, was immortalized by Chris in full-on Kevin's mom on Louder Than Love. After months of cleaning fish guts and slicing cod fillets at R&R Fish Wholesaler, Chris landed a job at Ray's Boathouse through a connection from the restaurant's head chef, Wayne Ludvigsen. R&R had recently gone out of business, and Ludvigsen initially brought Chris in as a dishwasher. Ray's was one of the premier culinary destinations in the city, renowned for being one of the first restaurants in Seattle to serve Copper River salmon. While the food was good, it was the captivating views of Shilshole Bay and the Olympic Mountains that drew a steady stream of Seattle's affluent citizens into the dining room. Around Ray's, Chris was known as Frisbee. His brother Peter also worked at Ray's, and everyone on the staff referred to him as Peter B., short for Peter Boyle. When Chris was hired, they started calling him Chris B., but after one of the older staffers misheard the nickname as Frisbee, the name just stuck. Out of view of the restaurant's cloth napkin clientele, Chris was given the most menial tasks to start, spraying down half-eaten salmon fillets off sauce-speckled plates. It was dirty, unforgiving work, but he was content as long as he could play music. I was never unhappy, because while I was at work, whether it was as a cook or washing dishes, I was thinking about my band and music and arranging songs, he said. Eventually, he worked his way up the ranks to lead line cook. The strong sense of camaraderie among the staff helped the hours fly by. 11 o'clock pickup basketball games just before the lunch rush were common. So were the pranks they played on one another or on Ludvigsen. One of Chris's favorite pastimes was tricking the head chef into smelling some sun-baked fish leftovers or asking him to taste a sauce that had gone bad. One of Chris's more extreme exhibitions of mischief came over a 2-month period where he simply refused to speak. It was a stunt that nearly got him fired. With that same group of restaurant people, I sort of kept working, even through the first few Soundgarden tours, Chris recalled. We weren't making any money. We'd sort of go out around the country and come back, and then I would still have a job. As an aspiring musician, one of the biggest benefits to restaurant work was the abundance of free food. Food cost money, and Chris didn't have much. Even if he barely had enough to cover rent and gas for his car, he knew he could rely on Ray's for at least one meal a day. The restaurant also afforded him access to a mountain of unused furniture, which he pilfered to furnish his home. I stole things that were just sort of not used anymore that they would store in a warehouse next to the restaurant that basically rats and cats would pee on, he said. I would go and take the old restaurant tables and chairs, and that would be my table and chairs. They had doors stacked up, so I would take a door, and that would be my front door. While most of Ray's were aware of Chris's musical dalliances, they got a true taste of his chops one evening during a staff holiday party. One of the manager's husbands hired a 2-man band for the event. While the beer flowed like the Snoqualmie River and everyone loosened up, Chris worked up the nerve to approach the group to ask if he might sing one with them. They launched into a ripping take on the Beatles' Twist and Shout that raised more than a few eyebrows. We're all looking at him going, what are you doing, dude? His co-worker Dean Swanson told the Seattle Times. I mean, his voice was so powerful and wonderful. Not many can pinpoint the exact moment when their future suddenly became clear. But for Chris, the memory remained seared inside his mind. He was driving home one night after a shift at Ray's in his beat-up green 1969 Ford Galaxy 500, thinking about the trajectory of his life. It was like an epiphany, he told Rolling Stone years later. It occurred to me that there was no guarantee that as a musician I would ever have any kind of financial success. But I was fine with that. And on this drive, I remember making a promise to myself that no matter what happened in terms of success, I wasn't going to be one of those guys playing music until he drops dead. Chris's father was not thrilled with the idea of his son becoming an itinerant musician, and showed his displeasure by waving one of his pay stubs in Chris's face while making the case for him enrolling in college. It was a futile effort. Chris was determined to spend the rest of his life playing music, and there wasn't anything anyone could say to change his mind. In his off hours, Chris regularly perused the back pages of The Rocket, Seattle's monthly alternative newspaper, looking for new gigs. Oftentimes he'd audition for a band, nail the gig, play for about a week, grow tired of either the people or the repertoire, and start the process over again. It was a never-ending game of musical chairs throughout the fledgling Seattle music scene, with Chris just hoping to find a couple of like-minded souls with the right amount of talent and aspiration. For about 2 years from the time he was 17, the results were disappointing. I was in about 10 bands around Seattle, and they were all really awful, and all the songs were awful, he said. It was usually based around a guy who wrote the songs who was the singer, and they were bad songs, and it was bad singing. Genre wasn't the primary concern. All that mattered was the opportunity to bash out a lot of noise in front of a crowd of people willing to forfeit a few dollars for the pleasure. At one point, he was briefly a part of a reggae ska group, even though he wasn't that big of a fan of either genre. Though he struggled to find a stable musical partnership, one thing was becoming clear, as evidenced by the reaction of some of the teen girls that saw him on stage during his occasional gigs. Chris was good-looking. By now, he was standing 6'2", and the only baby fat left on his body was in his cheeks. Others around him started to take notice. The first time I was on stage in a band, the opinion of girls toward me changed in seconds, he said. He was just like this beautiful kid. We were all kids, but he was just that little bit more, says photographer Charles Peterson. We quickly realized when Chris was present, girls were unattainable. Even if we didn't want to attain them, they were unattainable. Around 1983, Chris was again between gigs. He'd just left a band called Face to Face. He almost joined a group called Scream that featured a young Mike McCready on guitar, but it didn't pan out. Chris went to pick up a copy of Scream's demo tape from one of the members out in Bellevue. He decided the vibe didn't feel right. Later on, the guy asked Chris to drive back across Lake Washington to return the cassette back, which affirmed for him that his instinct to pass was dead on. Chris was back to scanning the classifieds in the Rocket when a small ad caught his eye. A rockabilly band was looking for a singer. He hadn't been in one of those yet. He called the listed number and arranged a time to meet. Upon meeting the man who'd posted the listing, however, he was surprised to learn that the real musical direction couldn't have been further from the stated genre. "It's this crazy guy from Chicago," he told Matt Pinfield. "Great guitar player. Doesn't know anything about rockabilly. Doesn't even know one rockabilly song or one artist at all. He just kind of wanted to do this cover band because he was this close to being homeless and he needed money. But I liked him. He was a funny guy." That guy's name was Matt Dentino, and he desperately needed a singer so that he could make some cash playing cover songs at any number of venues around town. He called his band the Shemps, as a sort of homage to Shemp Howard of the Three Stooges. Chris auditioned, and Dentino was stunned by his talent. "The first song I did with Chris was White Wedding by Billy Idol," Dentino told author Mark Yarm. "I was like, man, dude, you're hired." The Shemps were a bar band. Their regular set included a smattering of Jimi Hendrix tunes, a little bit of the Allman Brothers Band, along with tracks by The Doors and other classic rock staples. They had one original song called Marilyn Monroe. Chris later called the Shemps awful and just one of the many horrible bands I was in. The reason that they are important to his story, and the story of the burgeoning Seattle music scene in the 80s and 90s, is the role the band played as the conduit between Chris and the other two erstwhile members of the Shemps, a pair of transplants from Chicago's south suburbs named Hiro Yamamoto and Kim Thile. Hiro Yamamoto was practically a genius. As Soundgarden's on-the-road sound guy and engineer Stuart Hallerman remembered while they were growing up together in Park Forest, Illinois. His nickname was Bean, actually because of his brain. Smart kid, really good at math. Years later, after putting the music world behind him, Yamamoto went back to college and earned his master's degree in physics from Western Washington University. But that was a long time coming. Growing up, Yamamoto's tastes gravitated far from the sludgy, doom-laden rhythms that would lay the foundation for much of Soundgarden's sonic aesthetic. Though much of his songwriting ended up sharing sonic DNA with Black Sabbath, as an adolescent he gravitated more to classical and gypsy jazz music. Early on, he was an avid viola and mandolin player. It was only after discovering Neil Young's Everybody Knows This Is Nowhere that his affinity for rock began. He traded in his viola for a 4-stringed electric bass guitar. Park Forest in the 60s and 70s was a quiet, run-of-the-mill, post-Vietnam War, middle-class suburbia set about 30 miles south of downtown Chicago, filled with lots of single-story bungalows, ranches, and workers' cottages. Driving down US 30 on the way to Joliet, Illinois from Indiana, you can blink and miss the village entirely. In his teen years, Yamamoto attended Rich Township High School, which is where he met an aspiring punk guitarist named Kim Thile. Thile was born in Seattle on September 4th, 1960, but didn't stay in the Pacific Northwest long. His family moved to Park Forest when he was around 5 years old. His parents were immigrants from India. Music ran in their blood. Thile's mother was a classically trained pianist and graduated from the Royal Academy of London when she was just 18. She met his dad when they were in the church choir together. Thile visited his parents' homeland for the first time when he was 8 years old. In a stunning bit of kismet, it was during this trip that he first heard the Beatles, when someone introduced him to Sgt. Pepper's Lonely Hearts Club Band. He often spent long, lazy afternoons listening to songs like Day Tripper and Lucy in the Sky with Diamonds, while pining for the comforts of America, such as Saturday morning cartoons and Major League Baseball. He was a precocious kid, a voracious reader, and from the first time he picked up a copy of Kiss's Alive album, a die-hard rock and roll fan. The bombastic, over-the-top music of Kiss guided him toward even more savage sounds made by proto-punk bands like the Stooges, the Velvet Underground, and especially the MC5. But it was Kiss that had inspired him to pick up a guitar. Images of Ace Frehley producing volcanic solos on his cherry burst Les Paul while smoke poured out of it were utterly intoxicating. He couldn't afford a Les Paul, so for his first guitar, Thile picked up a cheap Stratocaster copy manufactured by a company called Encore and began the laborious process of learning the fundamental chords and scales. Around 1977, while still in high school, Thile formed his first rock band, an outrageously named outfit called Bozo and his vast army of pinheads. They played cover songs, but also dabbled in original material. The first song he wrote was called Plastic Love, and roughly centered on trying to make it with a mannequin. Her hair is made of Dacron, her mind is made of cellulose. She's someone I could lay on, who's semi-comatose. Thile's first live gig took place at the year-end talent show at his high school in front of 500 people, including his parents. Their set list included the Ramones' Pinhead, a pair of tracks by the Sex Pistols, God Save the Queen and Submission, and a Devo cut called Mongoloid. They also threw in a bevy of originals, songs with names like TV Clones, Bureaucracy in the U.S., Plastic Love, and If I Were a Bomb, I'd Explode in Your Face. As he remembered, the audience response was, "You guys are pretty good for that kind of music, punk rock and all." Thile and Yamamoto hit it off after meeting at Rich Township. Like Yamamoto, Thile was vastly intelligent and enjoyed pontificating at length on ideas big and small. The guitarist had already technically graduated when their paths crossed in an after-school program called ALPS, an acronym for Alternative Learning Process School. But the two of them regularly hung out with a mutual friend of theirs, named Bruce Pavitt. Yamamoto graduated from Rich Township and decided he wanted to break out of the Midwest and move to Olympia, Washington. His buddy, Stuart Hollerman, planned on enrolling at the extremely liberal arts institution, the Evergreen State College, where Pavitt was already a student. So the two decided they'd go together. Yamamoto hung out around Washington for about 3 months, but after failing to find a job and falling head over heels for a girl back home during Christmas vacation, he decided to return to Chicago. Meanwhile, after tendering his resignation as one of the vast army of pinheads, Thile joined another punk band called Identity Crisis with Pavitt's younger brother and entered a studio for the first time to record a 7-inch EP titled Pretty Feet that debuted in 1980. The record didn't do much, and by 1981, Thile was ready for a change. So too was Yamamoto. Both men were nursing recent breakups and didn't have much to tie them to the Chicago area. They decided to give Washington State another shot. The pair scrounged together all the money they had, loaded their gear and clothes into Yamamoto's Datsun B210, and took off again for the West Coast. Shortly after reaching Washington, they both enrolled into the University of Washington, where Thile pursued a degree in philosophy. He always showed up maybe 10 minutes late and would almost invariably bogart the discussion, classmate and future Mudhoney frontman Mark Arm said through laughter. He really liked to play devil's advocate and try to look at everything from all different angles and sometimes set the class on all different tangents that I think the professor didn't necessarily appreciate. By 1982, Thile was thriving in his new environment. He had his own apartment, a girlfriend, and a weekly DJ gig at the local college radio station, KCMU. He was also playing around town in a variety of short-lived musical ventures while making connections within the tight-knit scene. One of those people was Matt Dentino. The future Shemps guitarist was another Chicago-area transplant looking for somewhere to live while trying to start a band of his own. Thile offered to let him crash at his place. Despite Chris's negative estimation of the Shemps, Dentino was by all accounts a skilled guitar player. His major problem, familiar to almost every aspiring musician, was maintaining a reliable group of people willing to jam and book shows. At the moment, he was in search of someone to play bass, and though Yamamoto didn't play the instrument himself yet, Thile offered to show him how for Dentino's sake. Upon meeting Chris Cornell, Thile was wary. Chris's hair was short, and his slick style left something to be desired for the relatively seasoned punk rock guitarist. "My first impression was that he was some guy who just got out of the Navy or something," Thile said. It didn't take long for Chris to disabuse Thile of that notion. The Shemps' first gig took place at a small concrete-constructed restaurant in the University District called the Morning Star Cafe on 11th Avenue Northeast. It was a Spartan space, but the crowd that night wasn't exactly fighting for elbow room. Among their number that night was a drummer named Matt Cameron, who came away impressed with the Shemps' singer. Mark Arm concurred. If it was like a Creedence song, he sounded like John Fogerty. If it was a Zeppelin song, he sounded like Robert Plant. If it was a Doors song, he sounded like Jim Morrison. "That was Chris Cornell," he said. "He seemed like a really young kid at the time, but he was only like 2 or 3 years younger than me. It was kinda outstanding." The Shemps plugged along for several months, though they didn't get as many gigs as they would have liked, only 8 to 10 during the entire life of the group. Chris and Dentino remained the constants in the band. Yamamoto quit out of boredom. His musical tastes didn't mesh with Dentino's, and he was moonlighting in another band called Altered, whose repertoire hewed more toward jangly, new wave songs that he found more interesting. With nowhere else to turn and a slate of gigs on the calendar, Dentino returned to Thile and begged him to fill in on bass. Thile wasn't enthralled by the proposition of exchanging 6 strings for 4, but after consistently applied pressure, he relented. Fortunately for the fledgling bassist, the Shemps' run of dates evaporated shortly after he came aboard, and the band folded sometime around 1984. Dentino by this point was strung out on drugs, exhausted, and broke. He eventually found Jesus, became a born-again Christian, and left his ambitions of rock stardom behind. Chapter 2. Mood for Trouble. The distance between the drum kit and the space at the lip of the stage is only several yards, but the psychological chasm might as well be 1,000,000 miles. Obscured by his kit, the drummer executes a song's rhythmic backbone in relative anonymity. The audience can feel the percussive patterns rattling their rib cages, but the author of that sound is seldom seen with any clarity. The lead singer, however, is always on display. Every twist, spasm, groan, moan, and wail is eaten up and cheered on by the boisterous crowd. Conversely, every wrong note, flubbed lyric, and misplaced foot is noticed too. The limelight is an unforgiving space to exist, and only a select few have the mental and physical fortitude to impress under its unforgiving glare. In 1985, Chris Cornell decided to give it a shot. Combined with a pull toward the microphone, Chris was simultaneously reconciling the realization that his drumming wasn't on a level that could carry him beyond his current situation. He was good, sure, but could he ever be great? The amount of time and effort it would take to find out was nearly impossible to fathom. As he was contemplating his options, he witnessed something that resolved any doubt and led him to step out from behind the kit and out to the center of the stage for good. The epiphany happened one night while Matt Cameron was tearing it up on stage with his band Feedback. Chris wasn't even in the club. He was just looking in from outside as Cameron put on a veritable clinic, showing off the kind of intrinsic talent that would make anyone question their choice to so much as look at a set of drums. I'm watching what he was doing and I'm hearing what it sounds like, and I couldn't really make the connection, Chris recalled. I thought, oh, that's what a good drummer is supposed to play like. Maybe my talent lies elsewhere. He was a really good drummer. Soundgarden's guitarist Kim Thile protested to me. He's not like Matt, but he wrote great as a drummer. I think so much so that Hero and I entertained the idea of getting another singer so that Chris continued to write with us on drums. But Chris really wanted to get up from behind the drum kit. An introvert by nature, the role of lead singer seemingly ran counter to nearly every instinct Chris had, but still he felt compelled. The biggest challenge, as he would come to learn, wasn't hitting the notes. It was commanding the attention of a crowd demanding to be entertained. For that, you needed energy. You needed style. You needed charisma. Chris's role as the singer was an almost therapeutic guise that allowed him to skirt some of his more detrimental tendencies. If it wasn't for what I'd chosen to do with my life, I'd probably be, more or less, a shut-in, he once said. The inner struggle between the real human being inclined to hide from the world and the person screaming and flailing around on stage was part of what made him such an indelible frontman. He'd do whatever it took to keep that dark room filled with strangers entertained. Roll around in glass, pick fights, swing from the rafters, smash guitars. Anything. Donald Fagen, the lead singer of Steely Dan, a band about as far from an aesthetic perspective as it gets from Soundgarden, wrote about the self-destructive impulse of performance in his memoir, Eminent Hipsters. Every night in front of an audience, no matter how exhilarating, is a bit of a ritual slaying. You use every last bit of your marrow, every last atom of your energy in an attempt to satisfy the hungry crowd. On some level, you're trying to extinguish yourself. That's what you are, and they need it. That's what made Chris chug a half-gallon of milk and spit it out on the crowd at a concert in Wisconsin in 1990. That's what made him perform whole shows while wearing a pair of shorts he'd made for himself out of duct tape. That's what made him throw his microphone cord over a lighting beam, scream into it while hanging upside down from the ceiling before diving headlong into the audience, time and time again. Perhaps his octave-shattering voice was enough to get his band noticed, but at least early on in his career, he wasn't about to wait around to find out. I always thought he was like a shaman figure on stage, Tad guitarist Kurt Danielson said. He had this mystical energy on one level, and on another, he was more like a real rock frontman. He combined those things in a seamless way that I had never seen before. A lot of time he would come across like he was in a complete trance up there, just screaming and flailing around, Seattle music journalist Dawn Anderson recalled. There was always a small group of girls sitting up front drooling over him, but he never seemed to notice. I always got the feeling that once Chris figured out that people thought he was sexy and that people might be trying to capitalize on that, it embarrassed him a little. There was a point where he stopped flailing. He acted a lot more sober on stage. He seemed conscious of it. Like Iggy Pop before him, Chris had a propensity for performing shirtless. Going the full Cornell is how Nirvana bassist Chris Novoselic described it from the stage of the Central Tavern in 2017. The site of many sweaty Soundgarden gigs. I can't recall him ever playing with a shirt on, said Soundgarden's early road manager, Eric Johnson. On a trip to San Francisco, a bunch of us found these silk pajama tops that we cut the sleeves off and wore almost like vests. He might have started a show in one of those things, and then it came off. Female admirers certainly enjoyed the view, but some of the more skeptical local scene makers couldn't relate. Oftentimes they rolled their eyes at the brazen exhibitionism. It didn't matter to Chris, who seemed to relish in bucking convention. I used to have about 50 ribbons in my hair, which didn't exactly please the jocks in the audience, he said. They were probably worried because they found me a little too attractive. On a punk rock-inspired ecosystem that prized the concept of authenticity above all else, some felt what he was doing was contrived. He was a sexy man with a good body, and he wasn't afraid to use it, Mark Arm said. I remember one show where basically halfway through the set he just grabbed the middle of the shirt and tore it off him. That had been like obviously distressed or something. That was like a planned thing, which is a little bit different than accidentally vomiting and then rolling around in it, which was sort of more my approach to things. Nevertheless, Arm noted, the ladies loved it. Some of the dudes, too. Hiro Yamamoto wasn't a fan of Chris's bare-chested antics, and often let him know. Chris would just walk away, undeterred. The punk culture that grunge grew out of put a high premium on flaws because flaws gave music character, and it also made it easier for young amateurs to be appreciated, says Bruce Pavitt. Chris stood out, sometimes awkwardly, because of his seemingly flawless nature. I remember one girlfriend of mine when I was going to see Soundgarden once said, "How many times can you watch Chris Cornell jack off in your face?" Journalist Dawn Anderson recalled. I said something smart-ass like, "Oh, I don't know. What time is it?" He wasn't doing anything like jacking off, though. The persona that Chris presented on stage, the ripped Adonis screaming his head off before leaping into the waiting arms of the churning pit beneath him, was as far from the quiet, introspective loner as it gets. I was a nerdy shut-in who listened to prog rock, and then I got on stage, he said. The universe didn't make him a rock star. He willed himself to become one. Most frontmen are not born hams like David Lee Roth. We're more like Joey Ramone, awkward geeks who somehow find our place in the world on the stage. Nobody ever said a positive thing to me, ever, in my life, until they heard me play music. While he was still trying to give the Shemps a go, Chris Cornell was in the middle of an untenable living situation. His roommate was experiencing something like a nervous breakdown over the course of 2 days, and it was driving him up the wall. He had to get the hell out of there, and fast. Around the same time, Chris called Hiro Yamamoto to settle a debt. While they were chatting, Yamamoto mentioned that his own roommate had gotten mad at him recently and was on his way out. He wanted to know if Chris knew anybody who might be looking for a place. The following day, Chris was at Yamamoto's with nearly all his worldly possessions in hand. Almost from the minute that Chris moved in, he and Yamamoto started jamming together. Upstairs in the house was an empty A-frame space that they transformed into a rehearsal area where they bashed out different rhythms for hours at a time. It didn't take long before the duo became a tight little rhythm section, but they knew that if they were ever going to do anything, they needed a guitar player. It was Yamamoto's idea to give Thiel a call to see if he'd be interested in jamming with them. Once Thiel came over and plugged his guitar into an amp, it was abundantly clear that there was an exhilarating chemistry between the three of them. During that first jam session, they hammered out 2 songs, one right after the other. There was something about the way that Thiel ripped into his guitar with a furious, frenzied abandon that resonated with Chris. He'd never heard anyone play like that before, and it triggered an instant, life-altering and deeply emotional response. There was a really vital, expressive, amazing music scene happening during a time when commercial music was awful. I felt like we could live in that world immediately, Chris said. It wasn't something we had to develop. It was literally day one. The music that the trio wove together didn't sound anything like what casual listeners might recognize as Soundgarden. They were creating the kinds of songs that they wanted to hear elsewhere, but couldn't find on the radio or in the imports bin at Tower Records. Weird, twisted, and wholly uncommercial compositions that demanded to be blasted at painful amounts of volume. Fortunately, Yamamoto's house was located around 80th Street and Roosevelt Way, just a short walk from I-5 and Green Lake. It was a busy and noisy thoroughfare, so no one ever hassled them over the cacophony blasting through their walls. Oftentimes, the three would play until 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning, working up melodies, honing riffs, and polishing bass lines, relishing their sonic experiments and discoveries. By the second day of jamming, they had racked up another 3 songs, jangly, evil-sounding tracks with foreboding names like Blood and Bury My Head in the Sand. While they connected well on a musical level, there was a social gap between that felt pronounced at times. Chris was only 19, a local high school dropout. while Thile and Yamamoto were college students. Their trajectories couldn't have seemed more dissimilar. There was also a small clash in personalities. Thile and Yamamoto were more gregarious and outgoing than their singing drummer. The two old friends would often hang out, drink beer, and watch David Letterman, while Chris disappeared into his room. There was also a racial divide, not just between Chris and Thile and Yamamoto, but between Soundgarden and many of the rest of the bands that made up the Seattle scene at the time. By the 1980s, the rock and punk landscape across America was predominantly white. Now, here was a band with a white singer, drummer, a Japanese bassist, and an Indian guitarist. Even as late as 2020, groups that diverse are scarce. Back in 1985, it was unheard of, especially in Seattle. And yet, despite their differences, they bonded over shared influences, similar tastes, goofy senses of humor, and music. The only stumbling block that prevented them from pushing their chips all the way in and trying to make a go at it together was Thile's schedule. From the outset, Yamamoto warned Chris that their would-be guitar player was being pulled in several directions, romantically, academically, and financially, by his day job, and might not be able to commit to what they hoped to do. That didn't stop Yamamoto from hounding Thile. The guitarist simply kept putting him off, citing his homework, his job, and his weekly DJ gig. There were a million excuses to put off swinging by Chris in Yamamoto's place, but the bassist wasn't about to take no for an answer. Eventually, the incessant pestering paid off. Thile caved, but it came at a cost when the guitar player lost his day job because he spread himself a little too thin. The three of them had chops, novel ideas, unique perspectives, and more importantly, a distinct sensibility that set them apart from other would-be post-punk indie bands scratching and clawing their way up the ranks of the tiny Seattle music scene. All they needed was a name. The Stone Age Alliance was an early contender, courtesy of Yamamoto, but they feared it would link them too closely to the synth-drenched new wave movement taking radio by storm. After running through several more ideas, Thile came up with the winner. He took their new moniker from a local art installation called a Soundgarden, located within the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration near Magnuson Park. It was an impressive and pleasant sculpture, a dozen 21-foot-high steel towers that moved with the wind, producing a pleasant soundtrack to the pristine view of nearby Lake Washington. It had only been constructed a couple of years prior to the band's formation, but was already a prime makeout spot for UW students who regularly made the short 15-minute drive from campus. Thile and his then-girlfriend were regular visitors. Even if it wasn't obvious, the Soundgarden name, for the first year or so they were sometimes billed as Soundgarden, proved to have an unexpected benefit. We would open up for a band that was kind of heavy, like, let's say we played a show with Husker Du one time. If you didn't know who Soundgarden was, you would think we were sort of a green-on-red, neo-psychedelic, alternative REM-y kind of thing, Chris said. Then you would show up and we would open and come out and be Soundgarden, and they would go, "Holy fuck!" Crusty scene veterans who were prepared to snark at what they assumed were a bunch of flower children came away impressed by the new group's intense, dark, and abrasive sound, though the name also opened the door to some of their early detractors to call them noise cabbage. Soundgarden continued jamming and writing songs over the next few months. Chris was inspired enough that he bought his first guitar, a Gibson ES 347, just so he could create new material. All at once, songs started pouring out of him. The only downside was that the Gibson was too nice to play in the kinds of frenetic, sweaty clubs that the band hoped to book. He was anxious that it might get damaged or stolen, and ended up trading it away for a cheap Mexican-made Fender Stratocaster and a twin reverb amplifier. Along the way, he also invested in a variety of guitar pedals, some of which, like an Ibanez Tube Screamer, he ended up giving to Kim Thile. "Chris has been my pedal supplier over the years, starting with the very first chorus," the guitarist told Music Radar. "That's been one of the histories of the band. Chris buys some pedal and I end up using it, really liking it, and then it becomes mine." It sounds antithetical, but early on, Chris's scant understanding of the complexities of the fretboard actually helped define Soundgarden's unique off-kilter style. "I had no idea how to play guitar, so I was just kind of making it up," he said. "I was doing things that were unusual, because I didn't know if it was or wasn't okay." It's to the band's credit, and their general lack of ego, that they didn't put down Chris's novice noodling at this formative stage. In fact, they encouraged him to keep going, keep learning, and keep innovating. Whereas other guitarists might have become territorial over their role within the band, Thile had little reservations about hearing what the drummer had to bring to the table and helping him out wherever he could. "I would show him a lot of, little guitar lick tricks here," Thile said. "Here's a triplet, here's a series of majors, here's a ninth." I would show him various chord positions and patterns. He was really eager. The songs mattered more than anything else. Some of the early stuff he wrote was very goth, and it was also influenced by a band called Chrome, Endino said, referencing the cult 70s post-punk group out of San Francisco. Sort of this noisy, semi-industrial, spooky vibe to some of the really old songs that he wrote. The Storm is one of those, actually, that he demoed by himself. The demo is very weird sounding. As the threesome honed their growing repertoire, Chris also became more adept behind the boards. "I remember they used to rehearse at a house north of the U District in Ravenna, like up in the attic space, had a rehearsal recording zone," Stuart Hollerman remembers. Chris was a do-it-yourselfer audio student on his own and was really quite good at it. He had the whole song in his head before he even touched a tape. The band's recording setup was rudimentary. A microphone on the bass amp, another on the guitar amp, one for drums and another for vocals. No overdubs. Everything was played live, at once. Mistakes were common. An out-of-time cymbal crash here, a bum guitar note there, but not necessarily unwelcome. A sonic mistake that seemed to add a little extra something to the song was referred to by the band as a Meat Puppets fuck-up, after the Arizona-based punk band, the Meat Puppets. That group's second full-length record, Meat Puppets 2, dropped just months before Soundgarden's Genesis and had a tremendous impact on everyone in the band. If a take had a Meat Puppets fuck-up, the trio was loath to try and record over it, out of fear of not being able to replicate the rough-hewn, interesting vibe of the song as a whole. Soundgarden racked up 15 songs, which were immortalized on 4-track and compiled onto a single cassette tape. "We called it the first 15, Thile said. "In terms of audio quality, that's all 4-track stuff that we did in our basement. It'd be like bootleg quality type stuff." Some of the songs were re-recorded for different projects down the line, most notably the dark and spiraling Incessant Mace, which at this early stage was referred to as No Warning. They ultimately changed the name of that track because Thile misunderstood what Chris was singing. "I was singing Domestic Something, and Kim thought, that's cool, Incessant Mace." And I'm erasing it going, "It sure is cool, thank you very much. Anything else you heard that I said?" Even while Thile's misunderstanding imbued Incessant Mace with a cooler vibe, it obscured some of the song's central meaning. The whole thing was inspired by the worst tendencies that Chris saw in his dad, tendencies he hoped to avoid in his own life. It's about a young man hoping to grow up, to not be anything like his father, he told a crowd in Fort Myers, Florida, in 2017. "That was my sentiment when I was a younger man. For the most part, it worked out. Though there are aspects of his dick-headedness that I have inside of me that I can't help." While they continued to jam and make demos, they still hadn't managed to book any shows. That all changed when a band named Vexed bowed out of their opening slot for a group out of New York called 3 Teens Kill 4 at a venue called Top of the Court. Vexed could not do the gig, and they recommended these friends of theirs who only played in their attic, and that was Hero, Chris, and I, Kim Thile remembered. They hadn't even named themselves yet, but they took the gig anyway, and on December 21st, 1984, the trio made their live debut. Top of the Court was located just off Elliott Avenue in an industrial part of town by the Magnolia Bridge and Pier 91. On the first floor was another one of Seattle's poorly lit watering holes, called the Backcourt Tavern. The live performance space took over the second floor and gave local bands and small out-of-town acts an outlet to rage the nights away. These types of short-lived venues were the bread and butter of the Seattle music scene in the 80s. Spaces with names like Golden Crown, Danceland, Roscoe Louie, Washington Hall, Bahamas Underground, Rex, The Meat Locker, The Fun Hole, The Mountaineers, Rainbow Tavern, Grey Door, Graven Image, Metropolis, and the Ditto. Venues would pop up, thrive for a few months, maybe even a year or two, then vanish. Skin Yard's bassist, Daniel House, was no fan of the Shemps, but decided to check out Soundgarden anyway, along with 40 or so other people. He was immediately struck by the fact that they were a three-piece, without a traditional frontman. Despite that shortcoming, he was impressed by how much better they sounded than when they were playing covers with Dentino. Soundgarden was nothing like the Shemps, like at all, he observed. They played an incendiary set of songs that, while still rough, was imbued with an exciting angst and an undeniable ferocity. It took another 2 months before Soundgarden landed their next gig, but the wait was more than worth it when they locked up an opportunity to open for a savage band from Aberdeen called the Melvins, along with Husker Du. The Minnesota post-hardcore group was fresh off finishing their era-defining masterpiece, New Day Rising, when they scheduled a gig in Seattle on February 24th, 1985, at an all-ages venue called Guerrilla Gardens, located in Chinatown. Covered in hideous red velvet, the converted movie theater was a critical incubator for local and national underground rock bands. Guerrilla Gardens is actually a misnomer. It was one of two venues sharing the same building, along with a common lobby under the larger guise of the Rock Theater. On one side was the Omni Room, which showcased mostly metal bands from the city's east side, groups like Queensryche, Sanctuary, and Fifth Angel. Guerrilla Gardens was on the other side, and was mostly left to the punks and hardcore kids. Guns N' Roses played there during one of their earliest tours of the Pacific Northwest, as did Sonic Youth, Butthole Surfers, and the Ramones. The Circle Jerks put Guerrilla Gardens on the map, for all the wrong reasons, later that same year, after the cops shut down their set just a few songs and orders from the fire marshal, who objected to the amount of people in the venue. Pissed-off punks who'd waited outside for hours during an extremely rare snowstorm were enraged at being told to go home before they could blow off their worked-up head of steam. A riot ensued and spilled out into the streets. Bottles flew through the air. Police busted heads. Dumpsters were set on fire. Cars were tipped over. Kids were taken away in handcuffs. When all was said and done, the uproar caused the bigwigs in Seattle to pass a scene-suffocating teen dance ordinance, which essentially killed the all-ages entertainment scene in the city and carried significant negative ramifications for Soundgarden and their contemporaries going forward. Soundgarden was still able to play the various bars up and down the Ave in the University District. They also got some gigs around Pioneer Square and up on Capitol Hill. But because of the ordinance, a large chunk of their potential fan base simply couldn't make it through the front door, which limited their prospects. We probably had a larger group of fans who were under 21 than we had over 21, Chris posited. 9 out of 10 shows we couldn't play for those people, because we had to play the Rainbow and the Central and the Ditto. By most accounts, the band's second gig didn't go as well as the first. Many in attendance didn't get what Soundgarden was all about. The flagrant masculinity seemed at odds with what was happening in the city's post-punk indie scene. This was a time in Seattle music where there was snobbery, like there is everywhere, I guess. There is alternative or underground music. But Soundgarden was very, very rock, and a lot of these new wave people didn't get it. Seattle music journalist Dawn Anderson said. They couldn't understand. I heard a lot of people looking at each other saying, are these guys joking or are they serious? And I was thinking, why does it matter? Who the hell cares? They're awesome. It was this big wall of noise. To me, it had a sort of gothic-y Bauhaus bent to it. It reminded me of a cross between Bauhaus and Cream or something. Mark Arm said of Soundgarden's early sound. Kim was playing with a lot of flange and stuff. While Thile dominated Guerrilla Gardens with his punishing volume, much of the attention was directed at the band's drummer and his prowess on the microphone. Chris had an incredible voice, Pearl Jam bassist Jeff Ament told author Greg Prado. That was apparent even at that first show. Like House, Ament was thrown off by the drummer being the lead singer. It just didn't make sense to me, he said. There weren't too many rules in the hardcore world, but having a singer who acted crazy and ran around was probably one of the most important things, in terms of getting the energy across. The energy changed a lot when Chris just had a mic. It was difficult to bash out the intricate rhythms of Soundgarden's songs while also screaming the vocals with as much fury as he could summon. One facet of Chris's performance always seemed to suffer because of the other. He was constantly trying to catch his breath. As fate would have it, there was another figure in the crowd that fateful night at Guerrilla Gardens, a maintenance worker from Ray's Boathouse named Scott Sundquist. Like Chris, Sundquist was a drummer and recognized right away the limitations placed on the singer. When Chris later approached him with the proposition to join the band, he leapt at the chance. Sundquist was by no means the obvious choice to join a band like Soundgarden. While the age gap between Thile and Yamamoto was pronounced, Sundquist was nearly 30. He also had a wife and a child, which set him further apart from the other guys in the band, who were still living the footloose and fancy-free life of 20-somethings playing rock and roll. And yet the man they called the Sun King, a nickname bequeathed to him by Mother Love Bone singer Andrew Wood, had the chops that Soundgarden needed to get Chris out front. Scott Sundquist is a Ginger Baker style of drummer, Jack Endino said. He had a swing kind of background. In other words, his drums had a rolling characteristic and his tempo was more elastic, in a good way. He was very dynamic. Even if the decision to bring a full-time drummer into the band seemed obvious in retrospect, everyone in Soundgarden was wary of messing with their hard-earned chemistry. And yet, there was another impetus to bring someone on board, to relieve Thile of background vocal duties, as he wasn't comfortable behind a microphone. Kim didn't want to do backups anymore as it wasn't Guitar Hero style, Chris recalled. I mean, you could hardly imagine Jimmy Page singing background vocals. Soundgarden's first live show with Sundquist settled all of their concerns, even while Chris wasn't at his best. He was sick as a dog, with a temperature reaching 103 degrees. He couldn't remember a single thing that happened from the time he stepped on stage to the time he stepped off. But afterwards, he was told it went well by his friends. The first show answered the questions, I think, for everyone in the band as to whether it would be such a good idea or not, he said. Even with Sundquist in the fold, Chris didn't totally abandon the drums. Not yet, at least. I remember there was a song called Circle of Power that they wrote together, and Chris played drums on that, Jack Endino said. For the longest time, even when they played shows a little later, he would sit down at the drums and play that song because it was in 5/4, and Hero, the bass player, would sing it. Freed from the drum stool, Chris was able to explore the full range of his voice, even if that meant pushing it past its natural limit. The earliest club shows, I had a big problem of walking out on stage, going insane, and losing my voice within the first 2 songs, he said. Sometimes within the first part of the first song. He had the power, the dexterity, the charisma, and the energy. All that was left to learn was how to control and harness it for maximum impact. One of the most helpful elements, though it didn't feel that way at the time, was the massive volume Thile produced during rehearsals. Chris had no choice but to sing harder and louder to hear himself over the guitarist's roaring chords and solos. The effort that feat took stretched his voice to what he thought was its limit, and then beyond. He knew what he could do. We all did, Kim Thile said. There was a point when people started saying, "He's a great singer, perhaps the greatest singer in rock." And that's when he began to really focus on being as good a singer as he could be, so he could be even better. Even at this early stage, long before they had a single to hawk, the band was worried about burning out their growing audience by playing too many shows around town. They started getting picky about where and when to perform, feeling it was smarter to draw 200 people once a month than 50 people 4 times a month. Not every show was a triumph. During a gig on April 5th, 1985, at the Langston Hughes Cultural Arts Center near Garfield High School, Soundgarden was booed off the stage for not sounding or looking hardcore enough. People in the punk community hated them at the time, Bruce Pavitt noted. It was definitely a kind of punk-metal crossover. Then there was a show the following year, opening for Faith No More at a bar up north in Vancouver, where someone shattered a glass ashtray over Matt Cameron's kick drum while derisively calling them fucking Led Zeppelin crap. Another concert opening for the Beat Pacodas at North Seattle Community College went even worse after Chris kneed himself in the face, causing a river of blood to burst out of his nose, sending the young co-eds streaming from the dance floor to the back of the room. Here are all these college students who came there with their dates to dance, and here was Soundgarden with this singer who was bleeding profusely, Chris told Guitar World. I threw my mic stand like a spear, and when it hit the floor, it slid all the way across the empty dance floor. As it approached the people who were standing against the wall, they just separated and let it hit the wall. They had no emotion. Everyone just sat there until we were done. Soundgarden was already drawing comparisons to Led Zeppelin. Chris was regularly compared to Leonine lead singer Robert Plant, and it's not difficult to understand why. Both singers screamed and shrieked with orgasmic fury. Both wrote ethereal lyrics emphasizing emotion and mood over coherent narratives, and both flaunted a sex god persona. The comparison was a double-edged sword, however. It was not okay to the fans of indie music, for example, then, and that was kind of an unapologetic maleness, incorporating heavy riff rock that reminded people of bands that, at the time, were considered to be completely uncool. Cornell told podcaster Mark Maron. If, for example, someone said, "That song you played reminded me a little bit of Led Zeppelin," for most bands that was the kiss of death. But for Soundgarden, people kind of started to look at it differently. That was the first time I heard of Zeppelin in a good way. In the mid-'80s, hundreds of mainstream MTV rock bands incorporated elements of Zeppelin into their aesthetic, while completely missing the point of what made the British foursome so exhilarating. Power ballad purveyors Whitesnake were a prime example of the aqua velvet and cheese that turned many rock and punk purists off the Zeppelin blueprint. Soundgarden, as intense, loud, raw, and menacing as they were, couldn't have been more diametrically opposed to the prevailing aesthetic on MTV. It would simply take time for the culture to catch up to them. While they were still getting their footing on stage, Soundgarden continued to write and demo new songs. On April 24th, 1985, Cornell, Yamamoto, and Thile cut 7 tracks for a tape they dubbed 6 Songs for Bruce. 6, because the 7th song, a cut titled The Storm, was a solo Cornell composition. It was one of his earliest attempts at songwriting. There was no real guitar part, but there was a cool bass line, Thile recalled of The Storm. The guitarist eventually overlaid some 7th and 9th chords to give the song shape and body, and it quickly became a mainstay of their live set. Scott Sundquist interpreted the drums as like rolling thunder, Thile added. Locally, we played that song live all the time. It was a favorite. All the tracks were recorded on the cassette's A-side. The B-side was left silent, but as a joke they titled it Zen Deity Speaks. The Bruce in the title of the demo referred to Thile's old pal, Bruce Pavitt, who had become a tastemaker in the scene thanks to his popular sub-pop column in The Rocket. He was someone the band relied on to give an honest assessment of their music, an unofficial A&R guy who didn't pull punches when he thought something sounded shitty or underrealized. Not counting The Storm, the 6 Soundgarden songs that made it onto the tape included I Think I'm Sinking, Bury My Head in Sand, Tears to Forget, Incessant Mace, Invention, and Out of My Skin. All these songs in their nascent forms have remained locked in the vaults. The tape itself was briefly on display as part of an exhibit at Seattle's Museum of Pop Culture, but the band eventually revisited and re-recorded a couple of them in ensuing years. The doom-laden Incessant Mace made it out into the world initially on an extremely local compilation tape called Pyrrhic Victory, put out by CZ Records in 1986, while Tears to Forget, a track originally sung by Yamamoto on the demo, comprised 1/3 of Soundgarden's contributions to that same label's infamous Deep Six album, a project that sought to showcase the best the Seattle underground had to offer. Seattle is a real city, but in terms of the artistic community at the time, though it was very vibrant, it was very small, Chris told IndieWire. There was just this little family, and because of that we all knew each other and all be in the audience for everyone else's band. And if the Melvins played, then Soundgarden was there, and when Green River was there, and sometimes nobody else. And sometimes when Soundgarden would play, before Matt Cameron was in Soundgarden, we were playing shows with his band Skin Yard, and we were in the audience for them and they were in the audience for us. I saw Pearl Jam's first show, Mother Love Bone's first show, Green River's first show, Skin Yard's first show, and they were all there for us. Deep Six was the brainchild of a Boston by way of Pennsylvania transplant named Chris Hanzik. When Hanzik arrived in Seattle, he immersed himself in a scene burgeoning with undiscovered talent. Fortunately for him, the Puget Sound region was almost totally devoid of record label interest. Nobody was putting out records in Seattle, he said. Everybody thought it'd be kind of a waste of money. Expectations for success among the bands that comprised Seattle's music scene throughout the 80s were abysmally low. Practically no one had designs on superstardom. Most were in it for the sheer love and thrill of playing music. At least to Chris's mind, it was those low expectations that fostered so much creativity and camaraderie between the various groups that shared stages around town. There was no outside attention, no carrots dangled in front of the musicians in the scene we were in, he told Vulture. You were lucky if you could release something independently, and then if you did, it would reach a pretty small audience. That was really the height of what we felt we could ever achieve. So the focus was on the artistry and creativity. We were all sort of resigned to a small audience and touring in a van if we were lucky enough to pull that off. Hanzik was enthralled enough by some of the groups he encountered in the clubs and bars to record them. Members of the bands he selected pointed him in the direction of other bands worth adding to the project. All the bands on the compilation came together through discussions between myself and Tina and two of the instigators behind the whole compilation idea, Jeff Ament and Mark Arm, both of the guys in Green River, Hanzik said. They were friends with everybody. We introduced him to our friends who were playing locally around town, Arm confirmed. He went to shows and stuff to see what was cool too, but we were like, hey, you need to check out the Melvins, or hey, Malfunction's cool. Don't forget the U-Men. Soundgarden was one of the first bands that came up in conversation. For Hanzik, the deal was sealed once he listened to the band's demo. Hearing Soundgarden on tape, it just pushed us over the edge, Hanzik said. Like, yep, okay, let's round up all the money we have. This is definitely going to be worth it. Hanzik's partner, Tina Casal, fronted $2,500 out of her own bank account. It wasn't as simple as making a phone call and scheduling a recording session, however. They were cautious, Hanzik recalled of Soundgarden. They wanted to meet us, ask some questions, then huddle together and come back and give us their verdict. After a while, the producer got the answer he'd been waiting on. Soundgarden was in. By the time August 1985 rolled around and Hanzik actually began recording Deep Six, Soundgarden was more than ready to go. That band just prepared and prepared and prepared, the producer said. There was nothing they did that was not prepared. And I don't mean prepared in the sense that everything was cut and dried and robotic. I mean they knew what they wanted to do, and when given the chance, they were quite able to do their thing. The countless hours of practice in the attic space had paid off. They were a solid unit together, while their singer was constantly pushing himself to get better. Some of his nearby neighbors couldn't help but overhear Chris practicing his screams while standing in front of his kitchen window. Soundgarden ultimately cut 3 songs during their quick session with Hanzik at Ironwood Studios. Among the tracks that made the final cut were Heretic, the aforementioned Tears to Forget, and All Your Lies. Heretic shows up first in the track list, giving it the distinction of being the first officially released Soundgarden song. Beginning with a faint 1-2-3-1-2-3 count-in, Heretic is propelled by a reverb-drenched riff written by Thile. Chris adds his own stamp on the song thanks to some truly abrasive screeching, before sliding into a more thoughtful double-tracked vocal on the verses. It's a song filled with images of witches burning at stakes, blood consumption, and spellcasting. The menacing lyrics were written in service to a more pointed allegory about scientists being persecuted throughout history, only to be vindicated much later. In addition to its distinction as the first Soundgarden song, Heretic also played an important part in Chris's development as a singer, or to put it more precisely, a screamer. Yamamoto, who wrote the lyrics, was a limited vocalist and opted to scream the words when demonstrating it to the rest of the band. It was the blueprint that Chris was familiar with, so he pushed himself in rehearsals to capture the bass player's abrasive fury. That's when he made a shocking discovery. One day he was singing Heretic up to what he thought was his highest limit. His voice pierced through, and all of a sudden, he discovered he had a whole new palette of glass-shattering highs to play with. His dynamic range stretched far beyond what he previously thought possible. 4 entire octaves. It took months of trial and error before he learned how to access them at will. But once he did, Chris gave Soundgarden's sound a whole new dimension. Tears to Forget came next in the Deep Six track listing. It's a rage-fueled track in which Chris busts out his most grating hardcore screamo voice over a frenzy of guitars that sound more pissed off than a gasoline-soaked wasp's nest set on fire. Thile used one of the leftover recording tracks to mix in an additional layer of feedback, giving the song an extra dose of abrasive aggression. Finally, there's All Your Lies, Soundgarden's strongest contribution to Deep Six. Chris sounds particularly in command, shouting out the song's title in the opening chorus before shifting into a funky, syncopated singing pattern through the verses. Yamamoto was responsible for creating the chorus part as a counter to the main riff, while Chris introduced the lyrics during rehearsals. The band didn't have a lot of time in the studio to mess around during their lone Deep Six session, and they were all business once they got there. Chris was number one, very quiet. He didn't get very chatty in the studio, just very purposeful, Hanzik recalled. It was almost as if it was just another day at work. The other thing I remember was that he was very switchable. In other words, you could see him be very calm sitting in an easy chair, and then when it was time to get up in front of the mic, he'd simply turn it on and give into that spirit or the mindset and deliver it, then come back and have a listen. There wasn't a lot of futzing around with, "Oh, wait a minute, I'm not ready," or "I don't feel like it." He was very in control of what he was doing as a singer. After recording was completed on Deep Six, Hanzik allowed some of the members from each band to help mix their respective tracks during a quick 4-hour window. It was his attempt to give the various bands a say in how their music would sound. But that old adage about too many cooks in the kitchen making bad soup proved true. Tears to Forget suffers the most from what Thile ascribes to a fight that broke out between Hanzik and Casal that sidetracked the session and affected the final mix, burdening the songs with a noticeable muddiness. It wouldn't be the last suit of Soundgarden songs to be impacted by a fraught mixing process. Just prior to the release of Deep Six, Soundgarden played a Halloween show at an artist's studio in Belltown. In attendance that night was a young woman familiar to Chris. Her name was Susan Silver. Silver was dressed up for the evening in an over-the-top drag outfit that included a kimono, a blonde wig, and about a pound of makeup. I told Susan for half a year, from when I first saw this band, that you gotta see this band, Sub Pop co-founder Jonathan Poneman said. The Halloween show provided the perfect setting to see what all the fuss was about. Soundgarden raced through their repertoire, and when they were done, Chris stepped off stage and sought out Susan. Though not a musician, Silver was a prominent member of the local music scene. She had briefly taken over management duties for the chaotic U-Men around 1983, while also booking shows at a short-lived all-ages club called Metropolis. She was vastly intelligent. She had studied Mandarin at the University of Washington, figuring that either the Chinese or the internet would take over the global economy at some point. With a keen business savvy that set her apart from other promoters, bands, and labels hoping to pull one over on her. Silver learned the ins and outs of the music industry from the ground up. After Metropolis was forced to close, I was putting shows on wherever I could find a venue, not working in a particular club, she wrote in Rip magazine. And then on bigger shows, I was doing production work, whether it was running or catering, working in the production office, different aspects of working for the biggest promoters in town. Chris had made attempts to capture Susan's attention well ahead of the Halloween gig. He'd frequently gone into a local vintage clothing store called Tootsie's, where she worked, in order to strike up casual conversations. As one of the only stores in Seattle that stocked Doc Marten boots, a staple of the underground rocker uniform, it was a vital outlet for musicians' clothes. But Silver, who had recently ended a relationship with Red Mask's singer, Gordon Doucette, either wasn't picking up on his subtle advances or wasn't in a position to reciprocate. That all changed on Halloween. Chris mentioned that Soundgarden had been trying to land some gigs up around Vancouver in Canada, but wasn't having any luck. He wanted to know if she could help them by reaching out to some of her contacts in the area. It just so happened that Susan was planning a trip up north the following week and offered to bring a tape of their music with her to show some promoters she knew. Chris and Susan ran into each other a week later at a show at a punk rock club called The Vogue. Afterwards, they went to an all-night diner and talked for hours. He seemed like a true and good human being, which turned out to be right. After that, they tried to head back to Susan's place, but she had misplaced her keys. With nowhere else to go, they made out for a while before he gave her a lift to her mother's house in West Seattle. Chris didn't have a great deal of experience with women. He had his first real relationship around the time he was 16. It was a tumultuous affair that ended in a bizarre act of violence. One night while hanging out, his girlfriend attacked him with a knife. Chris put his hand up to deflect her, and the blade went right through the front and out the back. Blood poured down his arm. Chris ran out the front door, hopped over a wall, and jetted down the dark street. It was 1 o'clock in the morning, and he was walking down the freeway, heading home, while staring at his wounded, bleeding hand, when she appeared behind him with her dog, off its leash. His next girlfriend was even more dramatic. She attempted suicide while they were together, and also tried to kill her own mother. When you're at that age, you kind of think, oh, this is what relationships are, he said. This is the first thing that's happening to me, so I'm assuming there's more like this. And then that was true. The emotions that Susan evoked inside of Chris were intoxicating, but also confusing. I was so fiercely independent that falling in love was a really terrifying experience, he said. The feelings were so intense that he actually went through an entire 2-month period where he didn't physically open his mouth and speak to anyone but Susan. For Chris, this fledgling relationship was the first time I was in love, to the degree that I realized this person has suddenly become so important to me that I can't imagine life without her. As Susan took up more of his time and attention, Chris's duties with Soundgarden increased as well. Deep Six was finally released in March 1986, with an initial pressing of just 2,000 copies. It took 3 years to sell them all off. Largely cut off from the rest of the country and the larger rock world, it was beyond challenging to get people to give a shit about anything that was happening in Seattle at that time. Local legend Jimi Hendrix had to join the army, move to New York, and then to London before anyone took notice of what he was capable of. Hart had to relocate to Canada before anyone took them seriously. To the music industry, Seattle wasn't even an afterthought. Despite Deep Six's minuscule sales, for all the bands involved, the seemingly impossible act of putting their songs on an actual record felt like a major accomplishment. Just having the finalized thing in your hands, that was the fulfillment of a small dream, Mark Arm said. It's crazy. Like, this almost makes us a real band. To herald the release of the new compilation, CZ Records mailed out 200 or so promo copies to radio stations around the world and booked a 2-night record release show at UCT Hall on March 21st and 22nd, respectively. Soundgarden played the first night, just after the Melvins and before Green River. The U-Men headlined the second evening, with Malfunction and Skinyard opening up. By all accounts, both gigs were highly charged, extremely loud showcases of all 6 groups on the record. Kim Thile wore a denim jacket and played a Guild S100 guitar. He'd yet to grow out the long dark beard that would soon become his signature. Chris went shirtless, wore ripped-up jeans, and had a giant sticker on his right arm. The reaction to Deep Six among the local critical community was largely positive. In her review of the compilation for The Rocket, Dawn Anderson wrote, "The fact that none of these bands could open for Metallica or The Exploited without suffering abuse merely proves how thoroughly the undergrounds absorbed certain influences, resulting in music that isn't punk metal, but a third sound, distinct from either." Talking to me later, she said, "I love them all, but I thought Soundgarden had the most potential to be popular outside of Seattle, because their songwriting was so much stronger." For his column in The Rocket, Sub Pop Bruce Pavitt was even more effusive. Green River, Soundgarden, the Melvins, Malfunction, and even Skinyard prove that you don't have to live in the suburbs and have a low IQ to do some serious headbanging, he wrote. "This record rocks." In a later piece about Soundgarden, he distilled the band's essence down to a powerful, all-encompassing phrase that the band adopted as their unofficial tagline: "Total fucking Godhead." Chapter 3. Sub Pop Rock City. It was an unseasonably chilly evening in Seattle on July 30th, 1985. Having just finished band practice, Jonathan Poneman was driving his buddy Mark home when he decided to swing through the University District to settle up with the promoter of a small venue named the fabulous Rainbow Tavern. Poneman had recently moved from Toledo, Ohio, and enrolled at the University of Washington, where he landed a role as one of the DJs for the college's Audioasis Hour on KCMU. To help raise funds for the station, he started booking and promoting a weekly showcase of local bands at the Rainbow. It was a good look for the station, building a tangible link between themselves and the musicians within the local music scene. It was also a good look for the Rainbow, who figured that whatever young band might play that typically sleepy weekday evening would bring in at least a few dozen of their friends eager to spend their money on drinks. Through the large window at the front of the venue, Poneman could see the opening band Skinyard was on stage. He liked what he heard, and was especially taken by their drummer, a kid named Matt Cameron, who was playing out of his mind. "I thought, this is a guy who's a cut above everybody else," Poneman said. The guitar player was good, the bass player was good, but the drummer was really great. Skinyard's singer, Ben McMillan, also a KCMU DJ, had lobbied Poneman hard for this Tuesday night slot and was glad to get it. But he also had an added request. He said, "Would you entertain putting on a show with my band and K-Clone's band?" K-Clone was another on-air talent at KCMU, the alter ego of Kim Thile. His band had only been together for about 7 months and didn't even have a single out yet. "I didn't know Kim, I just knew him as his air name," Poneman said. "I remember Ben mentioning Hero from The Altered was in this band, and I used to like The Altered." McMillan's cosign, along with his affinity for Hiro Yamamoto's other group, was enough for Poneman to add Soundgarden to the bill, despite their hippy-dippy name. Soundgarden hit the stage after Skinyard, and Poneman hung around for a bit to hear K-Clone and Yamamoto for himself. A few dozen people seated in chairs dotting the floor watched the four-piece group as they launched into their rage-fueled set. They opened with No Wrong, No Right, and Poneman's eyes widened, brimming with menace and stacked frenetic guitar runs. This was about as far from shoegazing hippie jams as it got. Yamamoto and Thile concocted an impressive cacophony, but Poneman couldn't take his eyes off the young lead singer. Chris Cornell was unlike anything he'd ever seen before. He was a total rock star in the making, with more raw, untapped talent and charisma than any of his local peers could ever hope to have. Chris was bare-chested, as he was apt to be, Poneman recalled. He was buff and had one of those teenager mustaches. He kind of reminded me of a high school football player on a PCP bender. He didn't look like he belonged there, but his voice was incredible. His stage presence was unbelievable. Poneman ended up staying for the entire set. When it was over, he raced to say hello to the band. I walked up to the front of the stage after and introduced myself to Chris, and I said, "My name is Jonathan. I'm the host of Audioasis, and I do the booking down here, and I gotta tell you, this was one of the best shows I've seen in my whole life." Chris listened thoughtfully as Poneman gushed over his singing, his music, and his band. I remember him sitting there nodding his head and smiling, saying, "That's great." Soundgarden hadn't even played 10 shows together, and even this small bit of encouragement from someone like Poneman meant a lot. He was the first person to me that planted that seed that you guys will be the future of rock music, Chris remembered. You guys will be playing huge places. You guys will be the ones on commercial rock radio stations that kids listen to in their Camaros. That show at the tavern that brusque summer night began as just another gig for Soundgarden. Chris had no way of knowing that the guy who booked them, sight unseen, would start up a record label of his own called Sub Pop. He had no way of knowing that Poneman would ultimately use Soundgarden as a critical springboard to showcase the best rock and roll the Pacific Northwest had to offer the world. To borrow a phrase from Bruce Springsteen's legendary manager, John Landau, Poneman glimpsed the future of rock and roll that night at the Rainbow, and its name was Soundgarden. "When I went into that Rainbow show, I was a struggling musician," he said. "When I walked out of that Rainbow show, I was a struggling someday-to-be record label head. When you confront that sort of brilliance, you just go, wow." Soundgarden didn't allow the lack of enthusiasm for Deep Six to deter them from pushing forward. Just a little over a month after the record release show at UCT Hall, they made their television debut on the Seattle Public Access Channel. KCMU was hosting a benefit concert at the Rainbow Tavern on June 7th, 1986. And Soundgarden was one of the bands chosen to appear on the bill that was being broadcast across the region. The footage survives to this day, and it's remarkable. Chris is nearly 22 years old, but looks more like 17 with his clean-shaven baby face. He wails away in a white tank top that barely covers his midriff, while Yamamoto, Thile, and Sundquist create a searing maelstrom of noise behind him. Chris had moved out of Yamamoto's place by now and was living with his brother Peter at a little blue house at 625 Melrose Avenue on Capitol Hill, overlooking I-5. It was a typical Seattle hillside home with winding cement stairs that led to a wooden porch and then the front door. One of the nicer amenities was the large picture window from which one could see clear to the Space Needle and Puget Sound just beyond while still sitting on the couch. It's gone now, replaced by condos. The classic Seattle story. Peter was on his way out, and Chris was in search of a roommate to help cover the $350 monthly rent. He would have preferred to live by himself, but it was almost impossible to make it work on a line cook's salary. He decided to call up his friend Stone Gossard, the guitarist for Green River, to see if he'd be interested in taking over Peter's room. Gossard was still living at home with his parents, and preferred that setup to sharing a space with another musician and paying for the luxury. Before hopping off the call, however, Gossard mentioned that their mutual buddy, Andrew Wood, had just gotten out of rehab and was looking for a place to live. Chris knew Andy as the charismatic blonde and boisterous lead singer of a local group called Malfunction. I thought, well, that would be interesting. "He seems like an interesting guy," Chris said. "I called Andy up and he's like, 'Sure, I'm coming over.'" Given the choice between moving back to Bainbridge Island and living with his parents, or staying around Seattle and sharing a space with a notably sober Chris Cornell, it wasn't much of a choice at all. After settling up with Chris's brother Peter over 2 months of rent he had already laid down, Wood moved into the house and officially became Chris's roommate. He seemed like a quiet guy, very soft-spoken. Andrew's brother Kevin Wood said about Chris. Kevin was the guitar player in Malfunction and spent a lot of time jamming and rehearsing at their house. You walk in and it's a small living room to the left with a fireplace and a mantel. There was a picture of Susan Silver on the mantel. To the right there was a dining area. They didn't have it set up so much. There was a little round table and then a kitchen toward the back of the house. The place we played was off to the left through a little door through the side of the living room. Shortly after Wood moved in, the singer's girlfriend, Xana LaFuente, became a fixture. At that time, Chris was working part-time at this clothing store, Retro Viva, this really cool vintage store, she recalled. The store was run by Scott Sundquist's ex-wife Cindy, so it was a natural fit to make some quick cash. He always wore shirts that were ripped all down the sides. He'd cut t-shirts off, and he'd use the arms to make little bracelets. The house gained one more occupant after Chris came home one day and caught a burglar going out the window with some of their stuff. As a remedial home security measure, he went out and got a black Labrador named Bill, who became a near-constant companion. From that time on, it was just music, Bill, and hanging out with Susan, Lafuente remembered. Bill quickly became a key member of Chris's crew. If he and his group of friends were heading out at night to one of the parks around the University of Washington to drink beers, jump off bridges, and skinny dip, Bill was right there along for the ride. He didn't like other dogs or small children, but was as loyal to Chris as they come. One of Chris's favorite pastimes was to crack open a few Fosters with his friends and let Bill run loose. Together the group would scramble to try and corral and catch him. They hardly ever succeeded. In almost every conceivable way outside of their love of music, Chris Cornell and Andrew Wood were near diametric opposites of one another. The former was quiet, with dark curly hair and sharp features, intense and magnetizing, with a goofy personality that undercut his more intense stoic side. The latter was almost cherubic in appearance, gregarious, outgoing, the life of every party. He was always on, Chris observed, always pretty comical and wild and funny and great. But when he put on the makeup, he'd really go somewhere else. The makeup was a critical component of Wood's onstage alter ego, Landru the Love God, a character he created years earlier after watching an episode of Star Trek. Landru would show up to malfunction gigs with teased-up hair, decked out in whiteface, regaling the crowd in front of him with zany stories about his home Olympus. It was odd, but incredibly entertaining. One time, when he and Chris were walking down the street with their friends, a limousine full of kids heading to prom blew past, and Wood, in full Landru regalia, gave chase, screaming that they had forgotten him. Wood wasn't the only one in the house given to performing under an alter ego. Around the same time, the pair had become roommates, while he was still trying to get Soundgarden off the ground. Chris became a nominal member of a parody Western swing band called the Center for Disease Control Boys. He went by the name Jake and performed drums while standing up and wearing overalls. No shirt underneath, of course. Jonathan Poneman and Bill McMillan were members as well, and played bass and cowbell, respectively. The Center for Disease Control Boys performed 8 or 9 shows throughout 1986, mostly at the Ditto Tavern, where they played country classics by the likes of Bob Wills and Woody Guthrie, while surrounded by stuffed roosters, rubber trout, and bales of hay. They printed their own country currency, which they tossed out into the crowd as a swipe at the Federal Reserve and the concept of the dollar itself. The group released a single called "We're the Center for Disease Control Boys." In it, Chris sings his small part in an exaggerated, hiccup-filled country style. The B-side, titled "Who We Hatin' Now, Mr. Reagan," is something like the Flying Burrito Brothers meets the Replacements meets Weird Al Yankovic. Chris and Andrew Wood were distinct in the way they created music. He seemed to really have no editing voice in his head at all, Chris recalled. The future Mother Love Bone singer was open in his writing process, only worrying later if it was worthy of making it onto his band's next record. I had an editorial staff in my head arguing about what I'm doing. I took that definitely from him as a lesson to just chill out and be creative. From Chris, Wood learned more about the nuts and bolts of composition. Andrew was in awe of Chris, Kevin Wood said. I remember him playing demos Chris was making and just really being in awe of his ability to write. Though Wood was slightly more prolific, Chris had a more sophisticated sense of music. He knew a lot more chords than Andy, I guess. Andy did feel like he was jealous in a way. Despite their many differences, Chris and Andy got along well and pushed each other creatively. There was a period of time when he would sit in his bedroom across the hall from mine and we would kind of have these dueling 4-track demos and songs, Chris recalled. He wasn't doing it for malfunction. and me doing it for Soundgarden. It had nothing to do with that. It was us just having fun. When it came time to hunker down, there was a special place in the house where Chris liked to retreat with his tape machine. The boiler room was always where he hid out and recorded music, La Fuente said. That's where he did the original version of Wooden Jesus, which sounded totally different. He used all these weird instruments, like clanging and stuff. There was something about austere spaces that sparked Chris's creativity. Susan had once rented a house up in the Sand Point area, a small house with no view and rental house carpet and nothing really to look at, he recalled. It wasn't an inspiring atmosphere at all, but I had an incredible amount of luck writing in that house. As the months flew by, the bond between Chris and Andy deepened. I felt like him and I together, in the same town or in the same world, doing these things at the same time. In a sense, it was like we were in a band, Chris said. We were a team. Though much of the work they created together, collected onto simple cassette tapes they passed around to friends or hoarded for themselves, remains lost to history, one song, Island of Summer, made it out into the world decades after the fact, with the release of a documentary about Wood titled Malfunction, The Andrew Wood Story. Chris wrote the song, a hazy acoustic piece in which the two men sing over the top of each other about redemption, love, and the passage of time. It's an extremely loose composition, more the germ of an idea than an actual song. Nevertheless, it illustrates the contrast in the ways each approached singing, with Cornell intermittently shooting off into higher pitches, while adding a woo here and there, and Wood maintaining a perfect mid-tempo delivery throughout. The lo-fi musical experiments and his dalliance with irreverent country music were fun and productive distractions, but Chris's focus remained fixed on Soundgarden. Before the band could plot their next serious steps, however, there was a looming situation they had to contend with, involving their drummer. The age gap between Sundquist and the rest of Soundgarden was becoming an issue. As the band plotted their musical future, they understood that it included a heavy amount of touring. Unfortunately, the prospect was a non-starter for Sundquist, who had his family to consider. Sundquist's son was 7 years old, and he and his wife were in a nebulous on-again, off-again status, which meant that he was often a single parent. Long weeks tearing up America's interstate system simply weren't feasible. Sundquist had to leave. It was an agonizing realization for Chris especially, who had formed a strong bond with the drummer going back to their time together at Ray's. As Soundgarden thought about who they could possibly get to replace Scott Sundquist, one name loomed above all others. I remember Chris, Kim, and Hero coming by the Fabulous Rainbow after letting Scott go, and they weren't psyched because Scott was a good friend of theirs, Jonathan Poneman recalled. They came by and said they had done it, and were going to start playing with Matt, and I was like, yes! Born on November 28, 1962, Matt Cameron was only about a year and a half older than Chris. He had started playing drums when he was 9 years old, and just like Kim Thile, his rock and roll interests were ignited by the colorful bombast of Kiss. In fact, the first time he ever performed in front of an audience was during an 8th grade talent show as part of a Kiss cover band, fully decked out in Peter Criss makeup and a spray-painted gray wig. Incredibly, Cameron's childhood band received a cease-and-desist letter from Kiss's management to stop performing their repertoire. The band's big sin was calling themselves Kiss, in lowercase, instead of some cheesy cover band name like Black Diamond or Gene Simmons's Tongue. Later as a teen, he got to meet Paul Stanley. We gave him a photo album of all these photos of us playing their stuff, he recalled. He just looked at it and went, "Yeah, whatever, kid." And then he was off to soundcheck. We were like, whoa. Long before Dave Grohl made Foo Fighters a household name, Cameron notched his recording debut in 1978 under the pseudonym Foo Cameron, while singing a song called Puberty Love in the film Attack of the Killer Tomatoes. The nickname derived from Cameron's older brother Pete's inability to pronounce the word Matthew, instead saying Mafu. The drummer moved north to gloomy Seattle around 1983 after receiving an invitation to visit from his friend and former bandmate, Glenn Slater. The sandy-haired San Diegan made quite an impression early on, first with a group called Bam Bam, and then with Daniel House and a band called Feedback. That's where he first impressed Chris, and disabused the singer of his own notions of remaining behind a kit. His drumming abilities match Chris's singing abilities, Stuart Hallerman observed. Matt wouldn't admit to that, but it's true. After Feedback folded, Cameron and House linked up with Jack Endino and a singer named Ben McMillan to form Skinyard. Their first show took place on June 7th, 1985, at Oddfellows Hall, when they opened for one of Seattle's wildest groups, the U-Men. Over the next year and a half, Cameron was the reliable engine that drove Skinyard to become one of the more buzzed-about bands in the Seattle underground. Everyone in the audience would be watching the drummer, Jack Endino said with mock indignation. We were okay, but everyone knew we had a world-class drummer in our band, and he sort of upstaged everybody without even trying because he was just so good. He's able to do anything. After a while, however, Cameron grew weary of playing in Skinyard and told his bandmates he wanted out. He said he wanted to try jazz, but was open to playing rock if the right opportunity came along. Just like that, it did. Cameron was already a fan when he heard Soundgarden was looking for a new drummer. He called Kim Thile to see if they were interested in adding him to the lineup. I always tried to make their shows whenever they played, he said. I was always impressed with Chris's natural charisma, and Hero, the bass player, was fantastic. Before they brought Cameron on board around September 1986, Soundgarden tried out Scott McCullum from the band 64 Spiders. McCullum's audition went well enough that they almost offered him the job, but when the opportunity with Cameron popped up, Cornell had to make the call to his buddy that he was out. McCullum eventually took Cameron's place in Skinyard around 1987. Soundgarden got together with Cameron in Chris's living room at his place in Capitol Hill. It wasn't quite a formal audition, per se, but they showed him how to play most of their repertoire. Cameron sat down behind Chris's rudimentary Trusted Tama kit and kicked into a song called Ocean Fronts. The drummer kept pace with the song's extended intro, and then Chris began to wail. Cameron was floored by the volume that came out of Chris's mouth and tried to match it on the kit. When the song was over, Chris turned to me with a big smile on his face and said, "You played it perfectly. We have a gig at the Central in 1 week. Want to do it?" Though Cameron already knew how to play some songs like Heretic and Incessant Mace, the show was a trial by fire. Scott Sundquist stood in the front row, offering on-the-fly advice about the volume of his kick drum or chiding him when he began to play a little too fast. But Cameron had passed the test with flying colors. As Jack Endino observed, "As soon as I heard Soundgarden and Matt on the drums, I thought, that's it, these guys are going to do pretty well." Instantly, Cameron proved to be a steadying force in Soundgarden. I think Matt's kind of easygoing and perhaps a little better adjusted socially in terms of temperament, Thile said. He's a good balance to the volatility to the other personalities in the band. Cameron also brought a keen ability to translate the off-kilter time signatures that the other three guys in the group cooked up in their own songwriting into digestible, listener-friendly patterns that disguised some of their inherent complexity. That gift, above all others, made him the perfect musician to man the drums in Soundgarden. Cameron's superior musicianship gave Chris the confidence that Soundgarden was a force to be reckoned with as they entered the many seedy clubs and bars that comprised the underground circuit around Washington state. The first tours we did with Matt, we're going to clubs and towns where you're just sort of intimidated, he said on Sirius XM radio. You go into these dirty, dingy clubs that are dark, and they stink like rotten alcohol, And there's guys with neck tattoos wandering around mopping up, and everyone seems to hate you. When Cameron started pounding his toms, smacking his snare, and annihilating his kick drum, the tattooed set loosened up. He was the only one in the band at that time that had that power, so it made me go, oh, we can hold our head up. It was very important. Soundgarden had all the pieces they needed to move forward. They had the dynamic frontman. They had the abrasive and inventive guitarist. They had the cerebral bassist with a punk rock edge. And now they had the drummer, who could handle anything thrown at him. All they really needed was someone to come along to help them make a record. That's about the time that Jonathan Poneman entered the picture. After seeing Soundgarden play at the Rainbow, Poneman made it his mission to help them put out an album. It didn't matter that he didn't have an iota of experience running a label or any clue how to promote and distribute an album. He needed to be in the Soundgarden business. Originally, they brought him on board as their manager, though he considered himself more akin to a booster or a mascot. I performed exactly one managerial act, which was that I called the Railway Club in Vancouver, which is a music venue and a great punk rock shithole, and I canceled their show, because they said they didn't want to go up and play there. Poneman remembered. When it became obvious that Poneman might be better suited to the label side of things, he relinquished his role as manager and began plotting out ways to help them record and release their debut. Poneman had the resources and conviction to help make their dream a reality. What he didn't have were the connections, clout, and insight to the larger industry. Fortunately, he knew someone who did. Bruce Pavitt had been close friends with Kim Thayil for years. He had dated one of the guitarist's two sisters and was already heavily into Soundgarden, as evidenced by his rosy write-ups in his sub-pop column in The Rocket. To walk into a Soundgarden show and there's only 9 other people in the room, it exaggerated the sense of community there and the sense of drama. Pavitt told author Michael Azerrad. It made everything that came out of the speakers sound like the voice of God. Pavitt had spent the last couple years before 1986 writing, DJing, and releasing a variety of cassette compilations which allowed him to scrape by a living. In July 1986, he became a record label of one after putting out his first formal LP, a collection of underground rock music dubbed Sub Pop 100, with contributions from bands like Sonic Youth, Naked Raygun, Scratch Acid, and Skinny Puppy. Sub Pop 100 made some noise on the underground circuit and sold out all 5,000 copies pretty quickly. The wheels of Poneman and Pavitt's eventual partnership were set into motion one evening when the former walked into the Oxford Tavern and caught sight of his favorite band meeting with the latter. Poneman's heart sank. I got real territorial because Bruce had a record label. Never mind that he had no money, he said. After I confronted Kim and was like, "How dare you?" That's when he said, "You guys should think about working together." After a whirlwind of back-and-forth phone calls with Thayil acting as go-between, the two men decided to give it a shot. The opportunity to work with Soundgarden along with other local bands like Green River, Fluid, Swallow, and Blood Circus was too enticing to pass up. Poneman had about $15,000 from a savings bond that he'd saved from the time that he was a kid, which he decided to cash in and invest in the label. I was coming in as an investor, but Bruce and I hit it off so well that we decided to make a go at doing the Sub Pop you know now, going out of business since 1988, he said. But it started off as Bruce and I getting together over Soundgarden. The negotiations between Soundgarden and their would-be label bosses went smoothly. The contract was written out in longhand on 4 sheets of loose-leaf paper, with the label agreeing to loan Soundgarden $3,000 for the production and manufacture of phonograph records. They also agreed to provide $1,000 for promotion of aforementioned Soundgarden record. And on the back end, after manufacturing costs are deducted, Sub Pop will pay Soundgarden 20% of the remaining net profits. This will be determined on a wholesale cost of $4 per unit. Thanks in part to an assist from Stuart Hallerman, Soundgarden had more than enough songs to make a true full-length album. A few months after they did their Deep Six contributions, they're like, "Hey, we want to record some stuff," Hallerman recalled. I got invited up to Seattle to record them, and then Chris, instead of me bringing my 4-track, he said his brother already had one, so it was already in the house. It was over by Green Lake. Despite their desire to make a capital A album, Pavitt convinced the band to cull everything down into a 6-track EP instead. His reasoning, according to Thayil, was that there was an ocean's worth of unknown indie bands vying for the attentions of a small pond of potential fans. Why charge $9 for 10 or 12 songs when you could make it easier for them to take a chance by only asking for $6? The band agreed. Soundgarden tapped their friend, Jack Endino, to produce, and in July 1986, the five men entered a dark, triangular-shaped former antique store that had been refurbished into a studio, fitted with a rudimentary Atari MX 5050 MK3 8-track console. It was called Reciprocal Recordings. The band worked quickly and efficiently, taking only 3 or 4 days to record the rhythm tracks, which were all done live. Chris added his vocals later. Under better circumstances, they would have preferred to take more time to work on the songs in the studio, but the demand from their day jobs, especially for Cameron, who was working at the Kinko's copy shop in the University District alongside a portly singer named Tad Doyle, made it impossible. They were paying for it themselves, so they would come in pretty regularly, and we would record a couple more songs and try to finish them, Endino said. They were steady customers. They'd come in every week or two and do a little more work. At $15 an hour, or about $150 for a day's work, Reciprocal's rates put it within financial reach for a hand-to-mouth band like Soundgarden to slowly piece together their debut, 1 or 2 songs at a time. When the final receipts were tallied up, the entire EP cost them around $3,000. The band decided to title the project Screaming Life, and while they spent many of the late months of 1986 into the early months of 1987 working on it, the vast sum of the songs were all written in about a 2-week span. On the 6 tracks that made it onto the EP's final cut, only 2 songs, Tears to Forget and Entering, were staples of the band's live show at that point. Other songs they worked on, like Toy Box and The Telephantasm, remained tucked away, only to be revisited on subsequent releases, decades later. Screaming Life is a collection of some of the rawest, most visceral recordings that Soundgarden ever made. Most of the music was put together by Yamamoto and Thiel, with Chris contributing lyrics. Nuance was sacrificed at the altar of aggression. The haunting Nothing to Say was an especially revelatory moment in the band's artistic development. It was the first song where Thiel experimented with drop D tuning, which gave the song a foreboding low-end heft. Thiel had learned the tuning from Buzz Osborne, leader of the Furious Melvins, after they saw the Los Angeles-based doom metal band, St. Vitus, in concert together. When the show ended, the pair went back to Mark Arm's place to hang out and got into a conversation about how Kiss tuned down their guitars to E-flat to make their songs sound heavier. Arm and Thiel were both planning on trying that out themselves when Osborne suggested they just tune the lowest E string down to D instead. It was a light bulb moment for Thiel, who had largely been playing in the standard E, A, D, G, B, E tuning, familiar to most players. The technique paid immediate dividends. Thiel was always one to try and find new ways to make his guitar sound as menacing as he could make it. I asked Kim, "What do you want your guitar to sound like?" "I want to sound like Godzilla knocking over buildings," Hallerman said. Nothing to Say is a dynamic showcase of Chris's growth as a singer between the fall of '85, when he worked on Deep Six, and the spring of 1986, when they entered the studio for Screaming Life. Whether it was the series of low, ominous oohs he crooned over Thiel's brontosaurus-sized riff through the intro, or the way he soared to the top of his register while screaming the title of the song repeatedly in the chorus, the level of control he managed to exert over his voice is remarkable. I would say meticulous is a good way of putting it, Endino noted of Chris's vocal work in the studio. He was very focused on the music, and he was very hard on himself as far as trying to get a great vocal take. He wasn't crazy. He wouldn't do a million takes. But he wanted to make sure he got the great take. Sometimes, if his voice wasn't working on a particular day, he'd be happy to move on to guitar or something else instead. Hand of God served as an early indicator of how adventurous and open to off-kilter ideas Soundgarden could be. The wild and woolly song opens with a passionate speech by an earnest preacher, decrying the sin of vanity. The sermon was snipped from a set of old tapes that Endino came across at a yard sale. "These tapes were from the 50s, and I don't know who they were or where they were," he said. "Anyway, I pulled them out and said, 'You gotta listen to these.' And someone said, 'Oh, we gotta put these on the song.'" The cadence of the preacher's voice actually matched the music, and this was before digital recording, so I copied it onto 8-track at the beginning of the song, and it was amazing how well it lined up. For their debut single, Soundgarden decided to go with the EP opener, Hunted Down, a hostile riff-driven wrecking ball of a song. The original version, as written by Thiel, was played a lot slower, but once they started working on it together, it sped up. Through that process, it picked up an enticing, chaotic bent, hallmarked by the scratchy, discordant anti-solos that the guitarist layered in from time to time. Even at this early stage, Matt Cameron showed the rest of the band how his musical abilities surpassed his talent for keeping time by coming up with the ingenious staccato ending that slowly fades out into oblivion. And in what would become something of a lyrical hallmark throughout the entirety of his career, Chris was already singing about dogs, in this case, a starving pack of them racing after their bleeding prey. Soundgarden sat in on the mixing sessions with Endino as he manipulated the board and tried to fine-tune the tracks. They were very focused on everything, levels and tones. They'd ask about the technical aspect of what I was doing. They very much enjoyed being in the studio and took it very seriously, the producer said. Pavitt tapped local photographer Charles Peterson to come up with something compelling for the cover. Peterson had been college roommates with Mark Arm and was a close buddy to Kim Thiel. He was into the vision for the cover as outlined by Pavitt. Bruce was really aware of the music history like Blue Note and Motown and Stax and Sun and all that, and how that label identity thing worked, Peterson said. He wanted to create that. It was really kind of a stumbling in the dark creating a brand, doing what we wanted to do. Pavitt invited Peterson to shoot Soundgarden at one of Sub Pop's regular Sunday night showcases at the Vogue Tavern, just down the road from their offices in the Terminal Sales Building. "We all kind of love the almost feminine quality of Chris in that shot," he said of the photo that made the cover. "He's got his shirt off, and in 1987, that wasn't very big on the indie scene, let me tell you. Still isn't. But that photo really drew in a lot of people into the scene at the time." Chris was ambivalent about the photo. Their rationale for using it was, "Well, it's mostly Chris, but what the heck, he's sexy, the people are gonna love it," he said. "I don't necessarily disagree with that, but from a label like Sub Pop, it was kind of surprising." Peterson captured the image of Chris, mouth agape with a blur of Kim Thiel just behind him, without even looking into his viewfinder. "Several people have commented on that photo like, 'Dude, it's like you're standing on a ladder,'" he said. "I did not drag a short ladder to shows with me. I'm holding the camera over my head. You get really comfortable with your lens and the angles, and if you overdo it, you blow off all their heads. But I got that one just right." The image was the start of a long relationship between Peterson and Sub Pop. Many of his black and white action shots of Nirvana, Pearl Jam, Mudhoney, and others are held up as the defining images of grunge. At the time, there was sensuality and sexuality in music, but you had like the Vapid Clowns, the LA glam rock scene, you have the sterile antiseptic new romantic and British pop at the time, and you had American hardcore, which was by and large much faster, much more didactic, and full of rules, Poneman said. This was very natural. It was rock music. There was something celebratory about the whole thing. And the confidence to present Jack Endino, Charles Peterson, Sub Pop, Soundgarden, all in this package, it was a strong introduction to what would become seen as the Seattle aesthetic. Soundgarden's first single, Hunted Down, with the B-side Nothing to Say, was released on June 1st, 1987. The original run was limited to 500 copies, all pressed on blue vinyl, number SP12A. In a canny bit of guerrilla marketing, Sub Pop used the song as their hold music for anyone calling in to the office. 4 months after the single dropped, Screaming Life was released. The band celebrated the milestone with a show at the Central Tavern on November 21st, 1987, supported by the pride of Ellensburg, Washington, another underground group named Screaming Trees. Like Hunted Down, Screaming Life's initial run was limited to 500 special edition copies, but pressed on orange vinyl instead of blue. For the print advertisements, Sub Pop isolated the picture of Chris on the cover and tagged it with the line, 6 songs, 12 inches, $5. The media blitz wasn't limited to trade publications, zines, and alt weeklies. Sub Pop also sprung for a 30-second television spot that aired locally, featuring live footage and informing those who had heard of Soundgarden or seen them live that they could now own a little piece of them too. While Screaming Life's commercial impact was minimal, Nothing to Say attracted the attention of several major labels, thanks to a compilation tape titled Bands That Will Make Money, put together by KCMU's musical director, Faith Henschel. Rather than try to make the case for Seattle over the phone to A&R representatives, she figured it'd be better to let them hear for themselves what was going on around town, and stacked the collection with some of the best that Seattle had to offer, including Vexed, Green River, Skin Yard, H-Hour, and Soundgarden. Simultaneously, Soundgarden landed on the radar of SST, the most prolific and venerated label in indie rock throughout the 80s. Founded by Black Flag leader Greg Ginn in 1978, SST was a safe harbor for purveyors of post-punk and hardcore music, of which Chris Cornell was an acolyte. The opportunity to work with the same company that released albums by Meat Puppets, St. Vitus, The Minutemen, and Husker Du was the sum total of everything Soundgarden wanted. That was our goal before Sub Pop was even a label, Chris said. We started a band in 1984, and probably by 1986, you can say that like 60 or 70% of the most vital post-punk indie bands out there were either SST artists or had at least released one album on it. With interest coming their way, a growing list of shows, and obligations to Sub Pop, it became apparent to Soundgarden that they were in need of a manager to help them navigate the murky waters of the music industry. Record contracts, shady promoters, the press. It was a lot to handle all by themselves. Jonathan Poneman had been their first choice, but given his role as the head of their current label, they had to look elsewhere. When push came to shove, they collectively decided to go with someone who had both experience managing bands before and the trust of Chris in particular to look after his best interests. They chose Chris's girlfriend, Susan Silver. She had her own resources and was a much savvier business person in a conventional sense than Bruce or myself, Poneman said. I advocated for Susan being their manager because there was understandably all of us being kind of new to this, and Chris being a natural leader of the band. There was some trepidation about the love interest coming in, but she obviously remains to this day a great manager. From the outset, Chris was a bit wary about the proposition of commingling his romantic and musical lives. Susan wasn't into the idea when she first heard about it either. She realized, however, that no one else was coming over the hill to help Soundgarden, and agreed to take on the role. Financial practicality ultimately outweighed many of the concerns that the other members of Soundgarden might have had about Susan managing them. Frankly put, she was the perfect person for the job. Susan Silver was the genius, Stuart Hallerman said. The hardest working human I knew. If she could work 24/7, she would. On the phone, in the air, writing, fine-tooth combing, microscopically looking at contracts, arguing, defending, putting up with wrangling with all different bands, too, from all different sides. She really did right by those guys. She's so protective as a manager that I don't think anyone's felt they weren't being taken care of, Chris told Rolling Stone in 1994. There have been situations where I get caught in the middle because Susan will be angry with the band and I come out championing the band and getting angry with her. And there's been situations where it's the complete turnaround. Though their shared interest in Soundgarden and the music industry would bind them together, they made their relationship work by siloing a large portion of that part of their lives while they were at home together. It was often assumed that Chris was clued into every facet of Soundgarden's business dealings, but that wasn't always the case. Before they could make a move to SST or a major label, Soundgarden had unfinished business with Sub Pop. Fop, Soundgarden's 4-song follow-up to Screaming Life, wasn't an entirely serious endeavor. Anchored by the song Fop, that had originally been written and recorded by the Ohio Players for their 1975 album, Honey, the EP is more like a 12-inch maxi single than a legitimate entry in their official canon. In the early days, Fop was just a fun toss-off that Soundgarden threw into their set to keep things interesting. A lot of their fans didn't have the slightest clue that it was a funk deep cut, mistaking it instead for one of the band's latest up-tempo rockers. Soundgarden worked with Steve Fisk, the keyboardist in the SST-signed instrumental band Pell Mell, and producer of Screaming Trees' debut, Other Worlds. They rented out the Moore Theater, and over a single-day session laid down 3 separate tracks that they felt good enough to release. It was an odd choice of location. To get the recording right, Fisk utilized the Dogfish mobile recording unit, owned by Gru Canulet, who served as his assistant. The band played live, on stage, to the empty chairs, sort of like a low-rent version of Pink Floyd playing at the Roman Amphitheater in Pompeii in 1971. During the recording, Soundgarden ran through Fop, as planned, and then busted out another couple of tracks to go along with it, including a cover of Swallow My Pride, taken from local contemporaries Green River's debut 1985 EP, Come On Down, and a new composition written by Chris titled Kingdom of Come. The former track is the highlight of what became Fop. Soundgarden's take on the song sears, while the Green River cover sneers. The way Chris's voice hits new crescendos while screaming, "If you swallow my pride, make me feel all right," through the chorus is exhilarating. The latter track is an upbeat 70s-style rocker with a title that's a pun about ejaculate. It's not exactly the most sterling entry into Soundgarden's canon, but Cameron's drumming redeems it in the end. After recording the 3 tracks, Fisk got down to the business of creating a 4th. Fop, fucked up heavy dub mix, pretty much says all you need to know about the EP's 2nd track. It's a far more adventurous, expansive, and delightfully weird take on the Ohio Players song, filled out with weird keyboard melodies and voice modulators, echo effects, and even a spoken word section. The 80s cheese might not be to everyone's taste, but showed once again Soundgarden's inclination to take odd detours. Fop hit shelves on August 1st, 1988. It was a vinyl-only release initially, limited to 3,000 copies that were packaged in black die-cut sleeves. It was never intended to be a commercial juggernaut, more of a madcap lark than anything else. To this day, it serves as an important early demonstration of the band's willingness to try off-the-wall ideas. It was that critical characteristic that would serve the band exceedingly well in the years to come. Around this time, the band was divvying up their share of the profits from gigging and the advance from Sub Pop between them 4 ways to $600 a month. Then we got sassy and switched to $800 a month, Chris recalled. I remember the first time I had $2,000 in the bank. That's when I could afford to buy a decent car that ran. Soundgarden didn't dwell on Fop. Greater opportunities were looming, and their attention was centered on creating and releasing their first proper full-length album. Meanwhile, Sub Pop was plotting a follow-up to Pavitt's relatively successful singles compilation, Sub Pop 100, with a new collection titled Sub Pop 200. The 20-track collection featured some of the earliest contributions from bands like Nirvana, Mudhoney, and Tad, to name just a few. We had all these great bands and were always thinking of ways in which to feed the beast and give people more of what we thought they wanted, Poneman said. We didn't want to do a double album. We wanted to do a triple EP box set. It seemed like the most extravagant, overstated thing. We figured out a way to do it, and we did it. Kim Thayil himself helped shrink-wrap a bunch of those records. For their contribution to Sub Pop 200, Soundgarden cooked up a song called Sub Pop Rock City, a loose rave-up that Thayil wrote, while thinking of Kiss's 70s anthem, Detroit Rock City. I thought we'd make it a little butt rock, the guitarist told Guitar School. It's the only time you'll hear a boogie riff in a Soundgarden song. We threw it in mostly for humor. Even though it was created as a tongue-planted firmly in cheek joke, Sub Pop Rock City is one of the best tracks that Soundgarden cooked up under the Sub Pop umbrella. It's not often in his life that Chris Cornell sang about things like sex dogs in my Chevy, for instance. He used the throwaway track to vent about some of the different aspects of the scene around town that bothered him. The same plastic people trying their best to act cool and be seen at the different venues up the Ave, over on Capitol Hill or down around Pioneer Square. "Everyone I hate is at the party tonight," he screams. The inclusion of both Poneman and Pavitt's voices, clipped out of messages they'd left for the band on their answering machine, remains an inspired touch. Sub Pop 200 dropped in December 1988. While it's gone down in history as a seminal touchstone of grunge, critics were initially divided over it. Simon Reynolds, writing for NME, chided, "Those old and foolish enough to hanker for the next revolution are wasting their time if they're looking here." Yet he had kind words for Soundgarden. Sub Pop Rock City is a crazed, pervy, twisted blowout, like some dream fusion of the Pixies and Dinosaur Jr. and Screaming Trees vandalize Hendrix's Love or Confusion, with results as solar as the original. Chapter 4. Absolutely Unbelievably Not Bad. Nearly every summer in Olympia, Washington, throughout the 80s, Slim Moon hosted a punk rock showcase dubbed the Capitol Lake Jam. The future Kill Rock Stars label founder was working for the state of Washington at the time and founded an unlikely set of co-sponsors for his event in the form of the Dare Police Unit and the local Parks Department. In 1988, however, the show was in jeopardy. A Japanese cultural festival was set to take place the same day that he planned to host his event. Even though they'd be about a half-mile apart from one another, the volume posed a problem. Moon had booked 4 bands. The undercard featured a group called Swallow, another called My Name, and a trio from Aberdeen named Nirvana. Infamous Menagerie were tapped to headline. Given the conflict from the competing festival, however, Moon's only option was to move his show up 2 weeks to August 20th. The unfortunate side effect was that Infamous Menagerie had to drop out. Moon's friend, Stuart Hallerman, offered a solution. "I was like, I know these guys in Seattle. Soundgarden," Hallerman said. Moon couldn't have been more excited at the proposition of including the Sub Pop rockers on the bill. He's like, "What? You know Soundgarden? Can we get their number? That'd be amazing." Despite their varied connections to the state capitol and the many friends they had who attended the Evergreen State College, Soundgarden had yet to perform in Olympia. When asked by Hallerman if they'd be interested in making the 60-mile drive south to play, they readily agreed. Nirvana showed up early to the gig on that warm summer evening underneath the imposing white Capitol dome, but then quickly took off to get some lunch. By the time they made it back, KFC in hand, they were running way behind. They quickly loaded their gear onto the flatbed truck, which doubled as a stage, and performed their entire set, with a bag of the Colonel's finger-lickin' finest perched on drummer Chad Channing's rack of toms. The Capitol Lake Jam was a big enough show for the band that Kurt Cobain recorded a commercial advertising the event where he changed his voice to portray a variety of oddball characters that he made up on the spot. Even Chris Novoselic's mom showed up to watch them play. As the headliners, Soundgarden went on just as the sun began to set. Novoselic provided them with a rudimentary light show by pulling Nirvana's van up onto the grass and shining its headlights at them as they played. Soundgarden ran through their regular set, including Nothing to Say and Fop, which was less than 3 weeks old at this point. Chris actually instructed me before the show, "Hey, we're going to do the remix extended version, so just do whatever you want with the effects," Hallerman remembered. Their intensity made a positive impression on the young Olympia punk rock kids. Even the local Dare officer was getting into it. "It's the last song they're going to play, the sun is gone, and they were great," the sound guy said. The policeman goes, "You know, I didn't know what to expect from this Seattle band. I thought there'd be some craziness, but this is actually really good." That's when Chris decided to not so subtly modify the lyrics to Fop. Chris starts screaming from the top of his lungs, "Fop and rock, suck my cock, suck my cock, suck my cock," Hallerman said. Looking back to the cop, we shrugged at each other and I went back to the mixing board. Much is made of the intertwined history between Soundgarden and Pearl Jam, for good reason. Soundgarden and Chris's ties to Kurt Cobain, however, were more nebulous. They shared many musical influences and knew many of the same people. They weren't friends, but were friendly when they ran into each other at the Central Saloon or the Vogue. Cobain was an admirer of Soundgarden and a big fan of Ultra Mega OK. In fact, in the spring of 1988, when Cobain posted an ad in the Rocket looking for a new drummer for Nirvana, he had a specific ideal in mind. "Hard, heavy, to hell with your looks, and hair a must," he wrote. And for influences, Soundgarden, Zepp, Scratch Acid. Kurt 3520992. Chris was enamored with Nirvana's sub-pop debut, Bleach, when it dropped a few years later. He later called it his favorite of all the albums released by Seattle bands in the halcyon years, before the scene blew up. As they were plotting the next steps in their career, Nirvana looked to Soundgarden's camp for guidance. When Sub Pop approached Nirvana with a contract offer in 1990, Cobain reached out to Susan Silver for guidance, who advised him to get a lawyer. Novoselic later thanked her for introducing us to the music industry properly during his Rock and Roll Hall of Fame induction speech. In 1992, Cobain was asked by Flipside to give his opinion about Soundgarden, which he did in his typical piss-talking manner, albeit layered with a level of affection that he didn't always include for other peers. "They used to be great. They were even better in like 85 when Chris Cornell had a flock of seagulls haircut. They were just like the Butthole Surfers. They were amazing," he said. "I really liked them a lot." While it wasn't readily apparent given their different personas, Cobain, the blonde, sardonic singer who wore baggy t-shirts and flannel, and Cornell, the 6'2", dark-haired, shirtless rock god, they shared many of the same traits. "Over the years, I've had many conversations about Chris and Kurt," Jonathan Poneman said. "The qualities where I bonded with both of them was their sense of humor, and they're both not known for their sense of humor." Speaking years later to Howard Stern, Chris reflected on Cobain's suicide. "It's a shame," he said. "It's a shame for his daughter, for one. It's a shame for the fans. But really it's a personal thing, and it was a drag, and I wish it didn't happen. I also think that if he had just kind of hung on for 6 months, who knows? 6 months later, he would have been a completely different guy." While Soundgarden was in talks with SST through the early months of 1988 to record their first full-length album, they also found themselves in the enviable position of being courted by several major labels. Faith Henchel's Bands That Will Make Money compilation tape had turned the heads of more than a few A&R reps in Los Angeles, who reached out to Susan Silver to find out more about this rock group with the frenzied lead singer. No one was more surprised by this development than Chris. It wasn't just Henschel sounding the Soundgarden alarm. Geffen Records, home to Neil Young, Guns N' Roses, Sonic Youth, and many of the biggest names in music, caught wind of Soundgarden thanks to a tip from Faith No More's drummer, Mike Borden. Chris gave Borden a copy of one of Soundgarden's early 4-track demos, which he passed along to the higher-ups at the company. Geffen was interested in what they heard, but they had a litany of competitors like Capitol, Epic, and Warner Brothers, all vying for the band's attention. It was A&M Records, however, the artist-friendly label founded by Herb Alpert and Jerry Moss in 1962, that pursued them with a borderline desperate fervor. From the minute he heard Henschel's tape, Aaron Jacobus, A&M's West Coast director of A&R, knew there was something special about Soundgarden and wanted to sign them. Nothing to Say was the only song of Soundgarden's included on Bands That Will Make Money, but Jacobus loved it and wanted to hear more. It didn't matter that they weren't officially on the roster yet or signed to Sub Pop. He fronted the band a relatively paltry sum, around $600, to keep making music. "I offered them a little budget to keep doing what they were doing, and we continued to go back and forth with songs," Jacobus said. "There was a song called Uncovered, and I think we played it 100 times. Jacobus was impressed by the tapes Chris sent him, but he needed to see and hear what Soundgarden was like in the flesh before he committed to bringing them into A&M. Along with his assistant, Brian Huttenhauer, he flew up to Seattle to watch the band perform. Susan Silver picked us up and we drove to Vancouver to a club called Graceland, he remembered. We saw the band for the very first time at this, I wouldn't say empty club, but there were few people there. My recollection, it was like an acid trip without doing acid. There was Chris on stage as a rock god. I don't know any other way of describing it. The guy just had presence. It was the band, of course, but Chris was the centerpiece. You just knew it. Jacobus wasn't the only label rep blown away by Chris's star potential. Shortly after the Vancouver gig, Soundgarden played a show in Seattle, which put a spotlight on the local scene. It went down at the Vogue on First Avenue. Soundgarden shared a bill that night with Feast. 3 different labels came, and all 3 tried to sign us, Chris remembered. More importantly for Seattle's rock scene, however, all the individuals who represented those big labels started coming back. Representatives from Los Angeles and New York flocked to the area to raid this vast crop of undiscovered, club-hardened rock bands. It's entirely possible that bands like Nirvana, Mother Love Bone, and Alice in Chains would have been discovered eventually. But Soundgarden was a critical catalyst in drawing attention to their rain-soaked corner of the country. Despite A&M's eagerness to ink Soundgarden to a contract, despite Jacobus's goodwill gesture of cash to help them make demo tapes, despite the promise of fatter bank accounts and worldwide distribution and promotion, and despite having just 2 EPs to their name on a floundering regional label, Soundgarden turned down all of the lucrative offers sent their way. They just weren't ready to make the leap. It was partially because we were afraid to take the step to a major and didn't want to fuck ourselves or be put in a position where somebody was trying to get us to do something we didn't want to do, Chris later explained to Spin. The other reason was necessity, because we were not a commercial band, and there was no commercial audience for us then. Soundgarden wasn't about to let promises of glitz and glamour derail their career before it even got started. They were wise enough to realize that if they didn't grow an audience organically, their prospects of longevity were out the window. Coupled with the bewildering math of major label economics, like being asked to sign away your 20s to lock in a budget to make an album a decade down the line when you're in your 30s, it just seemed smarter to keep things simple. The amount of self-confidence and clear-eyed vision it took to spurn the majors is incredible, especially coming from a band of hungry 20-somethings still holding down day jobs. Many in Seattle couldn't understand how they could pass up on what seemed like the opportunity of a lifetime. A lot of people thought we were being arrogant, telling the big labels to go fish. But we knew what we were doing, Chris said. We wanted to make the record we wanted to make, and we knew the majors would still be there after we made it. While some companies were put off by the band's standoffishness, Jacobus was willing to play the long game. It helped that Soundgarden was always straight with him about their plans and intentions. We paid for these demos, and I recall that Chris called me once and said, "There's a little label and we want to release a record." This was before we actually signed the band. "Would you guys mind if we used some of these recordings?" I said, "No one here is going to mind. No one here at the label even knows who you are." It wasn't a contractual situation at that time, so I said, "Go ahead, build up a story. I could use it." The record Soundgarden wanted to make was eventually titled Ultra Mega OK. The name itself was kind of a joke. Like absolutely unbelievably not bad, Chris explained to journalist Everett True. The place they wanted to make it was SST. It was like if the Rolling Stones made an album with Chess Records. "Our band could be your life author," Michael Azerrad said. SST was the coolest label on earth at that time, at least for that crowd. It was coveted to be on SST. It was grounds for congratulations. Mike Pickerel, the drummer for Screaming Trees, was instrumental in making that dream happen. "We were trying to get SST to pay attention," Susan Silver told Billboard. "Even though I dealt with SST owners Chuck Dukowski and Greg Ginn as a promoter, they wouldn't talk to me as a manager. Mark Pickerel from Screaming Trees talked to them about Soundgarden, and that opened the door for that. Screaming Trees had just inked with SST the year before to record their second album, Even If and Especially When Soundgarden rolled through their hometown of Ellensburg, Washington for a gig. Pickerel was among the crowd when he noticed that his band's sound guy, Rob Doak, was recording the set through the venue's mixing console. After the show, he asked Doak for a copy of the tape, which he passed off to Greg Ginn. Ginn liked what he heard, and after getting a few more personal recommendations from members of St. Vitus, Das Damen, and FOP producer Steve Fisk, he reached out to Soundgarden. Before the band could officially make the jump to SST, there was one last bit of business. They had to tell Sub Pop they were leaving. There was a genuine wellspring of loyalty and affection that flowed between both sides. But as the music industry has proven time and time again, loyalty and affection doesn't count for a whole hell of a lot when you're trying to build an audience. Our relationship with Soundgarden was odd in that they were already out the door when we put Screaming Life out, Poneman said. I remember Susan sitting down with me very soon after I'd first heard Nirvana, and she was saying, "Jonathan, you have to understand the band is going to go on and do other things. This is beyond SST," which was already a fait accompli. Throughout the mid to late 80s, Sub Pop barely managed to stay afloat financially. Things sometimes got so dicey that many of the label's employees would race to cash their checks as soon as they got them, so they wouldn't bounce. For Soundgarden, the prospects of a future in music under their perennially cash-strapped banner didn't seem realistic. It seemed like a smart and natural move to me, Poneman said. We had dreams that they would stay on the label, but we were also pragmatic. We didn't have any money. More than anything, the Sub Pop guys wanted Soundgarden to become a success, whether that meant releasing records for them or releasing them for somebody else. Bruce Pavitt from Sub Pop is the one who told us that SST was interested in putting out one of our records, and he told us we should do it, Chris recalled. He sort of looked at it like, well, they can wait around for us to be able to afford it, or pay for it themselves, and here's SST that wants to put out a record. After a quick meeting with a lawyer who looked over the contract with the band in Chris's living room, Soundgarden signed a one-album deal with SST, and were on their way. Originally, the thought was to record at Reciprocal again, but then their new label suggested that they work with a producer named Drew Canulette at Dogfish Sound Studios in Newberg, Oregon instead. Canulette, a graduate of the Evergreen State College and friend of Stuart Hallerman, first met the band back in 1985 when Chris was still playing drums. They had a cassette they gave me and it was good, pretty raw rock, Canulette said. Not a very good recording, but you know, God damn. Soundgarden had previously used Calulette's mobile recording setup for the FOP EP, so they were familiar with how it all worked. The chance to record on a 16-track console over Reciprocal's 8-track certainly sweetened the pot. They also appreciated the studio's relatively close proximity to Seattle, which allowed them to continue earning steady checks from their day jobs. Drew Canulette produced based on the fact that SST had used his mobile unit for a live Black Flag record. We figured, okay, he was involved in making this live Black Flag record, so he can't be a complete idiot about recording, Chris said. The distance between Newberg and Seattle is roughly 200 miles, about a 4-hour car ride. Initially, Canulette drove his rolling studio up to Seattle where the band tracked some of Matt Cameron's drums in a loft space overlooking University Avenue. He also tracked some of Chris's vocals in the singer's house on Melrose. Having a truck like that, you could go anywhere and record, Canulette said. He wanted to sing in his bedroom, so sure, we can do that. Run the snake up there, run the headphones, get the mic set up, wait for the planes to quit flying overhead, and hit record. Most of the basic tracks, however, were laid down in Oregon. The expectation was that the band would stay the week initially and then a weekend at a time while Chris and I finished up the vocals and guitars, respectively, Thiel wrote in the issue of Ultra Mega OK's liner notes. With so much work to do in the studio to get the songs sounding how they wanted, that meant quite a few weekends cruising up and down I-5 wired on coffee, jabbering about bands, roadside billboards, and different inside jokes. Kim and Chris were kind of a pair, Canulet recalled. Hero was kind of like done. He did the basic tracks, laid down his bass tracks, and then he was done. He really didn't come down for mixing or anything. The setting around Newburgh was pastoral, at odds with the dark and heavy music Soundgarden was creating. The dynamic was reminiscent to the setup that Led Zeppelin created for themselves while making some of their best records at Headley Grange in the English countryside in the 70s. We had 8 acres, Canulet recalled of his countryside spread. It was this bucolic rural setting. You could come out and make a lot of noise, and nobody would really care. Our time there was broken up with shopping trips to food co-ops, dining at progressive cafes run by a collective, eating dinner prepared by Drew's then partner, Norm, exploring the farm areas that they maintained, and visiting the livestock they kept, cows named Hamburger and Hot Dog, Thile wrote. While Chris was busy working on his vocal takes, the guitarist would typically while away the hours, shooting down floating terrestrial bodies on Canulet's Asteroid arcade game set up in the main studio room. During their downtime one night, Soundgarden marked a special occasion. Chris celebrated his birthday with us, Canulet remembered. Norm made a nice dinner, made him a cake. We all had a good time. Despite their youth and the setting, Chris and the gang kept things low-key. There might have been a beer or two, Canulet said. I don't remember pulling out a bottle of bourbon and saying, "Let's get fucked up." Ultra Mega OK is the crucial bridge between Soundgarden's past and future. In a sense, we were going back, Chris said. Ultra Mega OK was kind of a picture of us at the time combined with a picture of what we had been doing since we started the band. Many of the songs on the record, like Beyond the Wheel and Incessant Mace, were originally written around the same time they were putting together Screaming Life. Some were even older. They also had a bevy of newly written tracks, including Mood for Trouble, Nazi Driver, and He Didn't, that the band had been fine-tuning before the recording process began. Just like Screaming Life, Ultra Mega OK opens with the album's lead single, a trippy track titled Flower. The song's intro immediately puts the record on an eerie footing, thanks to a unique technique cooked up by Thile, where he set his guitar on the ground near his amplifier, causing it to feed back. Then he blew across the strings in time with the drums to create a disorienting sitar-like effect. Chris wrote the lyrics about a girl transforming into a woman, throwing herself into her vanity, and ultimately burning out. The second song is a rehash of one of their contributions to Deep Six, All Your Lies, followed by the perplexing sonic soundscape called 665. Its shorter sibling, 667, comes shortly thereafter. Written by Yamamoto, both 665 and 667 were early attempts by Soundgarden to throw off their warped sense of humor. They were both designed to parody the main 80s doom metal bands and their obsession with Satan and the sign of the beast, 666. 665 is a particularly off-putting wall of noise, based around Yamamoto rubbing his bass across an amplifier and manipulating the feedback. In its initial live form, Sundquist pitched it, calling it Scraping Pig. When played backwards, Chris can be heard screaming the phrase, "Santa, I love you, baby. My Christmas king, Santa, you're my king," over and over again. A tongue-in-cheek send-up of the people who thought they could hear, "Here's to my sweet Satan," when they played Zeppelin's Stairway to Heaven backwards. Nazi Driver is the most eyebrow-raising entry on the album. When they first demoed the song, it was known as Fearbiter. The song makes no mention of Nazis, but as Thile explained in 1989, the song is about cutting up Nazis and making stew out of them. We used Driver because it made a cool name. It sounds better than Nazi stew, Nazi soup maker, Nazi cup of soup, or, indeed, cup of Nazi. At Yamamoto's insistence, the band also covered Howlin' Wolf's 1956 blues wailer, Smokestack Lightning. Chris delivers a perfectly wounded take on Howlin' Wolf, even if he remained perplexed as to how it ended up in the final track listing. He had amazing vocal talent, Canulet said. His whole enunciation, the ability to go from this really booming voice to vocal fry and go back and forth and work it, was pretty phenomenal. At the heart of Chris's annoyance at the inclusion of Smokestack Lightning was that it bumped what he thought was a better song that Yamamoto had written, titled Toy Box, off the album. The decision remained a thorn in his side for years. I don't know if it was him or who it was, why we wanted to put this stupid cover on the album and not put this brilliant original song instead, Chris said. Either way, the snippet of Sonic Youth's Death Valley 69 tacked on near the end of the Howlin' Wolf cut remains an inspired touch. Circle of Power is another Thiel composition, but is distinct in that it marks the only time Yamamoto assumed lead vocals on a Soundgarden album. What the bassist lacks in power, he compensates for with vocal dexterity, shifting and modulating his voice all over the song, which races across its 2-minute runtime at a supersonic clip. The musical and emotional high point on Ultra Mega OK came from a song that Chris put together called Beyond the Wheel. Kim Thiel considers the song one of the top 3 tracks in the Soundgarden canon, describing it as psychedelic heavy, with a little sprinkle of evil. Even more than Incessant Mace, the disorienting penultimate track on the record, Beyond the Wheel, in all its psychedelic glory, signaled the sonic direction that the band would pursue in the years to come. In many ways, it sounds like a savage, plodding prelude to their multi-platinum breakout, Bad Motorfinger. This was a young man's take on our country, our government, and all governments kind of sending men off to war, Chris told a crowd in Rockville, Florida, in 2017. We were young men at the time we wrote this song, and at the time we didn't want our lives interrupted so that we could go out and maybe die to make people more money that we didn't know. It was about small groups of people with lots of money who don't give a shit about me and don't give a shit about you. Mood for Trouble provides another small glimpse into Soundgarden's musical future. Written by Chris, the song opens with quick strums of an acoustic guitar before kicking into a frenzy of speedily chucked-off, fuzzed-out chords, then descending into a hazy middle section before chaos reigns again. It's an impressively sophisticated composition that's miles beyond the band's early straightaway punk rock ragers like Heretic. Even at this stage of their careers, Soundgarden and Chris were both exhibiting a penchant for hyper-quick musical evolution. To close out the record, the band slapped together an homage to Chris's hero, John Lennon, titled 1 Minute of Silence. Filled out by more than a minute of ambient feedback layered over a collection of finger snaps and other sonic additions. The piece is a tip of the cap to Lennon and Yoko Ono's track, 2 Minutes Silence, from their 1969 album, Unfinished Music No. 2, Life with the Lions. They even gave Lennon a songwriting credit for the track. The only thing left to do before sending the tapes to SST was to mix down the songs. By the time that step was completed, however, the whole thing sounded off to Chris's ears. The singer laid a lot of the blame at the feet of the album's producer, Drew Canulette, who he thought managed to make a band as heavy as Soundgarden sound thin and brittle. Even though I thought the material was the best material we had at the time, I started playing the demos and then started playing the real thing, and it was pretty crushing, Chris said. When we mixed that thing, we mixed it together, Canulette said. A couple of times they had me make some adjustments, which I did by myself, but for the most part we did that record together. He added, they didn't like my mixes, or the way that record came out, but I don't know if I really accept that. A record's a record. I think Ultra Mega is a fine record by those guys. It's a perfect statement of who they were at that time. A partial reason for the poor sound of the mix can be chalked up to the rather staid conditions of Pace Studios, where much of the post-production work was conducted. Pace was primarily utilized for commercial and business productions. They didn't take on many rock clients and weren't exactly well equipped to accommodate their specific needs. Soundgarden and Canulette couldn't even work on the record during the week, and were forced to wait until the weekend when the normal office workers cleared out. Chris took the final mixes home and decided to compare them to the demos of some of the same songs they had recorded earlier with Jack and Dino. To his ears, the songs on the official record paled in comparison to the sonic sketches they'd cooked up with Endino. Chris was crestfallen. That was the single most exasperating and terrifying moment of my career as it pertains to Soundgarden, he said. This was a critical moment in the band's history. There was a real buzz in the air about Soundgarden within the music industry, along with the expectation that they could break out into the mainstream sometime soon, potentially even with this record. Soundgarden had turned down surefire deals from several major labels in order to make this record with SST, and now Chris felt like they have just fucked it all up. Despite his anxiety, Ultra Mega OK was well received by rock critics and notched a nice write-up in The Rocket after it dropped on Halloween in 1988. Gillian G. Garr wrote that, "It would be no exaggeration to call this the most highly anticipated local disc of the season." Adding that, Cornell shines and Thile invokes some of the hottest guitar riffs in the Northwest since Hendrix was going to Franklin High School. A few months after the album dropped, Soundgarden was included among 9 bands to watch in Rolling Stone's on-campus issue in March 1989. Incredibly, Ultra Mega OK nabbed Soundgarden their first Grammy nomination in the heavy metal category in 1990. This was a year after Jethro Tull inexplicably beat out Metallica to receive the prize for their album, Crest of a Knave, causing massive amounts of confusion and anger from rock fans around the world. The night of the ceremony, Metallica ended up avenging their loss to Jethro Tull while beating out Soundgarden, Faith No More, Dokken, and another Seattle group, Queensryche, on the strength of their ballad, One. In their typical sardonic way, the band feigned disinterest in the honor. In an interview with MTV's Ricky Rackman on Headbangers Ball, Thile claimed he went back to sleep after finding out about the nomination. Behind closed doors, however, Chris was tremendously excited about what the honor represented. It was that first glimpse into feeling like we were being taken seriously by a broader demographic that included a jury of our peers, he said. It was surprising and it felt good. For a short time after it was released, there was talk among the band about revisiting Ultra Mega OK, giving the tapes to Jack Endino, and having him remix the album to achieve the sound they wanted. But by the fall of 1988, things were moving too fast. They wouldn't get around to it until nearly 3 decades later. With the 90s fast approaching, Soundgarden's dance with their major label suitors ended when they signed with A&M Records. Soundgarden had let things drag on so long that executives were getting concerned that they wouldn't have enough quality material to work with after they finally got the band to sign. All of the music that had excited the label was being used up by SST. Soundgarden was eager to assuage A&M's concern with the promise of even better material, so they went back into the studio and cooked up some demos of a couple new songs. The executives were so bowled over by the new tracks that they upped their initial offer to the band. Jacobus went out of his way to set up a meeting between the band and the label's famed founder, Herb Alpert, a.k.a. the A in A&M. Alpert immediately impressed Soundgarden with his collection of oil paintings, fine wine, and the hint of marijuana smoke that lingered in the air. A&M went a step further and licensed Ultra Mega OK, lending it the full impressive weight of their extensive distribution and promotional arms. Soundgarden had the music, talent, and story A&M was looking for, but they also had something else. The rule number 1 is never have a parent or a girlfriend manage you, Aaron Jacobus said. But Susan Silver just had it, he added. She was the right person. She obviously proved herself, not just with herself, but with Alice in Chains, who she also managed. She just had a great sense of who the band was and what they were trying to achieve, and could communicate what they were thinking. As long as Susan Silver was at the helm, there would never be any doubt that Soundgarden was a serious group heading in the right direction. While they finalized their deal with A&M, Soundgarden played shows throughout 1988, including an important gig on one of the side stages at the annual Bumbershoot Music Festival. Chris took off his shirt and sang and stuff. It was a great show, Stuart Hallerman remembered. I drove home to Olympia, and my housemates and some of his friends are over, and this one girl is describing some things about Bumbershoot. And she's like, "Oh, Soundgarden was great." In the middle of the show, Chris Cornell took off his shirt and all the girls were like, "Ah." That was her review of the show. It was a group effort. They all wrote music and they made an effort for it not to be the Chris Cornell show, but he was the star. Soundgarden also started branching out away from Seattle, hitting venues up and down the West Coast. There was their LA debut at Club Lingerie in February, and a show at the I-Beam in San Francisco, where they performed Gun for the first time. They even took part in the annual CMJ Showcase in New York City, bringing grunge to the bastion of punk rock, CBGB. I vividly remember that night. I remember almost everything about it, just because it's such a mecca for, the New York music scene. Matt Cameron told Mopop's oral historian. We had a blue 7-inch single out on Sub Pop, and the first couple rows of people knew the lyrics to those 2 songs. So that kind of blew our minds. By the end of the evening, they had managed to impress the club's legendary proprietor, Hilly Crystal. He recalled they got the biggest response since Guns N' Roses, and predicted they'll be playing Madison Square Garden in a year and a half. Turns out he was only about a year and a half off, but in an ironic twist, they'd do it, opening for Guns N' Roses. Early on, the band chewed up the interstate in Yamamoto's beat-up Dodge Tradesman van. It was a brutal ride. It had no windows, no air conditioning, and that is what we took in very hot weather down the West Coast, Kim Thile remembered. We worked in this oven for long stretches of time. Visions of Minutemen guitarist Dee Boone and his untimely demise after getting tossed out of the back of a van in a 1985 crash flashed in their minds. So they pooled their money together and plunked down the cash to pick up a new ride, dropping around $6,000 for a red 1986 Chevy Beauville, which they rode from one end of the country to the other over the next 2 years. They were living in this thing and they didn't want to die on the road, Hallerman said. The industrious Yamamoto outfitted the back of the van with a futon frame that they took turns sleeping on during long hauls. Beneath the frame was a storage place for their luggage and gear. I would always volunteer to drive because otherwise I'd get bored, Chris said. That didn't always sit well with the other passengers in the Beauville, who regularly admonished their singer for driving way past the posted speed limits. My mission was to go as fast as I possibly could without getting a ticket. With my natural antenna for speed traps, I never received a moving violation. Every touring band needs someone to run sound and someone to help set up and tear down gear and collect the evening's take from the local promoter. The choice for their sound guy was obvious. It had to be Stuart Hallerman, their friend and faithful engineer. He quickly agreed. Choosing a road manager was a different matter altogether. Soundgarden ultimately found their guy at a show they played in Ellensburg, Washington. The same show that Mark Pickerel recorded and passed on to Greg Ginn at SST. Eric Johnson was the station manager for Central Washington University. Every year the station sold ads to fund their operation, and when they ran a surplus, he'd book bands to play shows up in his neck of the woods. At that time, I'd go home on the weekends to Metropolis or Graven Image or The Grey Door, all these little punk rock shows in Seattle where Susan Silver was one of the promoters, he said. She was always nice to all the kids, this total maternal person for all the little punkers and skater kids. I remember calling her when I thought I was going to do some shows to ask for advice like, "Hey, what do I do? How do I get a band to come play here?" The first thing she suggested was, "Why don't you do Soundgarden and Faith No More? Faith No More, I'm paying them $650, and Soundgarden, you can have them for $200 or $250. Soundgarden pulled up to the gig in Matt Cameron's red Volkswagen bus and proceeded to blow the doors off the place. A few months later, after Johnson graduated and was back in Seattle, he ran into Thile at a supermarket. By now, Johnson was carving out a little side business for himself, making DIY t-shirts at home, drying them off in the broiler in his oven. He offered to make some shirts for the band to sell on tour. The next thing I know, it's like, Why don't you come out and sell some shirts and be our roadie and be our guy?" Johnson said. I didn't think I'd ever do it. It's just something that fell on me. For the duration of his years on the road with Soundgarden, Johnson went by the somewhat inexplicable name Gunny Junk. It was bequeathed to him during the band's ride to L.A., where they were set to play Club Lingerie. "It seems so Hollywood to us," Johnson said. Along the way, everyone made up outlandish rock star nicknames for themselves, a la the members of Poison or Motley Crue. Though the other monikers have been lost to time, Gunny Junk stuck. It was just one of those things where everyone laughed, and all of a sudden, that's what I was called. There was a strong and friendly camaraderie between the 6 guys that contrasted mightily with their image on stage as dark and angry young men. Within minute 1 of getting in the van with those guys, heading out of Washington, the first thing I noticed was, "You guys get along great," Hallerman said. The group passed time on the road talking, laughing, and blasting tunes. Though Chris wasn't always the most verbose of the bunch. I could be in the van with him for a month and a half, and we'd talk about some show necessities, a little food here and there, some good mornings, and not really get into anything in depth, Hallerman added. Then one day he'd open up, and we'd talk for like 8 hours, too. The conditions were predictably Spartan for a post-punk band just starting out. We all shared a hotel room and split the loaf, as we called it. Tearing the mattresses apart, and 2 people sleep on the mattresses and 2 people sleep on the box spring, Johnson said. We usually had one person sleep in the van to watch the gear. Me and Cornell would usually do late-night shifts in the van. I loved sleeping in the van, so it'd usually be either me and Kim or me and Chris sleeping in there. It was fucking great. We'd stay up, drink beer, smoke cigarettes, and laugh all night. In contrast to some of their wilder contemporaries like the Replacements, for whom debauched mayhem was the point, Soundgarden was never much of a party band. If Chris wanted to do something, we'd go late somewhere and climb a tree and drink beer, Johnson recalled, or go to a lake in Seattle somewhere late at night and run through the woods. Little different than most rock guys. No matter how big Soundgarden became in the coming years, they remained circumspect about giving in to the cliché on-the-road rock star behavior. We were up in Vancouver playing a show with the Melvins, and when we finished our set, Skid Row's Sebastian Bach was waiting for us in our dressing room all by himself, with his fist wrapped around a bottle of Jack Daniels, Chris told spin writer Jonathan Gold. He looked at us, and he could kind of see that we were putting on our coats or something, and he was laughing hysterically. We couldn't figure out why. We all filed out. He said mid-laugh, "I can't believe this. You guys are leaving me alone at your own show." We all went our separate ways, and he was sitting there getting fucked up in our dressing room. Despite their laid-back manner in the van, once they got on stage, Soundgarden transformed into one of the most intense and unpredictable bands in the country. I used to call Hero Mr. Scary, Johnson remembered. He wore this stocking cap and had the long hair and lurched back. He was fucking cool looking. To hear them play was so different. Kim with his scratch guitar and fucking weirdness. It was pretty magical. Sometimes you'd be in clubs with 30 people, but those 30 people got it. One of the most dynamic shows the band performed during that early run took place at the Kennel Club in San Francisco on February 3rd, 1988. Soundgarden was booked to open for Gwar, who made quite the spectacle of themselves in their elaborate horror costumes. When we came to the show and saw the sound check, we couldn't believe it, Johnson recalled. It was like mind-blowing. We were like kids at Disneyland that were going to get to see the show. So they played extra great for that show. The real fireworks took place after the gig, however, when Hallerman decided to mess with the headliners. Stewart said something cheeky to Slimenstra, the woman in the band, Johnson said. So she grabbed him by the throat and pinned him against the wall and basically said, "I will fuck you to death." I don't think any of us ever got over that. Before entering the studio to get to work on their first album for A&M, Soundgarden ended their live performance schedule in 1988 with a bang. The band was selected to open for Jane's Addiction at Seattle's preeminent concert venue, the ornate Paramount Theater, as part of a Rising Star showcase on November 17th. Chris and his band shared the bill with his friend and roommate, Andrew Wood, who was now fronting a group called Mother Love Bone that had just inked a deal with Polygram Records and were on the verge of releasing their debut EP, Shine. Both Chris and Andrew seemed primed for a huge jump into the rock and roll mainstream, and the proposition alone sent their heads spinning. We went there from being these two roommates in these obscure bands that never thought anyone was going to hear of. I couldn't get anybody to give us enough money to put out a new record. A few months later, we're both getting all this attention from big labels, Chris recalled. It was pretty wild, but pretty cool to have that happen to your friend at the same time, so you could just be excited together. Shortly after Soundgarden hit the stage at 8 p.m., Chris used the high-profile platform to rail against critics who thought Ultra Mega OK was only Ultra Mega so-so. "Somebody said put away your Led Zeppelin records because Soundgarden is here," he told the 2,000 rock fans gathered in the Golden Theater. "Well, put away your Soundgarden records because Kingdom of Come is here." It was a big deal for a local band to play a venue of this magnitude in their hometown, a milestone worth celebrating. Even though they were only the opening act, Soundgarden made the most of their time on stage. Sadly, just a little over a year later, Chris would return to the Paramount under very different and far more tragic circumstances. Chapter 5. Loud Love. The year is 1988. Soundgarden is tearing down America's highways in their Chevy Beauville, bringing their ultra-mega sound to some of the country's dingiest dives and sleaziest clubs. While the band is stoked to play many different cities around the country, New Orleans is one they're particularly looking forward to. Soundgarden was booked to play a club called Muddy Waters, which seemed like a prime chance to have some fun and eat some good food. "As soon as we got the itinerary, we're like, that's going to be a highlight there," Stuart Hallerman said. Before they could make it to the Crescent City, the band had played their way through East Texas, which stressed out Kim Thile as he had just seen the Errol Morris documentary, The Thin Blue Line. The film recounted the story of a drifter named Randall Dale Adams, who was sentenced to death for allegedly killing a cop in Dallas. It was an egregious miscarriage of justice. Adams hadn't committed the crime, and after the film hit theaters, he was exonerated and set free. The assumed real killer, David Harris, was later executed for an unrelated murder. The picture the film painted of the criminal justice system in Dallas and Vidar, Texas, wasn't pretty. Hallerman was behind the wheel for most of the journey through the eastern portion of the Lone Star State, something like 9 hours, until they finally made it to Louisiana, where Thile let him pull over at a truck stop to change shifts. Soundgarden gassed up, hit the payphone to let the promoter know they were on the way, grabbed some snacks and soft drinks, and relieved their bladders before returning to the road. Matt Cameron took over driving and pointed the Beauville east, with visions of jambalaya, etouffee, and shrimp po' boys dancing in their heads. They only made it another 20 minutes down the highway, however, when flashing lights forced them over to the side of the road. These DEA seizure cars came up behind us, which meant at the time it was like a black 280Z and just a really fucked up Camaro. Chris recalled of the plainclothes officials who pulled them over. They had guns in their pants and they had neck beards. Not like full-on beards, but just like neck hair. And they had this little badge that they sorta unvelcroed. According to the agents, they had pulled the van over for failure to use a right turn signal. In fact, the authorities had caught wind of a bunch of longhairs with Washington state plates rolling through their turf and thought they hit a drug-running jackpot. The Butthole Surfers sticker stuck to the van that they tried to cover up didn't endear them to the uptight Southern Fried DEA officers. They made us stand in anthills on the edge of the swamp and told us stories about how they would chase people in the swamp and those people would never come out. Chris remembered of their attempts at intimidation. Everyone got out of the van, and the DEA agents began to dig in. They said, "Here's the deal. We can get a search warrant and you can stand here for as long as it takes. Or you guys can sign this consent to search and we'll just do it. We'll bring the dog out and then you'll be on your way," Eric Johnson recalled. Me, Stuart, and Matt were probably the only guys who smoked pot, he added. It was the South, so everyone knew. Don't do it. We all had an agreement. Nothing goes down there. Nothing, nothing, nothing. Apparently nothing didn't mean nothing, because after tearing through every inch of the van and coming up empty, they finally found a small bit of bud in Hallerman's toolkit next to all the microphones. Jackpot. They take Gunny away and go, "Whose is that?" Hallerman recalled. When told that the minuscule amount of marijuana belonged to their sound guy, the authorities started to dig in. "Well, could anyone else go in that?" The road manager responds in the negative. "No, that's Stewart's. Only he goes in there." Frustrated that they hadn't found a few bricks of cocaine, the agents pressed further. "Well, what if he was sick and someone needed a microphone? Could someone else go in there?" Gunny hedged. "Well, I guess you know the answer to that," he responds. "If I needed a microphone, I guess I could go into that." The reply was music to the Louisiana DEA's ears. "That's communal property," he barked. "You're all arrested." As law enforcement tore apart the Beauville, they found something even more enticing than a thumbnail's worth of stale weed. Johnson's bag contained a wad of around $1,200 that the band had made from T-shirt and ticket sales, money they were using to cover their travel costs. The authorities informed the 6 men standing beside the highway that their cash was drug money and subject to seizure. Johnson protested. "I said that's not drug money. I got receipts." But there was simply no bargaining with the officials, who decided among themselves that the band's hard-earned savings was evidence that needed to be confiscated. I watched him count it, and apparently in Lake Charles, there are 6 20s and $100, Johnson said. With cash in hand and a measly half a gram of weed to show for their bust, the cops decide to finally let Soundgarden go on their less than merry way. Everyone got a ticket for marijuana possession, and the band hit the road again, bound for New Orleans. They dropped all the charges against everyone but me, Hallerman said. Then that was some suspended thing plus a fine for the miscounted amount. The gig in New Orleans was a bust. It turned out to be our shittiest date, Hallerman said. It was a cinder block hut in the shittiest part of town. We played for this elderly drunk woman who danced very oddly. The bartender and like 3 kids came from South Carolina. But didn't have enough money to buy a ticket, so our T-shirt guy was like, "Can you pool enough together to buy 1 ticket, and I'll let y'all in?" Then at the end of the show, they all bought T-shirts, so they had the fucking money. Soundgarden didn't even get as much as a bowl of gumbo out of the deal either. Already running behind, they were forced to scarf down pathetic hamburgers whipped up for them at the last minute. Years later, the memory of the injustice burned inside of Chris's stomach. "They're probably all dead from emphysema or heart attacks or something by now," he said to the crooked cops from the stage of New Orleans Voodoo Festival in 2011 while recounting the story. "Fuck them," he added. "If you could die from stupid, they would have died from that a long time ago." As a final subtle fuck you, the band made sure to include the Louisiana DEA among those they thanked in the liner notes of their next album, Louder Than Love. Soundgarden was now major label artists, with major label sales expectations and an impending major label push into the mainstream. There was a lot of pressure to make their next album a success. To help live up to the hype, the band decided to work with Terry Date, a well-regarded metal producer who'd forged a solid reputation for himself, manning the boards for bands like Metal Church, Fifth Angel, and Dream Theater. In the years to come, he'd help Pantera create some of the biggest and most influential records in the history of the genre, like Vulgar Display of Power and Cowboys from Hell. Not everyone in the band was fully on board with the idea of working with a predominantly metal producer. Even though Hiro Yamamoto liked Date as a person, the way the bassist saw it, Soundgarden was firmly rooted in punk and hardcore, and their alignment with Date seemed to signify a slicker, more commercial-friendly sound. Metal was fine to listen to, but he wasn't interested in being in a metal band. The label wanted to sell us to heavy metal stations. I thought we were different than that, Yamamoto told author Mark Yarm. Sure, I'd like to sell 1 million records and live in a castle and not have to work. But at the same time, I wanted to be able to say, this is me. I'm not just part of a mass marketing machine. Compounding his disinterest in their shift in sound and the band's impending mass-scale commodification was a growing dissatisfaction with touring. The shows were rewarding, but the sheer effort it took, the long hauls, the bland food, the shifty promoters, and the miserable sleeping conditions were wearing him down. He didn't like the food we had to eat, Johnson remembered. He had this cooler out there, and we mocked him for his garlic and funky cheeses he was eating out of the cooler, which is pretty much how I eat now. The band had an album to make, but Yamamoto already seemed to have one foot out the door. The task required everyone's focus and attention, but it was proving difficult. According to Chris, Yamamoto contributed very little to Louder Than Love and was so critical of his own musical output that Kim and I had to talk him into doing things that were his idea. Chris didn't have any qualms about broadening his sonic palette and incorporating more commercially appetizing touches to his songwriting. He was growing and evolving at an astonishing clip, and it showed in the music. 7 of Louder Than Love's 12 tracks were attributed to Chris. Yamamoto logged 3 credits, while Thile got 2. Chris also wrote the lyrics to all of the tracks, except one, a song called I Awake, which was repurposed from a note that Yamamoto's girlfriend, Kate, had left for him one day. For recording purposes, the band decided to stick a little closer to home and holed up inside London Bridge Studio in Shoreline, Washington, just a few exits north of downtown Seattle. Prior to Soundgarden's arrival, the studio hosted a collection of future grunge legends like Alice in Chains. While they were still known as Alice in Chains, who recorded some of their earliest demos there. With its 24-track recording console, it was the most sophisticated studio Soundgarden had worked in yet, and they were excited to explore its full technological capabilities. At the same time the band was hunkering down at home, they were garnering their first bit of national press in New York City, when the acclaimed alt weekly The Village Voice ran a feature article about Soundgarden just after Christmas in 1988. In the piece, the writer Laurie E. trumpeted Soundgarden as a rock and roll, heads go glue, ice water down your spinal column experience. It was a big deal for the band, and a big deal for the local music scene from which they came. The Seattle Times even wrote a story about the piece with the inspired headline, Village Voice Praises Local Rock Band. The Louder Than Love sessions began around December 1988 and were completed a little over a month later. Date quickly discovered that Chris knew when he was feeling confident in his voice and when they should move on to something else. He frequently deferred to the singer's judgment on the matter. He was his own worst critic, Date told Tape Op. We'd come in on some days, he'd start singing, and within a half hour he would say, "It's not there today," and we'd go on to something else. He knew what he wanted more than I knew what he wanted. In order to make sure the ideas and their identity wouldn't get lost in translation, the band also pulled Stuart Hallerman into the proceedings to serve as an assistant engineer. While Yamamoto, and to an extent the other members of Soundgarden, still harbored concerns about slick production techniques and major label commerciality, Louder Than Love managed to feature some of the most eyebrow-raising songs that Soundgarden ever created. Chris's penchant for riding the edge of accepted cultural norms with his pen created small controversies once the record finally made its way out into the public. Hands All Over, the album's 3rd single, inspired a whole lot of hand-wringing over the lines about killing your mother, which seem shocking out of context, but in reality are an allegory for Mother Earth and the damage that we all do in our daily lives. If the nation's DJs weren't inclined to play Hands All Over on their airwaves, they literally couldn't play Big Dumb Sex, in which Soundgarden cosplays as one of the glitzy, coitally obsessed hair metal bands of the 80s, like Motley Crue and Poison. They gamely hit all the cliches, with Cornell repeatedly expressing his desire to fuck you. Chris himself considered it one of the hookiest songs I ever wrote, while allowing that he had to subvert it in order to make himself and the other band members okay with adding it to the final track list. I don't know whether I would have written a song like that for Soundgarden if it hadn't said fuck 35 times in it, because it was making fun of that kind of music, really. The problem was that the joke sailed way over most people's heads. Even Thiel had to explain what was going on to Yamamoto, who hated it. Something that probably should have tipped everyone off that it wouldn't register with their Budweiser-crushing fan base. All the guys thought that it was like a sex rock anthem, and all the girls thought it was some sort of goofy come-on, Chris said. The record company thought it was like worse than gangster rap or something, just because I said the word fuck, you know? Rounding out Louder Than Love's conversation kick-starting tracks is the song Gun, a monolithic monster that put Matt's time and tempo abilities to the test. The song isn't literally about gun violence. It's more about spreading ideas and breaking through the staid, conservative Reagan-era America First way of thinking about the world. It's another allegory buoyed by a severe, anarchic swarm of satirical sarcasm, in which Cornell croons about having an idea for something we can do with a gun, namely forcing the Empire to reap what they've sown. Gun is simply a desire to tell all the rich, capitalist, Wall Street broker types to fuck off. It didn't take long before Gun became one of the most energetic and explosive moments of the band's live show. While the official version on Louder Than Love is good, the live version, almost any live version, is vastly superior. Even as molasses slow as the rhythm begins in the studio, Soundgarden always seemed to start it off even slower on stage, before building into a chaotic breakneck speed created by Cameron that the rest of the band could hardly keep up with. Loud Love was chosen as the album's lead single. For an army of metalheads and alt-rock fans who had never heard of Sub Pop or SST before, Loud Love served as their first taste of Soundgarden. If the goal of a single is to grab people's attention for the jump, however, Loud Love runs as far away from that idea as you can imagine. The song opens with a full half-minute's worth of Thiel's wailing feedback that sounds like a chorus of agitated angels, until Cameron breaks the spell, slamming into the arrangement like a pile driver, while Chris sings about wanting something to explode. For the video, Soundgarden tapped Sonic Youth's regular director, Kevin Kerslake, who shot the band performing in a rundown industrial factory. Kerslake's commitment to getting compelling footage was made abundantly clear during one take, specifically when Chris broke one end of his microphone stand and accidentally shoved it into his knee. The whole chunk came out, so blood was just squirting out, he said. Kerslake reportedly prevented the medical assistant on the set from attending to Chris and kept the cameras rolling, so that he could get the wound on film. But then they didn't cut it into the video, which I was disappointed with, Chris said. Full-on Kevin's mom is an energetic tip of the cap to the band's punk rock roots, with Cornell giving a tip of the cap to his buddy Kevin Tisso's mother in his irreverent style. There's also a small musical reprise of this track tacked to the end of the album. Ugly Truth serves as the album opener and remains one of the more challenging musical contributions to the album, filled with discordant guitar chords and an alternating plotting and frenetic pace. No Wrong, No Right, a rager written by Yamamoto, is made memorable by an introductory drum solo that rolls like the giant boulder chasing Indiana Jones at the beginning of Raiders of the Lost Ark. Before they could share their music with the world, Soundgarden had to choose an album title. Everyone threw around ideas. At one point, they contemplated calling it Louder Than Fuck, but the executives at A&M, along with Susan Silver, worried that name would hamper its commercial prospects. Louder Than Shit was another non-starter. In the end, they settled for the more anodyne Louder Than Love. It's sort of making fun of heavy metal bravado, Chris explained. Metal bands would say Louder Than Thunder or something, so Louder Than Love. What is louder than love? For the cover image, Soundgarden again utilized the talents of Charles Peterson. The photographer tagged along with the band for a pair of intense shows in the Bay Area around February 12, 1989. Mudhoney and Soundgarden played the I-Beam in Berkeley Square 2 nights in a row, he remembered. For the West Coast especially, I'd pop down and shoot some shows like that. Unfortunately, I had pneumonia on the way back. I got that from Dan Peters and Mudhoney. I think we played with them there and in Berkeley Square that weekend, Mark Arm added. Here we are playing with our friends in San Francisco and Dan's coughing his lungs out. He was super sick. Peterson captured the brutal essence of Soundgarden in a way that few were able. The picture on the cover features Chris, shirtless as usual, with his face obscured by his long curly mane and mid-flop. In his right hand he holds his microphone, in his left, a long tangle of electric cable. In the bottom right-hand corner of the finished sleeve, there's a parental advisory warning. It was one of the first records to ever come affixed with that now iconic black and white sticker. Critical response to Louder Than Love was generally positive after it dropped on September 5th, 1989. But there were some negative voices. The self-proclaimed dean of American rock critics, Robert Christgau, gave the record a tepid C+, proclaiming that it was covertly conceptual, arty in spite of itself, then predicting that metal fans don't bite. Rolling Stone reviewer J.D. Considine was more bullish in his 3.5-star review, writing, "The songs on Louder Than Love are mean, lean, and fighting fit." While he did take Chris to task over his lyrics, much of what the band has to say is cliched, confused, or generally incomprehensible. He praised him for the compelling way in which he sang them. Cornell delivers them with such full-throated intensity that they actually sound impressive. And if that ain't the mark of a great metal album, then what is? The most effusive review came from The Rocket, where local writer Jeff Gilbert called it, "Easily the best album to have sex to since Led Zeppelin IV." The printed critical assessments paled in comparison to the massive name check the band received from W. Axl Rose, however. In 1989, the Guns N' Roses frontman sat down for an extensive feature interview with Rolling Stone that hit the shelves in August, just before Louder Than Love was released. Guns N' Roses was the biggest band in the world, and their vast army of fans hung on the singer's every word, like gospel. When friend and interviewer Del James asked Axl what he was listening to, he threw out several classic acts, like Derek and the Dominos and Patti Smith, before adding Soundgarden to his list. "The singer just buries me," he said about Chris. "The guy sings so great." That was one of the biggest turnarounds at the label, Jacobus recalled of Rose's endorsement. "Like we might have a bigger band than we think we have. A lot of labels aren't proactive, they're reactive people. Something like Soundgarden didn't fit into a mold for these people." The marketing department salivated over the quote and spread the Guns N' Roses singer's words far and wide. Though Louder Than Love wasn't a platinum-selling smash, it peaked at 108 on Billboard's Top 200 on March 10, 1990. It introduced Soundgarden to a commercial rock audience and marked them as a band worth watching. While driving in Los Angeles one day listening to the radio shortly after the album dropped, Chris was floored when the DJ played "Get on the Snake." The song didn't even have a proper chorus and chugged along at an unconventional 9/4 time signature. And yet, here it was, pouring out of the speakers of his car. I heard it on the radio in between Tom Petty and something else, and I thought, "This works," Chris remembered. That was a huge moment. Louder Than Love's impact extended far beyond the bounds of radio airplay and standard album sales. It also helped inspire one of the greatest metal anthems of all time. Enter Sandman by Metallica. The band's guitarist Kirk Hammett was listening to the record around 2 in the morning when inspiration struck. "I picked up my guitar and out came that riff," he said. "It doesn't sound like a Soundgarden riff. It doesn't sound like a Soundgarden song. I was inspired by Soundgarden for sure, without a doubt, but I moved on to create something completely different." Just a month after finishing Louder Than Love, Soundgarden was back in the Beauville, tearing their way across America. They stayed on the road through March, playing club-sized venues like Maxwell's in Hoboken, New Jersey, the Rathskeller in Boston, and Wacky's in San Antonio, before gearing up for their first ever trip to Europe come spring. Sub Pop helped pave the way for Soundgarden's success in England especially, cultivating prominent writers for publications like the NME and Melody Maker, and expounding upon them the importance of bands rising out of the Seattle scene. Indeed, record shops across the UK actually had dedicated Northwest music sections, where the diehards could find the latest releases by Tad and Nirvana. Soundgarden played their first show in England at the School of Oriental and African Studies in London on May 12, 1989, opening up for Mudhoney. The two Seattle-based groups were essentially passing one another like ships in the night. Mudhoney were capping what had been a weeks-long run supporting Sonic Youth through mainland Europe, while Soundgarden was on the verge of playing throughout the continent in the weeks to come. Chris, Kim, Hero, and Matt ripped through their standard repertoire, playing cuts like Beyond the Wheel, All Your Lies, and Kingdom of Come to a rapt English crowd. In a piece about the show that ran in Melody Maker, a reviewer named Push wrote, "There's no containing the capricious belligerence of Seattle's Soundgarden." He added that they hammer an unglamorous and bewitching metal montage, before inexplicably referring to Chris as part monkey, part Adonis, and all of a doodah. At the end of their set, Chris deadpanned, "We're Black Sabbath. Thank you and good night." Mudhoney was a more catastrophic affair. During their performance, Mark Arm invited members of the crowd onto the stage, causing the evening to devolve into chaos after the stage collapsed. "We played what we thought was one of our best shows," Thiel said of Soundgarden's first set in England. "Mudhoney came out, made a few statements, lost their microphone. The crowd went crazy. Next day, that's all anybody could speak about. The near riot." Arm was more charitable looking back. "I remember our set being super chaotic, but we were stoked to be playing a show with our friends," he said. He also remembered thinking, "That's probably the only time Soundgarden will ever open for us. That isn't something that would have happened in Seattle." Coincidentally, Nirvana would make their UK debut at this same venue in just a few months' time, on October 27th. Soundgarden played another show in Portsmouth the following night, again opening for Mudhoney, before heading back to London where they taped an appearance at Maida Vale Studios for the John Peel sessions on the BBC that was broadcast the following month, on June 7th. They opened with a gloriously psychedelic take on their ultra-mega-OK single Flower, then segued into a funky and searing cover of Sly and the Family Stones classic, Thank You for Letting Me Be Myself Again, and then closed with the Beatles' White Album curio, Everybody's Got Something to Hide Except for Me and My Monkey. The latter recordings eventually were added onto Soundgarden's outtake and B-side collection, Echo of Miles, decades later. After their English blitz, Soundgarden crossed the Channel and stormed mainland Europe. Beginning in the Netherlands, they showed the rock-loving Dutch what real volume felt like. They thrashed the barren government-assisted Vera Club into near-total submission as stacks of speakers threatened to topple from their towers in deference to the sheer volume alone, Everett True wrote in his review of the gig in Melody Maker. They moved into West Germany and then headed south in the direction of the Mediterranean. Dino Galasso was like our guitar tech and driver and tour manager over there, Hallerman recalled of their Scottish by way of Italy road hand. Got us lost, leaving every town and entering every town. Every day. For whatever reason, the band received their biggest and most boisterous reception in Italy. The language barrier couldn't have mattered less to their ferocious new fans. "It was pretty insane," Johnson recalled. "I remember Rome was in this weird cavernous club in this basement. There was one set of stairs that went down there. It was fucking insane. It was wall-to-wall sweat and people. I had the t-shirt thing set up on the steps on the way out, and I got flooded. People were ripping shirts off the wall, CDs, and everything." Chris caused something of a stir when he tore down one of the posters with the band's name on it and ripped it into pieces. When local journalists caught wind of that, they probed him to find out the meaning behind his actions, and were disappointed to discover he just needed some paper to write down the evening's set list. Kim Thiel nearly got pulled off stage from the overeager horde who simply wanted a piece of him. The tour ended with one of the wildest shows Soundgarden ever played. It took place in Pisa, home of the famous Leaning Tower. Unfortunately, the band didn't realize until they were on stage that the show was actually a part of a local communist rally. And one of the motivating reasons behind the event was to try to legalize drugs in Italy. Not just marijuana, but hard stuff, like heroin, too. The promoter hadn't told them what the deal was, so when they arrived, they were greeted by a barrage of police with automatic weapons, and members of the press applauding them for supporting the legalization of drugs. The show in Pisa was significant for another reason as well. It was the last gig that Hiro Yamamoto played with Soundgarden. Louder Than Love wasn't even out yet, but the bassist had had enough. Yamamoto had been talking about leaving for so long that Chris decided to call his bluff. Chris said, "Fine. You keep voicing your dissatisfaction. I'm tired of hearing it. Just leave," Thiel told author Greg Prado. Though the singer wasn't 100% serious about his ultimatum, Yamamoto was. Chris calling him on it forced his hand, Thiel added. The rest of the tour was canceled. Susan Silver used her mother's credit card to help cover the losses and get everyone home. I was unhappy before we left for Europe, and then halfway through Europe I was like, I can't keep doing this, Yamamoto explained to Prado. I guess the reason why I left was the whole deal about metal, he added. We were a hard rock band, but I don't know if we were ever a metal band. We got bigger than I ever imagined we could have. I wasn't really ready for that at the time. There was nothing left to say. No amount of cajoling, arguing, or convincing could change his mind. Hiro Yamamoto was out of Soundgarden and onto a different path, an academic track that initially led him to a master's degree in physics, and then a career in the petroleum industry, working for Mobil. He'd play music again. In the 90s, he hooked up with Mark Pickerel from Screaming Trees along with another guy named Robert Roth to form the group Truly. They put out an album on Sub Pop in 1991 titled Heart and Lungs before signing a deal with Capitol Records and releasing Fast Stories from Kid Coma. Another pair of albums followed, but the band never took off in the way that Soundgarden did. These days, he's one-third of a surf rock trio named Stereo Donkey. Despite the setback, Chris, Kim, and Matt were determined to keep going. They just needed to find a replacement. Of one thing they were certain, whoever they brought in had to be from the Seattle area. They weren't about to go to Los Angeles and pick up some random recording session hotshot who didn't have the slightest clue about who they were or what they were trying to accomplish. Among those they tapped to audition was Jack Endino. It was a little awkward because we were friends, he said. I think they decided who was going to be the bass player and they let me try out as a courtesy. That was the sense I got at the time. We had one little jam together and it was fun. Another hopeful was Jim Tillman, from the group Susan Silver once managed, the U-Men. The band gave him an advance copy of Louder Than Love so that he could learn the parts, then invited him to Chris's place to jam. They tried out a few altered tunings, with Tillman lowering his deepest bass string note all the way down to B. Unfortunately, shortly after they got going, he hit a subterranean note and blew out his speaker. The session ended and they all went bowling together. After trying out and passing on a young kid named Ben Shepard, at 20 years old he couldn't even legally drink yet, they eventually settled on Jason Everman to fill in Yamamoto's heavy boots. Born in Alaska in 1967, Everman moved to Poulsbo, Washington, when he was still a kid. He first gained attention in the Seattle rock scene as the second guitarist in Nirvana, a gig he locked down through his friendship with the band's then drummer, Chad Channing. Though he didn't work with Nirvana on their debut album Bleach, he was the one who laid down the $606.17 for the recording sessions after the fact, and received a credit on the record as a result. The band never paid him back. Everman toured the country with Nirvana throughout 1989, including playing at Sub Pop's infamous Lame Fest show at the Moore Theater on June 9th. That same month, he made his only 2 recordings as a member of the band, on a cover of Kiss's Do You Love Me and an early version of Dive at the Evergreen State College's 24-track recording facility. His last gig with the band took place at the Pyramid Club in New York City on July 18th. After that, the band canceled the remaining dates on the itinerary and drove the 50 hours across the country back home to Washington. "We had some great shows with Jason," Chris Novoselic told Clay Tarver in the New York Times, "but then things went south really fast." At the heart of the band's issues with Everman was his inability to open up and connect with the other guys in the group. On way too many of the long drives from this gig to that, he remained silent and kept to himself, which was pretty frustrating to everyone else in the van. Soundgarden chose to ignore some of those early warning signs. Kim Thile made the call and invited him to try out. Everman knew Soundgarden's repertoire and could play the songs well enough that everyone agreed that the personality issues would eventually take care of themselves. Shortly after Everman joined, the band re-entered the studio to fulfill a small contractual obligation. A&M said, "We need a B-side," Jack Endino said. The label was on the verge of releasing the second single from Louder Than Love, a song called Hands All Over, and they wanted something fresh to tack on to the other side. To mollify their corporate overlords, the band went back to their first producer to engineer the session, where they cooked up a hasty cover of the Beatles' Come Together. Endino remembers it being a really strange session, adding, "Even at the time I thought, this is not really going anywhere." They weren't terribly thrilled about doing it for some reason. Chris had difficulty working up enthusiasm for the song and at one point got so frustrated that he kicked one of the studio's wooden orange stools clear across the room. When the time came to add harmonies, he simply shrugged it off. I said, "Hey, what are you going to do about the Paul McCartney harmony that's on this song?" Endino recalled. Chris goes, "Oh, you got to record it. Why don't you sing it? I'm sick of working on this song. I'm going home. Let us hear it when you're done with it." He took off, leaving Endino holding the bag to play the part of McCartney. The producer's voice can be heard floating just under the surface. Everman's first show with Soundgarden took place on September 22nd, 1989, at the Club with No Name in Los Angeles. Louder Than Love had been out for only a couple of weeks, and they were using this time to warm up and get their new bassist up to speed in front of a live audience. They quickly followed that gig with a few performances around Southern California, including an in-store appearance at Rhino Records under harsh fluorescent lighting, during which Chris implored the dozens of people lined up in between the racks of tapes and CDs to buy vinyl after a feedback-filled rendition of Gun. The most memorable of Everman's early shows took place at a venue called The Scream, where Gunny Junk surprised the band on stage with an eye-popping dance routine. "It was during Beyond the Wheel," he remembered. "I had on cut-off jean shorts, put tape over my nipples, and put a pumpkin on my head and went out and did a total homoerotic attack on Chris while he sang. We literally wrestled on stage while he was singing. I did it maybe 3 times over the course of that tour. I may have had a few beers in me or something." At another gig, Everman tossed his bass back behind one of the drum risers, where it smashed into Sex Pistols guitarist Steve Jones's Gibson Les Paul. It was unintentional, but it left a ding in the guitar. Jones's tech went apoplectic and threatened to keep Everman's bass, but it was eventually returned. "You'd think Steve, since he's an original punk rock sort of guy, he'd understand that kind of thing," Chris later joked. "I guess not." The next 3 months were a manic barnstorm through America's seedy rock and roll club scene, beginning with a show at the Moore in Seattle on October 7th, 1989. Soundgarden drove from sea to shining sea, bringing their visceral brand of post-punk metal to the American underground. 2 weeks after the tour began, they returned to Kim's old stomping grounds near Park Forest, Illinois, to play a wild show in Chicago. Matt Cameron was already showing signs of being the best drummer in the biz, and Thile stood stock still stage right, laying out these seismic riffs. WXRT DJ Richard Milne remembered of the band's gig at Cabaret Metro, and all of them watching Cornell strut and flail and wail and make every person in the room wish they were in a band too. From there they hit venues like Stanch's in Columbus, Ohio, where Primus opened up, the Loeb Center at NYU, Club Soda in Montreal, and the venerated 930 Club in Washington, D.C., which was a mecca of hardcore thanks to bands like Minor Threat, Government Issue, and the Slicky Boys. They also returned to New Orleans and ripped the roof off of Tipitina's. By December, they had closed the circuit and were back in Los Angeles for 2 gigs at the famous Whiskey A Go-Go on the Sunset Strip in Hollywood on the 7th and the 10th. Given the historic aura surrounding the venue and the opportunity the gigs presented for them to show off in front of the LA music industry, the band decided to cancel a planned gig in Tijuana, Mexico, and film both of their performances at the Whiskey. The footage was later compiled and released on both VHS and CD, as well as a special 12-inch blue vinyl record. They called it Louder Than Live. Shot entirely in black and white, it is a pivotal document of Soundgarden just before the wave of the success and fame crested. The camera movements are chaotic, and the editing is frenzied, but the overall effect accurately simulates what it felt like to witness the band in this nascent stage. The mosh pit never slackens, stage divers are frequent, the riffs pouring out of Chris's sunburst Gibson Les Paul are pummeling. His voice is searing. Appearing on stage in either a vest or shirtless, Chris decided to take the waist-down portion of his outfit to the next level for this particular performance. I remember he spent an hour backstage entirely duct-taping his pants, Eric Johnson said. That was kind of the inspiration for the label putting duct tape on the Louder Than Live sampler thing that they put out. He was a total duct tape guy. Whether it's while whipping around his long locks of black hair during Gun, stomping his feet in time to the chorus of Big Dumb Sex, dodging stage crashers during I Awake, or leaping headfirst into the crowd while Kim Thile ripped off another savage solo, Chris turned himself into a spectacle, demanding the attention of everyone in the room. He was the first guy I ever saw lean back into the crowd with his guitar strapped on, Johnson said. Eddie Vedder started doing that a lot after, but Chris was the first guy I ever remember going into the crowd. Then I'd have to go in after him. The film ended in the most awesomely absurd way possible. A medley performance of Spinal Tap's Big Bottom into Cheech and Chong's Earache My Eye. After which Chris bashed his sunburst Les Paul into Matt Cameron's drum before casually tossing it into the air and stalking off. Soundgarden's momentous 1989 ended 5 nights later with another performance at the I-Beam in San Francisco. After that, they drove home to Seattle to spend Christmas and New Year's Eve with their families and girlfriends. The respite didn't last long. Less than a month later, they were back on the road. This time as part of a package run with French-Canadian heavy metal group Voivod and California funk rockers Faith No More. For this higher-profile outing, A&M decided to spring for a full-fledged tour bus to escort the group from show to show. They also got a new road manager named Mark Sokol. The days of jamming a Kano in the red Beauville were over, though they didn't junk the old warhorse. Chris would regularly take the van out into the woods on camping trips. Kim Thile also drove it around town. They ultimately lent it out to bands like Alice in Chains to lug gear. I believe the Screaming Trees used it and the Pearl Jam guys, the Mother Love Bone guys, Kim Thile said. There was always a point in time where someone calls and says, "Hey, we need that big long van to move stuff from one rehearsal space to a gig. We just need it tonight because we're going to move stuff to this gig and then back to rehearsal space." With their new bus pointing the way, Soundgarden's latest run began on Voivod's home turf. "We were headlining, and at the time I really didn't know much about them," the band's singer Dennis Snake Bélanger said. "When I saw the first show of that tour, I was blown away and I said to myself, oh my God, I gotta play after this guy?" Chris enjoyed his time in Canada and had a genuine fondness for his neighboring country to the north. "I like their money," he wrote years later. "It's colorful, and on the backs of the different notes are little picture postcards or travel brochures for the country. One bill has people playing hockey. Why can't we have football? They have the Queen on the 20, which they might not like, but it could be much worse. She was never a slave owner." The 3 bands crossed into U.S. territory on January 13th, 1990, playing the Midwest before hitting the Big Apple 6 days later. It was a jam-packed day that began with a filmed interview between Chris and Kim and MTV host Ricky Rackman for the show Headbangers Ball around noon. The two Soundgarden members sat on a sofa together with their legs crossed and their boots pressed against one another's for most of the chat. Rackman hit them with questions about the music scene in Seattle. "It's boss," Chris dryly responded, and their recent Grammy nomination for Ultra Mega OK. When Rackman asked Chris about Axl Rose's praise, the singer drolly responds, "Wow," then waves his hair back and forth. Part of the reason for Chris's on-screen abstinence is the fact that he was battling both an oncoming flu and road fatigue. After the MTV appearance, he took part in a 90-minute radio interview, then a photo shoot, and finally sound check, which was cut short. Just like the whiskey gigs out in LA, however, the show at the Ritz was an important one, with a lot of industry insiders coming to have a look at what they thought might be the next big thing. There were around 300 people on the guest list alone. MTV's cameras were on hand to capture the action, and footage of their performance of Flower made it onto the network's airwaves shortly thereafter. Nevertheless, Chris didn't pander to the VIPs and screamed to the crowd, "This isn't Club MTV. You don't have to feel stupid." The band hit the stage in Bayshore, New York, the following night, before motoring north to Boston, then back south to Philadelphia, where they joined Faith No More on stage to play Black Sabbath's War Pigs. Faith No More singer Mike Patton returned the favor during Soundgarden's set, where he sang I Awake, allowing Chris to introduce his body to the crowd gathered near the lip of the stage. Faith No More departed from the tour the following day. And that's how it went over the next 2 months. 12 days on, 1 or 2 days off. An endless parade of smelly clubs, dingy green rooms, and the interminable wait for that single hour of tumultuous release. Some of the shows were sold out, wall-to-wall affairs. Others, farther away from the coasts, were sparsely attended. Cramped space on the bus, which constantly jerked this way and that while on the road, and wasn't very conducive to a decent night's sleep. VHS copies of RoboCop and episodes of The Simpsons helped break up some of the monotony, along with Nintendo sessions with the members of Voivod. When they got to the next town, they were treated to a never-ending feast of so-called promoter's pasta, left simmering in hotel pans and green rooms. Baltimore, Charlotte, Fort Lauderdale, San Antonio, Anaheim, Portland, Salt Lake City, St. Louis, Minneapolis, and on and on. In Orlando, Soundgarden made a positive impression on the local writer for the Sentinel, Parry Gettleman, who noted the band's ascendant popularity. The crowd thinned considerably after Soundgarden's set, and during the break several would-be ticket buyers turned away when told that Soundgarden had already finished, she wrote. She also singled out Chris's wild mannerisms. Cornell tossed a microphone high in the air, looping the cord over a lighting beam suspended from the ceiling, and then dived into the roiling crowd for some audience surfing. Back on stage, he attacked Matt Cameron's drum kit with a mic stand, which got the worst end of the conflict. From his up-close view of Chris during their time together, Voivod's singer couldn't help but note his unique personal dichotomy. "As a frontman, he was tearing the place down," Belanger said. "I remember once he climbed on the speaker and there was like a beamed ceiling and it was pretty high, but he did like monkey bars all across the room, holding himself up with both arms. When he came back to the stage, people couldn't believe it. I couldn't believe it myself." Once the show ended, the madman dangling from the steel beams was nowhere to be found. Instead, Belanger encountered a rather quiet, thoughtful person, who really only ever spoke up when he actually had something to say. As a person, he was really calm. He was not a blah-blah-blah kind of guy. It was clear to everyone coming out to the shows, watching the clips on MTV, and listening along on the radio that Soundgarden was primed to make some serious moves. Little did they know that tragedy was about to bring them all back down to earth. Chapter 6. Call Me a Dog. The imposing, dingy white slab of concrete and stucco on 62nd Street wasn't much to look at. The drab forest green awning hanging over the main entryway to the venue offered the only signal that one had made it to the right place. Rock Capital of Brooklyn, it pronounced in big block letters. On March 17, 1990, Soundgarden made their way to the outer boroughs of New York City, to this small club called L'Amour, with the purpose of living up to the promise emblazoned high above the narrow street. It was St. Patrick's Day, and everyone was in the mood to cut loose, drink beer, and bang their heads. Chris Cornell was backstage with the band prepping for their performance. Susan Silver had made the trip for this portion of the tour. Everyone was chatting, tuning, and carrying on, generally stoked that the run was nearly over and that they'd soon be back home. That's when their road manager, Mark Sokol, received the phone call from Xana Lafuente, Andrew Wood's girlfriend. Andy had overdosed on heroin and was in a coma at Harborview Medical Center in Seattle. The prognosis wasn't good. Sokol shared the news with some of the crew, but decided to wait to tell the band until after the performance. He figured there wasn't much to be done now. Why mess with their heads before sending them out to entertain a few hundred young and hungry rock fanatics? Soundgarden went on stage and delivered their typical high-energy, sweat-soaked show. Chris was in prime form, screaming, jumping, and stomping his way through the band's aggressive set. Then he came off stage and received the dreadful news. It was heavy. Soundgarden's roadie Eric Johnson said. It was not a fucking great moment. Chris was crushed, obviously. He was the closest of all of us to Andy. Pretty quickly, bottles of liquor were passed around to dull the shock. Chris was pretty jet-lagged and, at first, didn't fully comprehend the magnitude of the news. He and Susan eventually made their way back to the ramshackle apartment hotel they were renting near the Beacon Theater on the Upper West Side of Manhattan, and took calls from back home to try to figure out what the hell was going on. Kelly Curtis, Mother Love Bone's manager, was feeding them updates. While they were putting the pieces together and figuring out what to do next, Woods' condition grew worse. He had suffered a hemorrhage aneurysm and had lost all function in his brain. It didn't seem like someone that alive, and particularly that young, was actually going to die, Chris told Rolling Stone's Andy Green. It was like watching a play where there's going to be a surprise ending and your worst fears aren't going to come true. Soundgarden played another show at Maxwell's in Hoboken, New Jersey, during which Chris spoke about the effects of drug addiction before dedicating the show to Andy. Those in attendance wouldn't understand the full weight of his words for another few days. Afterwards, Chris hopped a flight back to Seattle with Susan. They dropped their stuff at home and then sped over to the hospital. In the meantime, LaFuente demanded that doctors not pull the plug on Andy until after Chris arrived and had the chance to say goodbye. On the one hand, it's like, that's really cool, Chris told the filmmakers behind the Andy Wood documentary Malfunction. On the other hand, it was like, well, that's really creepy. That's really awful. His family is all sitting there waiting to get this over with. So that made it especially weird. I didn't want to feel like the guy that was holding up this inevitability. Wood's family didn't mind the delay. I didn't really care, Kevin Wood said. The longer we could keep him alive, the better, I thought. There was a slight chance that he might just keep breathing. We were camped out in the hospital for days, so it didn't make any difference. The Andy that Chris saw when he entered the room at Harborview was a far cry from the larger-than-life figure with whom he had shared so many incredible nights on Capitol Hill. The singer lay on the bed motionless, hooked up to a range of machines that kept his heart pumping and his lungs breathing. Chris was shocked and visibly upset. His mouth was just half open, and he's just looking at Andy, Kevin Wood recalled. No words. The decision was made to pull the plug. A few moments later, the line on the electrocardiogram went flat. Andrew Wood was dead, at 24 years old. I didn't deal well with Andy's death, Chris said. After he died numerous times, I'd be driving and I would look out the window and I thought I saw him. It would take me 5 minutes to update to the moment and realize, no, he's actually dead. Though Chris would come to terms with the reality of what had happened, the impact of the loss never faded from his mind. Eventually, he'd channel his emotions into song, helped out by some of Andy's closest friends and collaborators. The act of making music brought a measure of solace, but the utter senselessness of what had occurred was impossible to fully overcome. The Paramount Theater on 9th Avenue in Seattle couldn't have been more diametrically opposed to L'Amour. At 9 stories tall, with a capacity to hold nearly 3,000 people inside its gilded hall, The nearly 100-year-old building is perhaps the most regal-looking construction in all of Seattle. A rock capital in its own right, the Paramount has also hosted jazz giants, pop stars, and presidents. It was the perfect location to honor Andrew Wood. On March 24, 1990, fans, friends, family, and loved ones gathered inside the Paramount to celebrate the memory of a man who never got to explore the limits of his outsized potential. In a show of respect that he would have loved, Andrew Wood's name was emblazoned on the marquee hanging over the building's entryway, along with the years of his birth and death. Inside, the co-owner of the club, RKCNDY, ran sound and played a heavy rotation of Wood's music. Members of Alice in Chains, Mother Love Bone, and all of Soundgarden showed up to pay their respects. A guest book was set up. Chris scrawled on the single-lined yellow paper with a Sharpie, "To the Love Master, save my seed in the netherworld, for I know it's a sold-out show." He affixed his signature, which looked like an explosion of barely legible C's and L's. As the program unfolded, Wood's father got up and spoke about the dangers of substance abuse. At one point, a group of religious figures, picked to appear by La Fuente, led a candle-lighting ceremony. It had these New Age overtones that didn't fit Andy's life at all, Chris recalled. There was an amazing film of Andy with his Mother Love Bone bandmates. All of Andy's friends and family were there, mixed with a bunch of fans who I didn't like, but knew Andy would have loved. Scott Sundquist showed up for the ceremony and couldn't help but notice how much the heaviness of the occasion was weighing on Chris. Together the pair gathered a handful of helium-filled balloons, took them outside, and let them drift into the spring air. After that, Chris and several others gravitated toward Mother Love Bone manager Kelly Curtis's house for an impromptu wake. Around 30 people told stories of their departed friends' outlandish exploits through tears. "We were crammed in a smallish living room with people sitting on every available surface," Chris wrote years later on his website. "Couch arms, end tables, the floor. I was leaning on the back of one of the couches that face away from the rest of the room and toward the front door. I remember Andy's girlfriend looking at everyone and saying, 'This is just like La Bamba.'" From outside, Chris could hear a heavy set of footsteps rushing toward Curtis's front door. Lane Staley flew in, completely breaking down and crying so deeply that he looked truly frightened and lost, Chris remembered. The Alice in Chains frontman was in desperate need of solace. "I had this sudden urge to run over and grab him and give him a big hug and tell him everything was going to be okay. Kelly has always had a way of making everyone feel like everything will turn out great, that the world isn't ending. That's why we were at his place. I wanted to be that person for Lane. Maybe just because he needed it so bad." Chris didn't move. Nobody did. The weight of their own individual grief kept them planted in place as Staley unraveled before them. That memory stuck with Chris. It was made even more poignant a dozen years later when he appeared at Staley's funeral. "I was angry," he said. "I kept hearing the twice as bright, half as long speech, and the he was just too special for this world nonsense that I had heard at so many other funerals for so many other friends that were so young and talented." After rolling it around in his head, trying to figure out the source of his anger, he concluded that I was just mad at myself because he was dead. And one time I had a chance to pick him up, dust him off, and let him know that there was a person who cared about how much pain he was in. And I didn't do it. Despite the trauma Chris had to contend with in the wake of Wood's death, the Soundgarden train continued moving full speed ahead. A new tour of Europe loomed, set to kick off on April 5th in Newcastle, England. It was scheduled to last a full month and take them from the Netherlands to West Germany, Italy, and beyond. It was shitty timing, to say the least. I figured it would be this great thing because I would be away from home and I wouldn't have to look at places where I saw him or see things that would remind me of him, Chris said. But it was awful. Things didn't get off to an auspicious start. After the initial show in Newcastle, they were booked to play a 200-person club called International in Manchester, with Voivod and Faith No More. Both bands canceled, leaving Soundgarden on the hook for the entire evening's worth of entertainment. Only around 17 people showed up to watch them. A pair of shows at the Marquee in London went much better, with the Technicolor twins writing in Metal Hammer that the bare-torsoed Cornell delights the masses with his easy stagecraft like a New Age temptress, and that it seems that all you need to do to make Soundgarden great is add an audience. Chris continued to dwell on Andy. Though he was loath to talk about his pain, the dark thoughts and wistful memories turned into lyrics, which he married to melodies. Before he knew it, he'd written 2 songs about his friend. The first was a melancholic ballad titled Say Hello to Heaven. The second was an expansive rocker he called Reach Down. Beyond their roles as exquisite outpourings of grief, both songs marked a new evolution for Chris as a songwriter. Traditionally, he'd written from the perspective of a detached character. Part of it was him, but the other was fictional. These songs broke from that method by specifically addressing his real feelings about a real person. Neither song felt right for Soundgarden, but he continued to flesh them out. They were too authentic and too good to be left lingering on a cassette tape stashed in the bottom of his bag. He figured he'd wait until he got back home to Seattle and figure out what to do with them then. Following the Marquee shows in London and a performance at the Irish Centre in Birmingham, Soundgarden crossed the English Channel and began working their way across Europe again. They began at a venue called Paradiso in Amsterdam, then headed east. They were escorted across the continent by a roadie named Dutch Michaels. Unfortunately for the band, Michaels wasn't the greatest chauffeur in the world, and the ride through mountainous switchbacks through the steep Alps was a wild one. He was driving the Sprinter van in Austria. We were coming down and he's riding the brakes really hard, and we all started to smell something, Eric Johnson said. We were like, hey dude, you should probably pull over. Our brakes were literally on fire, melted. So we ended up having to stay at this little inn for the night somewhere in Austria. It was like this ski chalet or something, but it wasn't winter. So we were literally the only people in this fucking place. When the band woke the next morning and ambled down for breakfast, they were met with a dismal-looking charcuterie, salami and ham arranged on a tray, covered in a rainbow sheen. Everyone was put off, except Matt Cameron, who dug in. Couple hours later on the road, he's writhing on the floor of the Sprinter, Johnson recalled. Laying on the floor and grabbing the legs of the chairs, moaning. We're like, this guy is dying, but we didn't fucking know where to go. Soundgarden's next show was hours away, at the Modern Casino Club in Rimini, Italy. Because of the delay caused by the van's brakes, they were forced to cancel a gig in Naples the night before, which led to a small-scale riot that caused thousands of dollars in damage. Rather than pull over at a hospital and have Cameron looked at and canceling another gig, they decided to press on and seek medical attention later. We get to the show and he's still out of it. We don't know how it's going to happen, Johnson said. They wanted to cut him open in Italy thinking he had appendicitis, but he was like, no, I'm not going to let you do that here. This funky little town in Italy. It was a really nervous day thinking, how is this going to come off? Chris considered returning to the drums for the show. He quickly realized there's no way I can sing these parts and play drums, Johnson said. It only took a few minutes on stage to figure that out. In the end, Cameron managed to white-knuckle his way through the band's set. They skipped the encore. Shortly thereafter, Soundgarden was on their way back to Seattle. We got Cameron on a plane the next morning and sent him home, Johnson said. The word was he farted for about 15 minutes on the plane and felt much, much better. Italy had defeated Soundgarden once again. More consequentially, it spelled the end of the line for Jason Everman. Things never gelled, and rather than let them fester, we fired him, Chris said. He was an unhappy person, Johnson said. The first guy I ever saw trash gear and throw his bass, tantrums. Then he'd sit in the back of the Sprinter with his headphones on. He wasn't involved in the conversations with other people. He'd be listening to some kind of hardcore rap or something. The rest of those guys weren't happy-go-lucky dudes, but they were funny and charismatic, and Jason didn't seem happy. Andrew Wood's death caused Chris to reevaluate the types of people he let into his orbit, which may have played a factor in the decision to fire Jason. It sort of directed me towards worrying about relationships that I have with people who I feel are important, as opposed to wasting my time with people who don't seem to be, who are just sort of trying to be energy vampires, sucking whatever they can out of you," he told Reflex. "It helped me define differences between the two, and definitely made me a little more aggressive towards avoiding that kind of person." Once they got back to Seattle, Soundgarden called a band meeting at Matt Cameron's house. Chris did most of the talking during the brief gathering, telling Everman they were going to go in a different direction. The bassist was devastated, but there was nothing he could do to change their minds. Jason Everman was a talented musician who was more than willing to match the intensity of the rest of the band for the 90 minutes they sweated and screamed on stage. It was the other 22 and a half hours between shows that created the rift that led to his dismissal. As Soundgarden once again considered who could take over on bass, it wasn't that aspect that guided their search the most. They weren't looking for a technician. They were looking for a kindred spirit. Eventually, Everman moved to New York, where he found work at Caroline Records' warehouse. He played in a few bands, most notably a San Francisco-based group called Mindfunk, before joining the Army in 1994. The military lifestyle suited him. Everman became a member of the elite Army Rangers, and then joined up with the even more elite Special Forces. He was still going through the last phase of his training to finally earn his coveted Green Beret when 2 jumbo jets slammed into the sides of the World Trade Center on September 11th, 2001. A deployment to Afghanistan was followed by a deployment to Iraq, then back to Afghanistan, where he became a witness to mayhem in a place where life can be snuffed out in the blink of an eye. After obtaining his honorable discharge in 2006, Everman enrolled in school, earning a bachelor's degree from the Columbia University School of General Studies. He got in with a little help from 4-star General Stanley McChrystal, who wrote a letter of recommendation on his behalf. Soundgarden needed to find their second bassist in less than a year. To Chris's mind, at least, there was only one option. If they were going to get a new bassist, it had to be Ben Shepherd. Hunter Benedict Shepherd was born on an American military base in Okinawa, Japan, on September 20th, 1968. Over the next several years, his family bounced around the U.S. before putting down roots in Kingston, Washington, a small logging hamlet hugging Puget Sound, just across the way from Seattle. Shepherd fell in love with music at his father's feet. Before heading out for work, Shepherd's dad would often pick up an acoustic guitar and strum out Johnny Cash and Creedence Clearwater Revival songs, while Ben dutifully shined up his boots. The lengths that Shepherd went to immerse himself in Seattle's musical underground as a teenager were extraordinary. He never had much money, so if he wanted to catch a show, he had to sneak onto a ferry from Bainbridge Island into town, sneak or talk his way into one of the venues, then sneak back onto the ferry and hitchhike home. The Central Tavern near Pioneer Square, above which Susan Silver rented an office space on the 3rd floor along with Ken Deans and Kelly Curtis, was a favorite spot. As it happened, Shepherd was among the audience watching Soundgarden's second professional gig when they opened for Husker Du at Guerrilla Gardens back in 1985. By the time he was a teenager, Shepherd was already playing in punk bands with names like March of Crimes, Mind Circus, and 600 School. At around 6'4" and thin as a rail, he cut a memorable figure on stage. Then came Nirvana. The connection was made by his old friend Chad Channing, who was still Nirvana's drummer at the time, around 1988. Shepherd was out at a party one night in Olympia, sitting on a couch by himself, when Kurt Cobain ambled over and took up the space on the other end. The kindred loners hit it off, and by the end of the night were passing an acoustic guitar back and forth, playing snatches of different songs together. Eventually, Cobain offered Shepherd a spot as a touring guitarist. It was around that time that Shepherd ran into Kim Thayil at a Pear Ubu concert and learned that Hiro Yamamoto had quit Soundgarden. Thinking that it signaled the end of the band, Shepherd kicked an ashtray and let out a hearty, "God damn it!" Thayil eased his concerns, explaining that they intended to carry on without Yamamoto, and then asking, if he might like to try playing bass. Despite the fact that he was a guitarist, he felt obligated to give it a shot. But the 20-year-old wasn't exactly prepared when the moment came. The short notice didn't give him enough time to properly rehearse the parts from Louder Than Love. The audition turned into a loose jam session that lasted for 3 hours. I remember Matt jumping up from behind the drums at one point and going, "A for effort, man, that's badass," because he saw me wiping out on a part and recovering as fast as possible, Shepard recalled. The 3 Soundgarden members were interested enough in the lanky guitarist that they brought him back for a second audition, but ultimately ended up going with the older and more experienced Everman. Shepard was stung when he heard the news from Stuart Hallerman, but having grown up with Everman, he felt that he might be somewhat incompatible with the other 3 Soundgarden guys from a personality standpoint. Shepard held out hope that he'd get a second chance with Soundgarden at some point. In the meantime, Shepard went on tour with Nirvana, under the assumption that he'd be playing lead guitar. That didn't turn out to be the case. Though he rehearsed and learned many of the songs from their next album, Nevermind, the band was still mostly playing shows packed with Bleach material, content to hone their forthcoming songs, like the soon-to-be omnipresent Smells Like Teen Spirit, in private. Shepard only ended up playing with Nirvana once, during a sound check on the first stop of the tour in Minneapolis. For the rest of the run, he was relegated to selling T-shirts. Though Shepard never became a full-fledged member of Nirvana, Kurt Cobain always felt a twinge of guilt about how they weren't able to make it happen. As he told Michael Azerrad for the definitive Nirvana biography, Come As You Are, "I still kind of regret that because I like that guy a lot. He would have added to the band definitely," he said. "He was kind of crazy sometimes, but that's okay. I'd rather have that than some moody metalhead." The moody metalhead he was referring to was Jason Everman. Shortly after informing Everman that they wanted to go with someone else on bass, Thile invited Shepard out for beers to see if he'd be interested in giving Soundgarden another shot. The next day, the entire band converged on Chris's house, where the offer to join was presented. Shepard simply spat on the ground and said, "Fuck yeah." It helped Shepard's case that he'd grown up around Bainbridge Island, the same small outpost that Andrew Wood had come from. Ben knew Andy and had bought his 1972 jazz bass, which he nicknamed Tree from the Wood Brothers. He was the kindred spirit that Soundgarden needed. The band spent the next few weeks rehearsing with their new bassist, helping him sharpen his understanding of the material from Louder Than Love, and preparing him for another full-on assault of North America. Meanwhile, for the first time, Chris took a seat in the producer's chair, helping his friends in Screaming Trees record their album, Uncle Anesthesia. Susan Silver was managing the Trees at that point, and Terry Date nabbed a producer's credit for that record as well. It was fun having Chris around, Screaming Trees guitarist Gary Lee Conner told Leonardo Tissot. "We were friends with Chris, and we asked him to be kind of a go-between between Terry Date and ourselves, and he was able to, kind of, trying to convey to Terry what we were about." In addition to producing, Chris also played recorder on the song Lay Your Head Down and added backing vocals to Alice Said, Before We Arise, and the album's title track. Conner eventually decided to show his appreciation to Chris by giving him a black 1989 Gretsch G6 128T Duo Jet guitar. It quickly became his go-to instrument. "I would never let it out of my sight," Chris told Guitar World. "It may only be a reissue, but it's a very important guitar to me." Soundgarden performed live for the first time with Shepard at Lake City Concert Hall in Seattle on June 15, 1990. It had only been a year since Hiro Yamamoto departed the band. Soundgarden was an unannounced portion of the evening's entertainment, playing for a crowd of around 300 at the Mormon church-owned venue, while opening for a local glam band called Witch Doctors. 2 weeks later, Shepard was on a plane with the rest of the guys for a quick summer run through Europe that kicked off at the Roskilde Festival in Denmark. The tour was an invigorating success. Shepard held his own and proved beyond any doubt that he was the right choice. The band hardly missed a beat after returning home to the States, almost immediately hopping on a 27-date tour opening for Danzig, a popular metal band fronted by the former lead singer of the Misfits. The shows were gothic bonanzas, with Glenn Danzig flogging songs from their latest album, Danzig 2, Lucifuge, and Soundgarden trying to blow them off the stage each night with their own collection of doom-laden riffs and eye-popping on-stage histrionics. By the time they made it to a gig in Pittsburgh in the middle of the run, Shepherd was already proving his worth to the rest of Soundgarden, beyond even his duties as the bedrock of their rhythm section. Out in the crowd, a skinhead decided he didn't like Chris and tried to take a swing at him. Shepherd threw off his bass, dove headlong into the sea of bodies, latched onto the Nazi punk, and proceeded to beat the shit out of him. Security stepped in and hauled the guy out. It wouldn't be the last time that Shepherd confronted someone out past the footlights of the stage. There were several instances, however, when even the brawling bassist wasn't enough to dissuade a certain portion of the audience from invading Soundgarden's domain. Soundgarden was touring with Danzig, and a big blonde bearded Nordic-looking guy jumped up on stage while we were playing. He wrapped his arms around my legs and just wouldn't let go, Chris remembered. Security swept in to try and pull the Viking wannabe away, but he was simply too strong. Instead of freaking out, Chris took it in stride and embraced the insanity of it all. I decided, well, this would be a good little challenge to see if I can keep singing the song and keep the rock going. "Let's see what happens here," he said. It took like 3/4 of the song to get him off my legs. Soundgarden's nationwide tour ended on September 1st, with a show at UC San Diego. But their year wasn't over quite yet. 2 nights after bidding adieu to Danzig, Soundgarden was booked to appear again at Bumbershoot. Unlike the last time they performed at Seattle's longest-running music festival, when they were a buzzed-about-side stage act, this time Soundgarden would be headlining, thanks to a last-minute cancellation by the Psychedelic Furs, ripping and roaring in front of 12,000 people. As popular as they were in their hometown, they were still only a theater-sized draw nationally, which made Bumbershoot the biggest spotlight of their career thus far. They were determined to make the most of it. Thyle ambled into view first, slamming into the sludgy chords to Beyond the Wheel. Chris, clad in his typical stage uniform, Doc Martens, black shorts, no shirt, emerged beside him and started crooning in a low, foreboding register. "Far beyond the wheel." To his right, Shepherd plucked out the ominous rhythm while Cameron tapped on his cymbals behind them. Amid the twisted din, Chris soared into an impossibly high falsetto before all hell broke loose. The singer leapt and stomped around to the music, while a mosh pit whipped up down in the front. By the time they made it to the next song, Flower, his mic stand was bent at a 45-degree angle from smashing it into the floor over and over again. A multitude of fans swarmed up onto the stage and promptly dived headlong back into the mayhem from which they'd just emerged. Chris applauded their enthusiasm. The show was a triumph, but the encore took it to another level. Rather than perform one of their own songs, Soundgarden busted out a live cover of Spinal Tap's lust-filled ode to Juicy Double's Big Bottom. Spinal Tap had actually performed at Bumbershoot before and had left behind one of their over-the-top set pieces, which Soundgarden borrowed. Out of nowhere, a large skull with glowing eyes and horns descended from the rafters as Chris wailed. To say the crowd lost its mind is an insult to the concept of insanity. They lapped up every second of it. Then, if things weren't already absurd enough, at the end of the song, Chris began singing "Jesus is Just All Right" by the Art Reynolds Singers, while Thyle's guitar fed back into oblivion. Chris followed this triumphant milestone with another. Less than 3 weeks later, on September 22nd, 1990, after 5 years of dating, Chris and Susan tied the knot. The small ceremony took place at their home in West Seattle in front of their closest friends and family. Chris's best friend, Eric Garcia, acted as his best man. Lisa Dutton was Susan's maid of honor. A small reception followed at a space called Woodsilk in Fremont. After that, the newlyweds departed for a honeymoon getaway in Victoria, BC. Chris didn't get much time to bask in the glow of newly consecrated matrimony. Just a month later, Soundgarden was back on the road, performing at cult singer Ian Astbury's Gathering of the Tribes Festival. where he received an unwanted back rub from folk singer Joan Baez backstage while trying to finish his dinner. The band ended 1990 with a special show at the Central on October 29th, where they were billed as Vince Whirlwind and the Nude Dragons. Nude Dragons being an anagram for Soundgarden. As his band's star rose and his personal life evolved, Chris kept returning to those two songs he had written in tribute to Andrew Wood. By now he'd recorded rudimentary demos of Reach Down and Say Hello to Heaven on his own and mixed them onto a cassette tape. The former track was arranged as a sweeping gospel-tinged composition that he envisioned with a Neil Young-esque extended guitar jam, a la Down by the River or Cortez the Killer. He imagined the song as a dialogue between himself and his departed friend in a different reality where Andy had not only lived, but made it, playing to crowds as big as the massive outdoor US festival. In Reach Down, at least, Andrew Wood got to live his dream. Say Hello to Heaven is more of a straightforward tribute, loaded with allusions to Andy and the people who knew and loved him. Chris cries in anguish over the loss of his friend, who came from an island but died from the street. On the demo, the pace of the song is a bit slower than it ultimately became, and the chorus effect on the guitar is a little more pronounced, but the raw emotion is palpable. Chris had a few ideas about what to do with these new songs, but none of them involved Soundgarden. One day he swung by his wife's office, which she shared with Kelly Curtis, and dropped off a copy of the tape. He had in mind an idea to record the songs with some of the members of Wood's band for a special single or something, but couldn't quite work up the nerve to give them the tape himself. "I thought maybe they would think it was horrible and that I was an asshole," he explained. That's when Susan stepped up. She reached out to Mother Love Bone bassist Jeff Ament and told him about the songs, then gave him the tape. Both Reach Down and Say Hello to Heaven sounded fully realized to Ament. He called Chris to tell him how much he enjoyed them, which thrilled the singer. Ament's enthusiasm gave Chris the confidence that they should record the songs together. The bassist even proposed adding other songs into the mix, maybe even covering some of Wood's solo songs as part of the project as well. At the time, Ament and Gossard were promoting the release of their lone full-length Mother Love Bone album, Apple, which finally saw the light on July 19th, 1990. What Chris didn't know before that call was that Ament was jamming again with Mother Love Bone's guitarist, Stone Gossard, and a young lead guitar player named Mike McCready. Ament had gotten to know McCready from his job working at Piacura's, a pizza place across the street from his apartment. McCready ended up playing with both of them after Gossard caught him wailing away to a Stevie Ray Vaughan record at a party and decided to see what they could do together. Eventually, they started writing songs and were contemplating forming a new band. In the meantime, Ament and Gossard kept coming back to Chris's tape. The pull to honor their departed friend and write and record some music with Soundgarden's dynamic frontman was simply too strong to ignore. Eventually, Chris brought Matt Cameron into the project along with McCready on lead guitar. Temple of the Dog was born. Their name was drawn from the opening lyrics to Man of Golden Words, a Mother Love Bone song written by Andrew Wood. "I want to show you something like joy inside my heart. Seems I've been living in the Temple of the Dog." It didn't take long before the fivesome abandoned the idea of re-recording some of Wood's songs. A few of Andy's friends and family and his girlfriend started grumbling, being a little concerned about our motives for doing Andy's music, which is totally fair, Chris told Rip magazine. But it wasn't something that any of us felt like having to explain or worry about. So we decided we would make our own album, let the Andrew thing go, and have fun collaborating as a band because we were really having a good time working together. With Wood's material off the table, the group went back to the drawing board and began cooking up enough musical ideas to flesh out an album. Ament and Gossard gave Chris some instrumental tracks for which he wrote lyrics, and ultimately became the songs Times of Trouble, Four-Walled World, and the propulsive Pushin' Forward Back. In a curious twist, the pair had included the Times of Trouble instrumental on a 5-track demo tape that they had made for Red Hot Chili Peppers drummer Jack Irons. Irons, in turn, passed it on to his friend, a local San Diego Petroleum warehouse employee, named Eddie Vedder. Vedder dubbed his own lyrics on the song, creating a new composition that he called Footsteps. The singer sent the song back through the mail on a white cassette that also included the songs Alive and Once. On the front, in Sharpie, he wrote, "For Stone plus Jeff." The pair was impressed with what they heard and decided to invite Vedder up to Seattle to see if he was the right guy to take over on lead vocals for their new band with Mike McCready. Meanwhile, Chris's pen kept busy. In addition to the music he was given by Ament and Gossard, he also put together the songs Your Savior and All Night Thing. Both were conscious efforts to try and write something in the vein of Reach Down and Say Hello to Heaven. Other songs that ended up on the album, like Hunger Strike and Wooden Jesus, had been bouncing around inside of his head for a while, but because they hadn't felt right for Soundgarden, he had left them by the wayside. Not long after Chris got back from his honeymoon in October, he, along with Matt Cameron, Stone Gossard, Jeff Ament, and Mike McCready, began rehearsing together at his brother Peter's house in Des Moines, Washington, several miles south of Seattle, near the SeaTac Airport. The home was an 800-square-foot cottage built on Chris's grandparents' property. Chris and Peter had knocked down some of the cottage's walls and turned it into a makeshift studio where Soundgarden often knocked around song ideas, and where Temple of the Dog was essentially born. After about 4 different sessions, the 5 men concluded that they had a real record on their hands and moved operations over to London Bridge Studios in November, where they linked up with producer Rick Parasher and got down to business. There wasn't a budget for it, really, engineer Dave Hillis said. Indeed, though Soundgarden's label A&M eventually released the album, it wasn't like the band went into the studio with a large stack of cash to throw around. Studio time wasn't cheap, and time was of the essence. In fact, Parasher deployed some pretty interesting techniques just to keep costs low. It was used tape, so there were old tracks from whoever recorded on it before, Hillis added. Given the absence of a real budget and label oversight, Temple of the Dog was free to do whatever they wanted. The whole situation was just so non-pressure-filled, Gossard said. Nobody expected this to be anything. So when we just went in and did it, the record company wasn't around. We basically paid for it ourselves. All told, the sessions lasted about 14 days. Most of the work was done on weekends through November and into December to save even more money. The stickiest song to record was probably Reach Down. The green Mike McCready wasn't simply nailing the extended guitar solo in the way that Chris had envisioned. To his ears, there simply wasn't enough passion blasting through the amplifiers. Initially, McCready tried to approximate the guitar solo that Chris laid down on the demo tape, but the singer wanted more than that. Chris could see McCready was holding back and made several attempts to coax the best performance out of him. He even tried leaving the room, but the results remained the same. After that, the guys converged on the guitarist and admonished him for playing too politely. They wanted to hear him go berserk. Challenged by his bandmates, McCready dug deep. "He went out of his mind," Chris said with awe years later. "You can tell he's trying to remember every trick he's ever learned." Given the proper motivation, McCready unfurled the nastiest, funkiest, most blistering instrumental passage of guitar music that Seattle had seen since the days of Jimi Hendrix. He got so into the song that midway through, he knocked his headphones off. Undeterred, he kept playing. During that nearly 4-minute span that the oral spotlight centered on him, he notched his place as one of rock's next great guitar heroes. By now, the band had 9 songs in the can. Pushin' Forward Back, the only track that Ament and Gossard were credited as writing together, leaned on drummer Matt Cameron's ability to beat together odd time signatures. In this case, an off-kilter 7/4 for one of the more aggressive offerings on the record. The drummer really excelled on Cornell's composition Wooden Jesus, busting out all sorts of weird percussive elements and rolling fills. Gossard's other contributions to Temple of the Dog, Times of Trouble and Four-Walled World, sound far more laid back than many of the other entries on the record, but still simmer with palpable intensity thanks to Chris's searing vocals. On both Times of Trouble and Wooden Jesus, Chris briefly flashed his surprisingly proficient abilities on 2 different instruments he's not exactly known for playing, wailing away like Little Walter on the harmonica on the former track, while plucking out melodies on a banjo on the latter. Call Me a Dog, a melancholic barn burner that the singer wrote about a couple at odds with one another. You Wore Me Out Like an Old Winter Coat, remains a thrilling highlight of the album and a heavy contender for the best vocal performance Chris ever delivered in a recording studio. Your Savior is a funky proto-prelude to Soundgarden's Jesus Christ Pose, while the closer, All Night Thing, remains the perfect end-of-the-evening reflection on love and difficult choices. Of all the songs that made it onto Temple of the Dog, Hunger Strike is far and away the most recognized, which is ironic, given that the song came together largely as an afterthought. Chris generally hated odd numbers, and as the band finished off the record, he realized that they had 9 songs total. Rather than remove a track, he felt compelled to make it an even 10. Hunger Strike is one of the only songs Chris ever wrote after smoking weed. Through reddened eyes, he picked up a guitar and started playing the opening arpeggio for a while before landing on the melody. The lyrics came quickly after that, but only one verse. He tried writing a second verse, but it just wasn't working. So he left what he had and assumed it'd make for a nice, deep album cut. Then Eddie Vedder arrived. Gossard, Ament, and McCready were fully invested in getting their band Mookie Blaylock off the ground, with their new singer from San Diego. Chris and Eddie met for the first time during a Temple of the Dog rehearsal. Vedder flew up to Seattle on October 8th to meet and play with his prospective bandmates. In a strange twist of fate just a few days earlier, he had been down in Irvine, California watching Soundgarden perform at an outdoor amphitheater. Just another fan. Chris always envisioned singing Hunger Strike with a high, soaring register, accompanied by a lower harmony to round it out. He figured he'd be able to handle both parts himself. As he was working through the arrangement with the rest of the band, though, singing at the highest reaches of his voice, he felt a presence move in behind him. Vedder had been sitting in a corner, affixing strips of duct tape to a drum. He couldn't help noticing that Chris kept having to cut off one part of the vocal to start the other. There was only one microphone set up in the room, but Eddie signaled to Chris that he had an idea. It was a bold move from the out-of-towner, but Chris made space for him in front of the mic. Suddenly, the 2 men were singing the chorus together, wrapping their voices around one another. Chris was free to blast off into the stratosphere, while Vedder was right there next to him, keeping his feet on the ground. From that rehearsal, Chris realized that including 2 singers, especially one as adept as Vedder, could only work to enhance the overall composition. Hunger Strike only had 1 verse, really, but if he sang that verse and then passed the same verse over to Vedder to repeat it, it would sound fresh to the listener's ears. The next time Vedder was in town, Chris invited him to London Bridge Studio so they could record their parts together. While Seattle was gripped by a snowstorm that blanketed the city with 14 inches of ice-covered powder, turning the city's steep streets into a tangle of treacherous, tobogganing hills, Chris and Eddie huddled inside of London Bridge, singing back and forth. No other members of Mookie Blaylock or Soundgarden were around. It took around 40 minutes to get the final take. For Eddie, the invitation to add his voice to the song was a gesture he never forgot. It was such a nice way to be ushered onto vinyl for the first time, Vedder told author Greg Prado. I'm indebted to Chris time eternal for being invited onto that track. In addition to Hunger Strike, Vedder also contributed background vocals to Four-Walled World, Pushin' Forward Back, and Your Savior. Seattle was an extremely tight-knit musical community. Outsiders weren't always embraced with open arms, but Chris went out of his way to make Vedder feel like a real member of the scene from the jump. Ed was super shy, McCready told Rolling Stone. Chris took him out for beers and told him stories. He was like, hey, welcome to Seattle. I love Jeff and Stone. I give you my blessing. From then on, he was more relaxed. Chris made his support for Vedder even more well-known around town by showing up for Mookie Blaylock's first Seattle concert at the Off-Ramp on October 22nd, 1990. He was impressed, not just by the band, but also by the reaction. All of the people standing around me by about the 3rd or 4th song had this mysterious glow in their eyes, like they understood that this was a special moment, Chris recalled. Chris wanted Temple of the Dog to feel like a real band. Just a month after Mookie Blaylock's coming out party, he and the rest of the guys booked a show of their own at the off-ramp on November 13th. They worked hard to try and keep the whole thing as low-key as possible, however. They weren't even billed to perform that night. Bathtub Gin and Inspector Love and the Ride Me Babies were the listed entertainment. But those in the know caught wind of what was about to go down. The performance was a disaster. Chris often called it Seattle's Altamont. The 300 who showed up didn't know any of the songs, and most of the tracks were tame compared to the savage and boisterous music they were used to hearing from both Mother Love Bone and Soundgarden. The mood in the room turned hostile, violence erupted, and Eric Johnson, Soundgarden's trusted roadie, was taken to the hospital after getting hit in the face by a bottle. Temple of the Dog performed again a little over a month later on December 22nd. Alice in Chains was headlining a show at Seattle's 1,400-seat Moore Theater to celebrate the release of their debut album, Facelift. It was billed as an Xmas bash, and the promo poster mysteriously promised surprise guests. The guest turned out to be Mookie Blaylock, but by the end of their set, Chris was on stage screaming out the words to Say Hello to Heaven in his trusty 90 sweater, with a beret covering his curly mane. After that, he duetted with Vedder on Hunger Strike before lifting the newcomer on top of his shoulders and parading him around the stage in a victory lap. Mookie Blaylock wouldn't be Mookie Blaylock much longer. A short while later, they changed their name to Pearl Jam. With Temple of the Dog mixed and mastered, all that was left to do was a film video. Chris picked Hunger Strike to serve as the album's lead single, so that's the one they decided to service to MTV's 120 Minutes. Susan Silver, remembering the work that a filmmaker named Paul Rackman had done on Alice in Chains' Man in the Box video a year earlier, decided to reach out and see if he'd be interested in taking on this new project. As a fan of both Soundgarden and Mother Love Bone, he quickly booked a flight to Seattle to meet with Chris, Susan, and Pearl Jam's manager, Kelly Curtis. Chris wasn't enthusiastic about appearing in the video. He preferred something more opaque or cinematic. But the Mother Love Bone members felt strongly about appearing on screen. Rackman spent a week in Seattle with the band to try and come up with an idea that everyone liked. One person's opinion carried more weight than the others. Chris really was the lead creative on this video, Rackman said. Once he decided he liked an idea, that's what we did. Chris took the director out to one of his favorite spots, a large recreational space named Discovery Park. It's a gorgeous open expanse of land with the crystalline blue water of Elliott Bay on one side and a forest of evergreens on the other. The rest of the park is dotted with a collection of abandoned military buildings and a large waste treatment plant set near the West Point Lighthouse. Totally grunge. Rackman fell for the location. There was just this diversity of landscapes and looks that was stunningly beautiful, the director recalled. I said, "This is great. Let's do it here. We'll have some performance, but out in this amazing landscape." I think Chris really liked that idea, and it really resonated with what the meaning of this album and this song was to them. With a budget of about $60,000, they didn't have a lot of time to mess around. Unfortunately, the day they chose to film turned out to be a bit of a climatological nightmare. Everyone woke up to a light coating of snow on the ground, which fortunately dissipated by the time they arrived at the park. They completed some interior shots inside of some of the buildings before moving outside. Rain drizzled from the hazy gray sky, but during the nighttime portion of the shoot, a quick but violent hailstorm dumped 2-inch chunks of ice on their heads and dented Matt Cameron's drum kit. Chris wasn't a stranger to filming music videos and was comfortable miming his parts and playing along with the production. He was really great to work with, Rackman recalled. He was probably one of the kindest rock stars I've ever collaborated with on a video. He just got it. Eddie Vedder was markedly less comfortable than Chris. Hunger Strike was his first time appearing in a video, and the act of lip-syncing threw him off a bit. I kind of directed him to pick something out there to look at and just listen and sing, Rackman said. You can see he has this faraway gaze in there, and it helped him, but he didn't like lip-syncing. It felt weird to him, inauthentic. Temple of the Dog was released on April 16th, 1991. At the same time, Mariah Carey's self-titled debut was reigning over the charts, and R.E.M's Out of Time was dominating the conversation in the world of rock. Upon initial release, sales of the album were modest. It sold around 70,000 copies during its initial run, but didn't crack the Billboard 200. It's not hard to understand why the record didn't reach a lot of people at the outset. Soundgarden, though gaining prominence, was still looking for their own commercial breakthrough, asking fans to take a chance on a side project from the lead singer of that band, backed by a group of musicians from another band they hadn't yet heard of, was a tall order. It was going to take the potential audience out there for Temple of the Dog a little while longer to catch up. Chapter 7. Looking California. A perfect heavy silence reigned in the remote cabin. Off in the distance, the mighty Pacific Ocean roared with a broiling fury as white-capped waves crashed against the hard sand. Inside this tiny outpost on Washington's Olympic Peninsula, there was nothing. The place didn't even have a phone. If Chris Cornell wanted sound, he'd have to make it himself. Chris sequestered himself inside this humble outpost in Kalaloch, Washington, in 1991, with a single goal in mind: to write songs. The recording sessions for Soundgarden's next album were only a few weeks away, and he needed lyrics. He had a few thematic ideas and melodies in mind for the batch of demo tapes that Thiel, Shepard, and Cameron had given him, along with some of his own material, but he needed time and space to flesh them out. Feeling pressure to deliver, Chris packed a bag, loaded it into his grandfather's 1966 Chrysler, and set off for the coast of Washington on a self-imposed 10-day withdrawal from society. No distractions, no bandmates, no modern conveniences. Even his wife stayed behind. The only companion he brought was one of their 3 small Pomeranians. Kalaloch is a gloomy wonderland where annual rainfall is measured in feet. Bald eagle sightings are commonplace, and mighty gray whales can be glimpsed breaching the surface of the ocean. The nearby Hoh rainforest, lush with moss-covered trees, is only a short drive east. Chris didn't care about any of it. A lot of people want to go to inspirational places where the surroundings will cause them to be relaxed or maybe elevate them, he said. For me, it's the opposite. The less going on, the better for me to write. If I'm looking at a beautiful thing or I'm in a beautiful environment, I start absorbing that and not paying attention to the writing. The experiment in sensory deprivation proved fruitful. After a few days, the previously blank pages he brought along filled up with ideas. Sketches of verses melded with chorus lines. Intricate bridge parts and a multitude of meters started to coalesce. Ideas flowed out in a torrent of block letters on lined paper, except for a lowercase I here and a G there that he couldn't resist affixing with a tiny dot above or a tight curl below. The freedom he enjoyed to wander around and explore the untapped corners of his mind was exhilarating. No matter what I'm writing a soundtrack to a somewhat imaginary world, he once explained. I have to get lost in what that imaginary world is and then start listening and work out, what am I hearing here? By 1991, Chris's ability to tap into those imaginary worlds and extract something revelatory had grown substantially. The themes he was exploring were deeper than ever, monolithic concepts like religion, control, and commercialism. He was also finding more of himself in his lyrics, even though he disdained navel-gazing. He never wanted to write songs where he was the center of attention, preferring to couch his thoughts and feelings in a more open and relatable manner. That's not to say he wasn't inspired by the world around him. Snatches of conversations, distant memories, things he'd seen on magazine racks and on television swirled in his mind, waiting to tumble out over the array of chords and off-kilter time patterns emanating from the strings of his guitar. The music always came first. Lyrics were a secondary concern. There had been exceptions, like ocean fronts, written around the time Screaming Life came together. For the most part, however, the mood, the minor and major keys, the dangling sevenths and ninths, dictated everything. even for someone as comfortable with solitude as Chris Cornell. 10 days is a long time to spend inside your own mind. It started getting pretty wild after the 5th day, he remembered. The voice in your head becomes really loud. And since all you're doing is thinking, anything memorable that happens that day happens in your head. After crossing the midway mark of his self-imposed sojourn, paranoia crept in. He admitted to freaking out at one point, but refused to head home. He needed to finish what he started. Every songwriter approaches the act of songwriting differently. Some wait for inspiration to strike, allowing huge swaths of time to pass between projects in the pursuit of something that feels right to them. This was not how Chris worked. Elbow grease was his M.O. When in writing mode, Chris would spend hours banging his head against the wall until a decent melody or lyric popped out. Once he had the spark of an idea, he'd spend days, weeks, months, sometimes even years refining them until he felt they sounded compelling and inspired enough to share with the rest of the world. It was a brutal method of creation, bordering on self-flagellation. But he didn't know any other way. He willed himself to be creative regardless of whether he was in the mood. By the 10th day, Chris felt he had enough lyrics together to take back to the band. Just as he was getting set to leave, inspiration struck. He reached for his pad and wrote out the voluminous spray of words to accompany one of Matt Cameron's instrumentals, Drawing Flies. Now he was ready to go. With a dog in one hand and a guitar in the other, he climbed back into that old Chrysler, merged onto Highway 101, and pointed the nose of the car back home. He felt good. But when he turned on the radio, the real world rushed back in. They were announcing that Desert Shield was turning into Desert Storm, and I just thought, that's it, we're screwed. 1991 was a year of tremendous upheaval. After 4 decades of tension, the Cold War concluded with the collapse of the Soviet Union. In the Middle East, UN forces led by the United States pushed from the border of Kuwait deep into southern Iraq, signaling the beginning of America's decades-long armed entanglement within that region. Stateside, Terminator 2 Judgment Day was breaking records at the box office. Super Nintendo proliferated living rooms, and the number of computers linked to the internet reached 1 million. The music world was experiencing its own upheaval. Freddie Mercury, the iconic lead singer of Queen, passed away after a heartbreaking bout with AIDS. Miles Davis, Johnny Thunders, and Rob Tyner, lead singer of the MC5, died as well. Hip-hop continued its sharp ascendancy into larger cultural acceptance following the release of hit records by A Tribe Called Quest, Ice Cube, and Public Enemy. And in the far-flung corner of Washington State, 3 bands were preparing to unveil albums that would shift the focus of the rock-and-roll-loving universe away from the hairspray-teased scene in Hollywood to the rain-swept streets of Seattle. It was very chaotic in '91, Chris told the German television network, Viva 2. Everyone was fighting for their own identity, trying to deal with the fact that we're coming from a situation where in the late '80s, people who were considered rock stars were more or less hated by the community that we were in. And now all of a sudden people are suggesting that we are rock stars. At the beginning of the year, the members of Soundgarden hadn't yet been forced to reckon with that new reality. Industry insiders had their eyes on Seattle, but the word grunge hadn't become a ubiquitous catch-all phrase within the media. The fashion world was still a long way off from sending supermodels down Paris runways in tattered flannel shirts. Pearl Jam was still Mookie Blaylock, and Nirvana was just another underground buzz band, hoping their major label debut wouldn't turn into a belly flop. Soundgarden was hard at work, seeking to capitalize on the 6-figure sales success they enjoyed with Louder Than Love. They'd been playing, touring, and recording together in a few different configurations over the last 6 years, and their hard work was starting to pay off. Within the band, among the rock press, and inside the walls of A&M, there was a palpable sense that they were poised to make a huge leap in commercial viability and cultural recognition. Being tagged as the next big thing comes with a tidal wave of pressure that can be hard to fathom. But Chris was uniquely prepared to meet the moment. The singer was in the midst of one of the most inspired writing periods of his life. consumed by the act of making music. He was taking bigger risks and dedicating more of his time to figuring out how to piece together the varied elements that sprung from his brain. Vivid lyrics, earworm-inducing melodies, unexpected chord progressions, and captivating bridge sections were pouring out of him almost as fast as he could commit them to tape. Before Soundgarden got back in touch with producer Terry Date and began the process of recording their next album in earnest, the band spent several weeks in Stuart Hallerman's recording studio, Avast, demoing new songs, rehearsing completed compositions, and jamming. For hours and hours at a time, they holed themselves up inside the cement-floored recording room, intertwining their instruments to create a savage cacophony of envelope-pushing, aggressive metal music. When night fell, they rolled their amplifiers against the back wall to make room for whatever clients Hallerman had booked to record that evening, only to push them back into place the following day, when work resumed. Bad Motorfinger. The odd name was a tongue-in-cheek play on the song Bad Motor Scooter by 70s rockers Montrose. Wouldn't suffer from a lack of commitment. Every single day for months on end, Chris remained obsessed with shaping and honing each element of every single song. Bad Motorfinger became his life, an all-consuming passion that he poured every bit of himself into, to the point that he began to lose any semblance of objectivity about whether what he was writing, playing, and singing sounded any good. When that happened, even though he wasn't a big drinker at this point, he took home a bottle of Jim Beam and downed the entire thing by himself, just to try to gain a change in perspective. Thanks in large part to Chris's voluminous creativity, Soundgarden's collaborative nature evolved as well. Working on his own with an 8-track recorder, Chris cooked up a vast array of fully realized compositions in which he played all the parts before presenting them to his bandmates. Rather than coming back with a memory of having learned a riff or a part on guitar, I came home with a cassette of clear, fully recorded 8-track studio recordings of 2 or 3 songs that Chris had done and presented to the band, and I didn't know how to play them yet, Thile remembered. The other significant change to the band's process was Ben Shepherd. The young bassist added fresh sparks, creatively and emotionally, that had been missing since Hiro Yamamoto's departure. Shepherd took some of the pressure off Chris, while reaffirming his belief that there was a path forward for Soundgarden. It was when Ben joined the band that I realized, okay, we're going to have a future with this, the singer said. We're going to make great records. Shepherd's presence broadened the band's sonic capabilities, perhaps never more so than during the creation of Jesus Christ Pose. The bassist was sitting on the floor inside Avast one day when he started digging into a gnarly detuned riff that he'd recently come up with. Matt Cameron fell right in, bringing a bracing percussive order to the music. It was all Shepherd could do to keep his eye off the drummer so that he wouldn't fuck up the bass line. Thile stood back for a bit on the stage that Hallerman had constructed, trying to make sense of what the duo were doing. Once the chaos gelled in his head, he joined in with gusto, throwing every noisy trick he had at the song. The jam eventually fell apart, but the band had wisely recorded the moment. Chris took the tape home to write lyrics and was inspired enough by what he heard to touch on some thought-provoking themes. That same year, the photographer Chris Scafaro mailed a promo card to Chris, featuring a picture of Perry Farrell laid out on a white bedspread, with his arms spread out like the crucified Christ. That particular image, and others like it that adorned the covers of countless magazines throughout that era, got Chris to thinking. Christ is pretty much the most famous rock star out, so Christ has an influence on rock stars and fashion models, Chris told Seconds magazine. That's fine, it's just the way they exploit the symbol, as if they're putting themselves into the light of assuming their self-persecution, which is irritating, especially when it comes to fashion models. They sold their souls for rock and roll. They sold their souls for really expensive shoes that hurt when they walk, but look really good. Jesus Christ Pose became a lacerating takedown of would-be supermarket rack messiahs. When Chris brought the completed demo in for the band to hear, they were floored by how he had managed to turn a demolition derby of a jam into an honest-to-God song. Jesus Christ Pose remains one of the few Soundgarden songs for which all 4 members received a writing credit. Soundgarden had always been a band that worked best when everyone contributed. It was Chris's Beatles idea writ large. Since Yamamoto left, there'd been a void of input from the bass section that Ben Shepherd gladly filled. In addition to Jesus Christ Pose, he also nabbed writing credits for the songs Face Pollution, Somewhere, for which he also wrote the lyrics, and Slaves and Bulldozers, a swaggering leviathan of a track that he worked on with Chris. Slaves and Bulldozers is a perfect example of how inspiration can come from the most unexpected places. The song, which served as the band's dynamic live show closer for years, coalesced while they worked on an early version of Fell on Black Days. As they jammed with it in the studio, the music morphed into something else entirely. It wasn't what the world would come to hear as Fell on Black Days in the coming years, but an entirely different, captivating thing. And yet, it still wasn't complete. Everything fell into place once Chris came up with a chorus. He was hanging out at Scott Sundquist's house one day, and the 2 men were creating weird noise collages together when they ran into a problem. There was this dead spot where I couldn't get from one thing to another, and started playing that riff. And the riff is what connected those 2 things, and I felt like that's gotta be a song, he recalled. There was a chant over it which went, "Take dope, feel good, do it, yeah." And Scott had an overdub where he would go, "Take dope, And it reminded me of this Jim Jones kind of scary thing, and I just always liked it. And that riff just sort of fit in with Ben's riff. The phrase Slaves and Bulldozers never shows up in the lyrics. The provocative title actually came courtesy of a small child named Tristan, who was enrolled in the Head Start program at the United Indians of All Tribes Foundation, based in Seattle. One of Thiel's best friends worked at the foundation and noticed the young boy playing a game one day where he was making truck noises while moving in a straight line and pushing past the children that obstructed his path. When Thiel's buddy Brad asked Tristan what he was doing, he cheerily responded, "We're playing Slaves and Bulldozers." Thiel told the story to the band, and the name just seemed to fit the heaviness of the song they were working on. The guitarist received a separate lightning strike of inspiration for another song, called Room 1,000 Years Wide, after chatting with FOP producer Steve Fisk one day. While talking, the subject turned to a 1922 Swedish documentary-style horror film titled Haxan, and a line chanted by a witch during a spell. Tomorrow begat tomorrow. Thiel enjoyed the metaphor about how time just keeps on moving forward into infinity, and thought the concept would make for a cool song. Among the collection of demos that Matt Cameron shared with the band was a disconcerting instrumental with a heavy chug that Thiel thought provided the perfect oral bedrock to write around. The sound reminded him of a similarly foreboding song called CSCLDF by the Swiss industrial rock band, the Young Gods. He listened to Cameron's tape repeatedly before thoughtfully wrapping some words around the pile-driving guitars. He presented Room 1,000 Years Wide to Chris by humming the melodies so that the singer could get a feel for what he was going for before trying to sing it himself. The chaotic Iggy Pop and the Stooges' reminiscent sax solo from Thiel's friend, Scott Granlund, remains an inspired touch. Room 1,000 Years Wide was the first new song the public got to hear from Soundgarden in the wake of Louder Than Love. The band decided to hand over an early, less polished version to their old buddies at Sub Pop, who released it as part of their popular Singles Club program. Room 1,000 Years Wide went out on September 1st, 1990, along with a B-side rager called HIV Baby that Chris wrote after watching Shepherd tease Thiel on tour about the guitarist's mild germophobia. Thiel wasn't keen on sharing silverware or straws. While his bandmates continued to present inspired material, much of the way Bad Motorfinger ultimately sounded stemmed from Chris's experiments on guitar. He was far from a novice by now, but was still in the process of figuring out the different things he could do on the fretboard. He became enamored with altered tunings and tried to create music that didn't sound like anything anyone had heard before. What he may have lacked in Eddie Van Halen-style dexterity, he made up for in inventiveness. The song Mind Riot sprang to life after he tuned all 6 strings on his guitar to E notes, E, 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 and played around with different droning progressions. One of the reasons the band hardly ever played Mind Riot live was because of how difficult it was to keep the guitar in tune. His biggest revelation was the discovery of drop B tuning, the process of dropping the entire guitar down by a minor third, and then lowering the heavy bass string down an additional whole note. This new configuration helped him create melodies that were guaranteed to shred stereo subwoofers from coast to coast. Album opener Rusty Cage was created in drop B, as were Searching with My Good Eye Closed and Holy Water. Interestingly, Bad Motorfinger remains the only album where Chris really played around with drop B tunings in a substantial way. Over time, it became harder and harder for him to find unique methods to work within this particular structure without making things that sounded like something he'd already done before. Searching with My Good Eye Closed is a triumph of psychedelic ferocity. Its most distinctive attribute is the demonic-sounding intro, interpolated from a children's toy, that, just like Soundgarden's earlier efforts, like 665 or 667, playfully takes the piss out of some of heavy metal's oftentimes embarrassing preoccupation with Satan. The effect was serendipitous. One day Chris and a friend were messing around with a see-and-say, pulling the string, and listening to a variety of animals like pigs and cows mutter their signature oinks and moos. Then after one pull, the toy malfunctioned and made a disconcerting dirge-like sound. Instinctively he joked out loud, "And the devil says?" In that moment, he found the intro to Searching with My Good Eye Closed. When he showed it to the rest of the band, they fell out in stitches. The frenetic Rusty Cage remains the most highly regarded of his many experiments with drop B, however. He came up with the signature riff one day messing around on an electric guitar while lounging on the couch in his living room. Before it had a name, he called the composition Hilly Billy Sabbath, a tip of the cap to the English proto-metal icons. The words came while Chris was riding on a bus during one of Soundgarden's tours through Europe. As he gazed out the window, watching the pastoral landscape slide past, he started feeling trapped. He wanted to break and run free. The lyrics swirled inside his head, but he didn't put them to paper. He let them sit for weeks, before eventually making it back to the U.S., where he tried to create music that could illustrate his inner frustration. Rusty Cage is the kind of song that constantly keeps you on your toes. The time signature shifts throughout, from 4/4 in the first half to a 3/4 waltz-like vibe, then moving up to 5/4. The complex nature of Rusty Cage, combined with its volcanic expression of full-throated fury, is what made it so shocking when Johnny Cash, under the guidance of Rick Rubin, decided to strip it down to create his own version 4 years later. Originally, Rubin approached Chris with the idea to write a new song for the Man in Black. As a longtime fan of Cash's work, going back to the days when his brother would play the singer's 1969 album live at San Quentin around the house, Chris was more than happy to take on the assignment. The song he wrote and submitted was called Cleaning My Gun. But after hearing the finished results, Rubin and Cash passed on it. Rather than becoming deflated, the rejection turned into something of an aha moment for Chris. There was too much range in the vocal arrangement, he remembered being told. His point was that he likes to do songs that anybody can sing, and that went into the back of my mind. My first thought was, oh fuck, I've been doing this wrong my whole career. I've been doing the opposite. I'm writing songs that I can barely sing, let alone somebody else. Once they abandoned Cleaning My Gun, Rubin came back and asked Chris to try and rearrange Rusty Cage in a manner that would be conducive to Cash's delivery. He tried, but after spending a few hours tinkering with his original composition, he couldn't see a way for it to work. Chris told Rubin as much. So the producer approached someone else to create a chug-a-lugging Americanized instrumental for the Soundgarden singer's lyrics, and the rest, as they say, is history. Cash was nominated for Best Male Country Performance at the Grammys in 1998 for his take on Rusty Cage. The album that carried the song, Unchained, won for Best Country Album. For the rest of his life, Chris remained touched that one of his heroes thought enough of his work to offer his own interpretation on it. It also validated a facet of his artistry that he felt had been long overlooked. When Johnny Cash covered Rusty Cage, it was the first time I received compliments from my lyrics. Once Soundgarden felt like they had a handle on the songs they'd stitched together at Avast, the four men and Terry Date took off down south to Sausalito, California, just across the bay from San Francisco, to Studio D, and began tracking Matt's drums and working out some of Chris's vocals. Studio D was a prime location for Soundgarden. Their buddies Faith No More had used the facility to record their albums, Introduce Yourself, and The Real Thing previously, and the building was situated right next to an off-leash dog park. Studio D was essentially a single-room studio with a couple of isolation booths. While there, Chris's voice was so loud when he tried to sing along during a take, it would actually bleed into the drum mics. In order to keep the tracks isolated, Date suggested that he sing and play in the control room with him, while the rest of the band raged in the studio. After completing an initial round of recording in Sausalito, the band returned north and sequestered themselves inside of Bear Creek Studios in rural Woodinville, Washington. There they went about the meticulous business of making the record proper. It was nice to be closer to home in a bucolic setting making music. But at the time, Chris was preoccupied by the Gulf War. He worried enough about the underlying motivation of control over the vast sea of oil pooled under Iraq as a root cause that he actually gave up driving his car for a bit, and sometimes rode his mountain bike the 30 miles to and from the studio each day. The long rides were murder on his knees. The band was well prepared, but there were some bumps along the way. The first time Chris attempted to lay down his lead vocals for Outshined, he sang the verses for about an hour. When he went into the control room to hear the playback, there was an off-putting layer of distortion over the track due to a technical snafu. Pissed that he'd wasted the best of his voice that day, Chris picked up a nearby coffee cup and hurled it into the wall, shattering it into a cloud of ceramic dust. If Chris was frustrated, it was probably because he knew he had something really special with Outshined. This was the era prior to the proliferation of cell phones, when rock groups could debut new songs to live crowds and not worry that shaky videos of their latest compositions might end up on the internet for the entire world to critique. Soundgarden regularly played unheard tracks live before recording them, and just the year before, right around Halloween, they debuted a nascent version of Outshined to a crowd at the Central Tavern, who went absolutely apeshit for it. As any English majors reading this would be quick to note, Outshined is a malapropism. It seems like a real word, but isn't. This was intentional. The title predated the song itself and was inspired by Andrew Wood, who enjoyed coming up with titles and lyrics that sounded like correct English, but weren't. The unintended consequence of this stylistic choice were the legions of people who approached Chris over the next several decades to point out that it should have been outshone. "I didn't give a shit then," he said while strumming an acoustic guitar on stage in Israel in 2016, "and I don't give a shit now." Outshined was one of the first songs where Chris cracked open a window into his mind and allowed the rest of the world a glimpse of what was going on inside. It felt unusual in rock, and it meant something at the time to me in that sort of confessional when you're not feeling necessarily confident. But at the same time, you don't view the outside world as being better, Chris said. Like Rusty Cage, the central line of the song came to him while he was out on tour. One day when he wasn't feeling great, he looked into the mirror and caught sight of himself. He was wearing some baggy tennis shorts and a red t-shirt. Even though he didn't feel very good, as he scanned himself up and down, he couldn't help but notice that he looked like a carefree beach bum from somewhere like Venice Beach or Santa Monica. That's when it came to him. I'm looking California and feeling Minnesota. Those two outlooks smashed together precisely captured not just his own inner turmoil, but also crystallized the disjointed ennui of his audience. I don't know how everyone else feels, but I definitely go through periods of extreme self-confidence, feeling like I can do anything, Chris told Rip magazine in 1992. But then someone will say something, however insignificant, where I'll get something in my head and all of a sudden, I'm plummeting in the opposite direction. I'm a piece of shit, and I really can't do anything about it. That's where Outshined comes from, and why I'll never consider myself a hero." The line was so evocative that the filmmakers behind a 1996 dramatic comedy starring Keanu Reeves and Cameron Diaz decided to snatch it for the title of their film, Feeling Minnesota. Chris himself had nothing to do with the movie, however. "My lawyer told me we could sue them, but I just didn't want to be a part of that," he said. "I was kind of embarrassed about it at the time." With a dozen songs completed, and a handful more like Cold Bitch and She's a Politician, set aside for another day, Bad Motorfinger was pretty much finished by the end of spring. Shortly afterwards, the band flew to Can-Am Studios in Tarzana, California, where they worked hand-in-hand with engineer Ron St. Germain to mix the record. After seemingly fumbling this part of the process on most of their previous releases, they were determined to get the sound right this time, and spent 2 weeks living out of apartments in the San Fernando Valley while tweaking every track to perfection. A&M started gearing up to release Bad Motorfinger around the end of summer. The label had originally pegged September 24th, 1991 for the release date, the same day Nirvana planned on releasing their second album, Nevermind. But production problems caused it to be pushed back a couple of weeks to October 8th. The only thing left to do was design a cover. Everyone in the band agreed that they wanted to go with something more abstract than another shirtless shot of Chris. Kim Thile and Matt Cameron ultimately approached an artist named Mark Dancy, who was the guitarist in a Detroit-based group named Big Chief. Dancy's band had opened for Soundgarden at St. Andrews Hall in 1989, where he gave the headliners a collection of his designs. 2 years later, the guitarist and drummer recalled his work and thought he'd be right for the job. "I had more of an idea of a Bad Motor Scooter motorcycle kind of thing originally, but they said, 'No, we don't want that,'" Dancy said. The artist went back and forth with Thile with a variety of sketches until hitting on the concept of something more flippant. Their thing was a middle finger, and finally I managed to do it in this electrical, jagged way. The design, all it is 12 songs, 12 little flip-off hands going around in a circle. The motor vibe remained in the final design through the inclusion of a small spark plug placed in the middle of a dozen visual fuck yous. While Soundgarden was busy creating Bad Motorfinger, another project was already underway in Seattle that brought together several members of the most prominent bands in the city. Film director and one-time Rolling Stone scribe, Cameron Crowe, had moved up to the Pacific Northwest after marrying Heart guitarist Nancy Wilson in the late 80s. He quickly fell in love with the area and the music pouring out of it, and ingratiated himself to the many characters who made the scene what it was. After working on one movie set in the Seattle area, 1989's Say Anything, he decided to follow it up with another, this time incorporating his particular personal relationship with the city and its music. He envisioned a romantic comedy that captured the travails of a group of 30-year-olds as they searched for love and a sense of identity. He called it Singles. One of the central characters of the film was a self-important young musician named Cliff Pontier, who fronted the fictional group Citizen Dick. As Crowe initially considered who might play the part, the same name kept running through his mind: Chris Cornell. Soundgarden was already one of Crowe's favorite bands, and he'd become friendly with Cornell since moving to the area. He was there the day Andy died, and recalled how Chris consoled Jeff Ament by offering to ride mountain bikes and get away from it all. Chris was someone who had the looks and charisma to pop off the screen. He'd also bring with him an unquestionable authenticity as a musician. Ultimately, Chris wasn't keen on abandoning his day job to chase a Hollywood dream that was never his to begin with. "We worked with him and he's good, but it just felt like there was going to be months and months of rehearsals and commitments," Crowe told his former publication. Matt Dillon was eventually cast instead, but that didn't mean Chris was out of the picture entirely. Instead of portraying Dillon's character, Cliff Pontier, an artist that the fake newspaper reviewer in the film lambasted as talentless, while decrying the band's lead single, Touch Me I'm Dick, as local Seattle humor, which isn't really funny. Chris portrayed himself. He shows up for the first time in the film as a member of Soundgarden, climbing the ceiling rafters and diving into a frothing crowd, while screaming the words to the band's latest throat lacerator, Birth Ritual. Birth Ritual is one of the most savage songs in Soundgarden's entire canon. It became as a riff put together by Matt Cameron for the Bad Motorfinger sessions, but Chris took it to the next level by adding some of the most piercingly high vocals of his career, wailing away about death, snakes, and cigarettes. For the film, Crow wanted the band to play the song live so that the scene would look as authentic as possible. The night before Soundgarden shot their big scene, the band rehearsed the song multiple times to make sure they had it down. Chris was going balls to the wall, and Crow was worried that the singer might blow out his voice and not have anything left once the cameras started rolling the next day at the Central Tavern. Cornell confidently brushed him off. The following day, however, he struggled to match the intensity he'd had the night before. As vivid and menacing as Soundgarden appears in the film, Chris was disappointed that he hadn't saved the best of himself for cameras. Chris shows up again later in the film as one of Cliff's bemused neighbors, nodding along to the over-the-top sound system Cliff has installed in actress Bridget Fonda's car before the windows burst and the moment ends in embarrassing disappointment. It remains his one significant dalliance with acting outside of music videos. His only previous experience in the world of film was the time he and his brother Peter accidentally drove through the set of the 1987 comedy, Harry and the Hendersons, high up in the Cascades on their way to Mount Index. They ruined the shot, but the director liked the look of Peter's purple Fiat Spider so much, he had them drive through the scene again on purpose. Sadly, the Cornell brothers' cameo was left on the cutting room floor. Though several acting opportunities came Chris's way in the years following the release of singles, including an offer to play a character in the 1995 heist film, The Usual Suspects, he largely turned them down. Chris preferred to limit his involvement in the film world to soundtrack offerings. More than conjuring up visions of sinking his hands into the wet cement in front of Grauman's Chinese theater, singles sparked the idea in his mind that he might be able to function in some capacity as a solo artist. Up to this point, Chris had always written and recorded songs with an ear for how they fit into the context of a band. Cameron Crowe's project offered him an opportunity to step outside of that framework and put his own name on a piece of music. He answered the bell by writing one of the most exquisite pieces of music of his entire life. Chris first recorded Seasons alone in a small closet with just an 8-track tape recorder and microphone. It's a dark, ethereal acoustic guitar-based song that shares sonic DNA with some of the most pastoral and evocative contributions to Led Zeppelin III. Like many of Chris's early compositions, the lyrics are largely esoteric. He croons in a smoky register about the passage of time and how, no matter how hard one wishes to keep the calendar page from flipping, fall inevitably turns into winter. The song initially came together as part of an elaborate inside joke. Near the end of the film, after his band abandons him in favor of the promise of steady work from the Boeing plant, Cliff Pontier repurposes himself as a one-man troubadour, busking on the street while trying to sell homemade cassette tapes. To complete the portrait, Jeff Ament, who was doing some art design on the film, Cliff's clothes were pilfered from Ament's closet, designed a prop cassette for the character featuring the silhouetted image of Pontier's arms outstretched, in the Jesus Christ pose on the front, along with several fake song names on the back. Chris found out about the tape and decided to turn the 5 made-up titles into real songs. The 5 tracks were called Seasons, Flutter Girl, Missing, Nowhere But You, and Spoon Man. Chris went home, fired up his tape recorder, busted out his acoustic guitar, and dashed them off one by one. Incredibly, it only took him a few hours to complete them all. It was a really fun experience because I learned that writing songs just for the fun of it for no particular destination can create songs that have a life that lives on and on and on. The most consequential track in the short term was Seasons. Though Spoon Man would take on a life of its own in just a few years, and Flutter Girl would get repurposed on his first solo album, Euphoria Morning, much later down the line. The inspiration for Seasons stemmed from a derivation of an open E tuning that Chris had learned from Ben Shepherd, the same one that the bassist used on the Soundgarden song Somewhere. After messing around with it, Chris stumbled upon the haunting melody that serves as the revolving bedrock to the song. I probably tuned the guitar quickly and started playing that little riff arpeggio, and the rest happened really quickly. Seasons and the other 4 songs on the Pensier tape captured a different side of Chris that couldn't be further from the masculine, chisel-chested screamer in Soundgarden. He liked it that way. When we were at our most aggressive period in Soundgarden, I just wanted to hear something that wasn't guitar feedback, he said. I started listening to anything that I could find that was super stripped down. I bought the Nick Drake boxed set, and my favorite album was Pink Moon, where it's really just him and a guitar. When Crow got a hold of the tape, casually slipped to him by his wife Nancy, he was blown away by Chris's gesture. Seasons was its own special revelation. It was the kind of song, powerful and evocative enough, to totally change the perception of the kind of artist Chris Cornell was capable of being. Songs I obsessed over for weeks nobody ever hears, but the ones I did for fun for singles wound up with millions of fans. That was a lesson, he told The Hollywood Reporter. I have what I call brain radio going on all the time. Most of the time it's not interesting, like a test pattern. Occasionally a song will come from it in a matter of minutes. Even though the single's soundtrack was put out by rival label, Epic Records, Susan Silver worked out a deal with A&M, and eventually both Birth Ritual by Soundgarden and Seasons, credited solely to Chris, appeared on the film's track list. It took quite a bit of doing on Silver's part. Executives at A&M weren't thrilled with the idea of one of their bright lights making money for a competitor. Crow had previously tried to secure some songs from Louder Than Love or Say Anything, but A&M had blocked their inclusion on similar grounds. Crow ended up including Flower and Toy Box from Ultra Mega OK in that film instead. Chris was joined on the single's soundtrack by many of his Seattle peers, like Alice in Chains, who included their own tribute to Andrew Wood, Wood. The Pearl Jam song State of Love and Trust, which Eddie Vedder was inspired to write after working on the film, also made the cut, as did Chloe Dancer, Crown of Thorns by Mother Love Bone, Overblown by Mud Honey, and Nearly Lost You by Screaming Trees. Chris also did a little bit of scoring work for singles, and his work in that arena made it out decades later as the tracks Ferryboat No. 3 and Score Piece No. 4 on the expanded edition of the soundtrack. Singles wrapped filming on May 24th, 1991. But the movie wouldn't make it into theaters for another year and a half on September 18th, 1992. By that point, grunge had fully exploded internationally, and the soundtrack became an omnipresent totem in the households of anyone under the age of 30. But that was still a long way out. Right now, Chris's main concern was ramping up anticipation for Bad Motorfinger. What better way to achieve that goal than hitting the road in support of the biggest rock band on the planet? Soundgarden was hanging out at Avast one day when Susan Silver strolled in, carrying a box of new t-shirt designs. She set the box down and then excitedly presented them with the big news. She'd just scored them the opening slot for the upcoming Guns N' Roses stadium tour. She waited for their reaction, but no one said a word. About half a minute passed, and then finally someone piped up, "What's in the box?" While the band's reaction may have been blasé, everyone knew the tour was too lucrative an opportunity to turn down. So Soundgarden agreed to go along for what promised to be a wild ride. The run wasn't supposed to kick off for another several months, and there was still a ton of work to be done in the meantime. The band had to prep Bad Motorfinger's first single, Jesus Christ Pose, for release, which meant tacking on a couple of B-sides. These were dashed together during a one-day session overseen by Stuart Hallerman. They ended up choosing to include a straightforward rendition of the Rolling Stones' 1968 cut, Stray Cat Blues, along with an unorthodox take on Black Sabbath's Into the Void. On the latter, rather than sing Ozzy Osbourne's tale of a rocket man fleeing the ravaged earth, Chris recited what he thought were the words of the great 19th century Native American leader, Chief Seattle, or as he was otherwise known, Self. What Chris didn't know was that Self had never spoken those words. The speech, allegedly delivered in 1854, in which the native leader decried the incursion of the white man onto their lands and his destruction of the environment, was actually penned by a screenwriter named Ted Perry in 1972 for a film titled Home. In 1991, a children's book titled Brother Eagle, Sister Sky, A Message from Chief Seattle, was released with the text of Perry's speech, credited to Self. It sold hundreds of thousands of copies and injected the words into the national consciousness, where Chris picked up on them. Despite the murky sourcing of the text, it remains an ingenious and thought-provoking reinterpolation that ultimately netted Soundgarden a Grammy nomination for Best Metal Performance in 1993. To direct the Jesus Christ Pose video, Soundgarden turned to Eric Zimmerman, who'd previously worked with bands like Nine Inch Nails and Megadeth. It was his work on the Head Like a Hole video in particular that convinced the band that he was their guy. Much of their content in the Jesus Christ Pose video stemmed from Zimmerman's own mind, and it created quite a stir once it aired on MTV. Opening with a bold disclaimer that echoed the Bible passage, John chapter 3, verse 16, "And God so loved Soundgarden he gave them his only song." The clip interspersed psychedelic multicolored shots of the band roaming around the desert with unsettling religious iconography. The part that drew the most ire from the public was the depiction of a woman nailed to a cross. That image got the video banned from much of MTV. It wasn't even cleared to appear on the animated show Beavis and Butthead, which was the first. The band stood by the video, and it remained one of Chris's favorites. As a visual, it's powerful, and it's also challenging to people, because women basically have been persecuted since before recorded history, and it would almost make more sense than seeing a man on it, he explained in a press release rushed out shortly after the controversy started. There's upside-down crosses and right-side-up ones, but there's certainly no blatant direction as far as religious conviction in the video. Of course, Chris's own feelings about Christianity and organized religion were deeply calcified during his stringent Catholic upbringing. From the time you're 6 years old, somebody's telling you that you are inherently a sinner, and there's a good chance you might experience eternal suffering and pain, he told Blender. That kind of sticks with you. Ultimately, the Jesus Christ Pose video did what it was supposed to do. It got people talking about Soundgarden, and just in time, too. Bad Motorfinger hit shelves on October 8th, 1991. It wasn't a huge seller straight out of the gate. It topped out at number 39 on the charts a few months after it was released. But as Soundgarden grew in prominence over the next year, the album continued selling several thousand copies each week. As of the printing of this book, it has achieved double platinum certification for sales over 2 million units by the RIAA. To help push sales at the time, A&M went forward with an interesting marketing campaign. The label mailed out 1,500 Walkmen with copies of Bad Motorfinger epoxied shut inside to retailers all across the country. The Walkman came with 1-800 numbers that fans could call to share their favorite song on the album. A select few respondents actually won tickets and airfare to see Soundgarden live and in person. Reviews were largely kind. Writing for Spin, Lauren Spencer lauded Chris's growth as a lyricist while heaping praise on the band's more aggressive aesthetic. "Tend to this garden of sound," she wrote, "and I guarantee a fruitful crop will rise up and take over the world." Craig Tomashoff in People was equally effusive, while also remaining circumspect about its commercial appeal. Chris Cornell's lead scream, while perfectly suited to this musical style, would probably give Casey Kasem a heart attack, he wrote, referring to the acclaimed Top 40 DJ. In her B-plus review of Entertainment Weekly, Gina Arnold singled out the record's deeper themes for special recognition, writing, "Soundgarden sound a hell of a lot smarter than their peers, who seldom get beyond extolling booze, girls, and cars." A couple of days before Bad Motorfinger was released, the band celebrated in style, during a raucous show at the Hollywood Palladium. It was the Rip Magazine Awards, and Soundgarden was invited to play alongside Pearl Jam, Alice in Chains, and the main attraction, Spinal Tap. It was a boozed-up and extremely loose event, made even more memorable when, after Soundgarden finished their 8-song set, the members of Temple of the Dog gathered on stage and launched into Hunger Strike. They followed that with a supermassive take on Reach Down, during which they were joined by Jerry Cantrell. It was a Seattle rock lover's paradise, minus the rain. Chris linked up with the rest of Alice in Chains once they got back home and lent his voice to an ephemeral acoustic ballad called Right Turn that the band planned on releasing as part of a special EP titled Sap. It was joined on the track by Lane Staley, of course, but also Mudhoney frontman Mark Arm. In the liner notes, the single-song supergroup was dubbed Alice Mudgarden. Rick Parasher, who had produced Temple of the Dog, oversaw the session and decided it'd be funny to try and mess around with Chris while he was in the vocal booth. He knew that Chris was going to want to really belt it out, and he just kept fucking with him, like, let's try this for a while, engineer Dave Hillis recalled. Rick would be looking at me, snickering, and Chris would be like, I really feel like I should go for it here, and Rick would say, just wait a minute, screwing with his head. Rick had known him since he was a kid, so then when Chris got to let it out, he was in his glory. 4 days after the Rip Magazine Awards, Soundgarden hit the stage for the first MLB-sized baseball stadium show of their career, opening for Metallica at the Day on the Green Festival at the Oakland Coliseum. The headliners were riding high on the success of their most recent self-titled release, otherwise known as the Black Album, which debuted at #1 on the charts when it came out earlier in the summer and stayed there for a full month. The nightmarish video for Enter Sandman was an inescapable presence on MTV, and they were widely regarded as the most popular metal band on the planet. For Soundgarden, the opportunity to play in front of a sea of humanity served as a perfect dry run for what the next year of their lives would feel like. We were in the metal trenches at that point, just fully paying our dues, Matt Cameron told Classic Rock magazine. We were kind of the opening act for 91-92. Chapter 8. Swinging on the Flippity-Flop. Chris Cornell's long curly hair cascades over his bare left shoulder. A single solitary strand falls over his right shoulder, while a pair of necklaces dangle around his chest. His face is a torrent of rage, with his mouth gaped in a furious scream. His wide eyes are locked onto the camera's lens, as his arms stretch out to his sides. His hands are clenched into fists. It seems like any second he could spring to life, jump off the glossy page, and pummel the viewer into oblivion. That was the sight that greeted Spin magazine subscribers in the fall of 1992. Chris Cornell, in all his livid glory on the cover, relieved in black and white, heralding the onslaught of a new movement. The headline scrawled in pink trumpets the news, "The Year of Grunge," followed by tabloid subtitle, "Seattle spawned it, Madonna wants it, and Soundgarden's Chris Cornell has it." He was like the Errol Flynn of rock. Jesse Froman, the man responsible for the photo, said, "I don't know how I got that energy out of him. He had that ability to look like he was soaring out into outer space. You see it on stage, too." The feature began with an open-hearted stroll down memory lane with Sub Pop founder Jonathan Poneman, who wistfully recalled how Soundgarden changed his life before segueing into a lengthy chat with Chris. The singer was candid with his longtime friend about his history, his new record, the attempts by the media to pit himself and his band against the likes of Mudhoney and Nirvana, and the grim sausage-making process of becoming a successful rock band in America in the 90s. His most insightful response came when Poneman asks if he ever consciously writes music with the idea of creating a hit. Another American anthem like "Smells Like Teen Spirit," he posits. Chris dismissed the idea. "If you tried, you'd fail," he says. What he knew implicitly was that he didn't need to make an effort to vie for the attentions of America's youth by tailoring his words and melodies to their tastes. His tastes were their tastes. He and Soundgarden created music and toured the world in relative obscurity for years, waiting for a time when pop culture caught up to them. At that moment, it finally had. The whole idea was that we don't change for the marketplace as it exists. We just continue to exist until the marketplace changes for us, he said. I think that the marketplace has changed a lot. Just as Spin promised, 1992 was indeed the year of grunge. It was the year when preening rock stars in Lycra, shrieking about their over-the-top sexual exploits, gave way to a more vital, substantive, self-serious, and seemingly authentic class of musical heroes. This new breed of rock star not only looked like their audience, they cracked the same jokes and watched the same shows. They also bonded over their shared anxieties about societal issues like feminism, environmentalism, and increasing corporate control. Soundgarden, Pearl Jam, Nirvana were all relatable in their own ways. Teens and 20-somethings could gaze at the covers of magazines like Spin and Kerrang! And see themselves, or at the very least, an idealized version of themselves. I remember with Nirvana, they thought 200,000 in album sales was going to be a huge success, Chris said. That was their benchmark, 200,000. We all surpassed that so quickly. Soundgarden spent nearly all of 1992 among this crowd, springboarding from stage to stage, state to state, and country to country, stomping their way through stadiums, arenas, and amphitheaters, bringing their brutal sound to their flannel-adorned worshippers. It was a year of hype and a year of toil. By the end of it, nothing would ever be the same. The tour with Guns N' Roses was supposed to start around September, but ended up getting pushed back a few months and didn't kick off until December 5th, 1991, with a show at the Worcester Centrum near Boston. It's hard to overstate just how big a deal it was for a band on the come-up to secure this slot. Guns N' Roses was, by nearly every conceivable metric, the biggest rock group on the planet, and it wasn't close. Their most recent albums, Use Your Illusion 1 and Use Your Illusion 2, were flying off the shelves. For 2 weeks in a row in October, they had the #1 and #2 best-selling albums in the country. Soundgarden wasn't awed by the outsized fame of the five guys at the top of the bill. A significant culture clash between the intense and relatively straight-laced Seattleites and the party-hard LA headliners helped keep their feet on the ground. They were a favorite band of ours, and it was cool to have them, but we didn't have a good rapport with them at all, Guns N' Roses guitarist Slash recalled in his memoir. Coming from their more underground indie point of view, they thought of us as fat, lazy, and self-indulgent. The circumspection was mutual. Backstage, many within the Guns camp tagged the dour opening band with the nickname Frown Garden. Chris didn't have many issues with the behavior of Guns N' Roses as a whole. It was the man who'd once touted his vocal abilities in the pages of Rolling Stone who sometimes got under his skin. Without saying anything negative about Axl, what I remember the most was Duff and Slash and everyone else being regular, sweet, warm guys in a rock band that just wanted to play rock music, he told Vulture. But then, there was this Wizard of Oz character behind the curtain that seemed to complicate what was the most ideal situation they could ever have been in. They were the most successful and famous rock band on the planet. Every single show, hundreds of thousands of fans just wanted to hear songs. For some reason, there seemed to be this obstacle in just going out and participating in that. Rock stars aren't exactly known for their punctuality, but Axl Rose took tardiness to a legendary level. There were some nights when Guns N' Roses wouldn't hit the stage until well after midnight, hours after the opening act had come off stage. The performance at the Irvin Nutter Center in Dayton, Ohio on January 13th, 1992 was an especially egregious late starter, with the headliners hitting the stage close to 1 in the morning. The next evening's gig, again in Dayton, went even more disastrously after Rose sliced his hand open on his microphone stand during It's So Easy, then proceeded to get into a verbal sparring match with Slash before ending the show a few songs early. The following dates on the itinerary at Auburn Hills, Michigan, were summarily postponed so that Axl could get stitched up and recuperate. As frustrating as episodes like this must have been, it was fortunate for Soundgarden that they managed to escape some of the truly scary moments along the Use Your Illusion tour, like the riot in St. Louis several months before they hopped on board, and the riot in Montreal several months later. Compounding the insanity was a weird set of rules put in place by Guns N' Roses management. Chris wasn't having much of that. You were not allowed to be in a hallway or anywhere Axl might see you when he was walking between the dressing room and the stage. He recalled of one particular ridiculous edict. One day as Chris was walking down a corridor, he ran into the reclusive frontman and his bodyguard. Rose was decked out in a backwards baseball hat, a pair of red shorts that didn't leave much to the imagination, and a long fur coat that grazed the floor, nearly obscuring his sneakers with his name embroidered on them. Chris steeled himself for a tantrum, but nothing happened. Rose just said, "Hey, bro," and kept on walking. At that point, it's one of those moments where you think about your life as a comic book. This isn't really happening. Rose's outlandish requests and unprofessional behavior ran counter to everything Chris and Soundgarden were about. The opposed mindsets were best exemplified by the time the headlining singer tried to convince his manager to rent out the Goodyear blimp for a show. Chris overheard the conversation and jokingly commented that the Fuji blimp was actually much larger than the iconic tire company's marquee airship. Rose either didn't detect the sarcasm in Chris's voice, or was so enamored by the idea that he instantly demanded they get the Fuji blimp instead. Chris was even more flippant about another rule that directly impacted his ability to connect with the crowd during Soundgarden's set. Heading into the tour, he and the rest of the band were informed that under no circumstances would they be allowed to step out onto the trio of long metal catwalks that extended from the main stage out into the crowd. Those were reserved for the headliners, and the headliners only. Chris knew that he and the other members of his band would look like four largely undynamic ants to the crowd if they remained in place on the main stage. That wasn't going to work for him. So instead of abiding by the rule, on that first night in Worcester, Chris walked out and sang from the farthest position of each catwalk. He made his point a little clearer by screaming his lungs out, while on top of the teleprompters that Rose used to read the words to his own songs, just to show the powers that be that he wasn't going to be easily controlled. Over the next 2 months, Soundgarden gamely played cuts from Bad Motorfinger to an alternating sea of rock fans in arenas and stadiums up and down the East Coast, including a 3-night stand at Madison Square Garden, where Billy Joel roamed the backstage area in search of a bottle of Johnny Walker Black. Joey Ramone was another visitor who showed up along with his girlfriend, who was decked out in a tiger-striped bikini. Joey and Chris started talking, Soundgarden's sometime saxophonist Scott Granlund recalled. It was kind of noisy back in the green room, so those guys crawled under this big table and just hung out under this table and had a long conversation. The two shy vocalists hiding under this table talking about all the weird shit they drink. Many among the crowds were aware of who Soundgarden were, but most saved up their enthusiasm for the headliners, which was frustrating. They had just 45 minutes to make a good impression, and they poured everything they had into each 60-second interval. There was no time for pacing. They craved kinetic energy. It was usually around the end of their set, when they busted out their biggest hit to date, Outshined, that they got the response they were seeking. The video for that track, which featured the band performing in a spark-filled steel mill that appeared ripped from the set of Terminator 2, entered MTV's coveted buzz bin around the beginning of the year, and was by now well known to even the most casual rock fan. Chris had been in Mississippi the first time Outshined was played on MTV. He was out at 4 a.m. when he was recognized by a butcher. It was a surreal moment, but an important one. It was the beginning of his life as a public figure, a persona that bore little resemblance to who he was as a person. It changed him. That was the beginning of me becoming isolated, he told spin writer Chuck Klosterman years later. I never liked being recognized to begin with, and I was never much of a social person. So this gave me a chance to play the I don't want to go out card. I would just stay in and drink. The tour slowly lumbered west, hitting Las Vegas and San Diego along the way. Soundgarden finished their stint with Guns N' Roses with a performance at Compton Terrace in Chandler, Arizona, on February 1st, 1992. To send their dour openers off in style, Slash, Duff McKagan, and drummer Matt Sorum pranked Soundgarden by crashing their set. The trio pulled off most of their clothes, Slash went entirely nude, and proceeded to engage in mock coitus with a harem of inflatable blow-up dolls. They were mortified, Slash recalled. I was drunk, and I fell. Soundgarden picked up with Guns N' Roses again a few months later for another run through Europe, beginning in May. But in the meantime, the band headed back onto the smaller theater circuit, opening shows for another long-haired LA metal band, Skid Row, throughout the Midwest, in venues like the 5,000-person Aragon Ballroom in Chicago, the palatial Fox Theater in Detroit, and Roy Wilkins Auditorium in St. Paul, Minnesota. On several occasions, Sebastian Bach invited Chris out during their encore of the Yardbirds classic, Train Kept A-Rollin', and was blown away by his incredible energy and cutting sense of humor. He'd look at the stage like a track meet, running in a figure eight and doing somersaults, Bach told Billboard. And he'd be on a trampoline doing jumps behind the drum riser. I could tell he was sending up the sort of heavy metal performance we were trying to do, always with a twinkle in his eye, laughing. On May 4th, 1992, the band rolled into Toronto, Canada, to play a show with Fishbone at the concert hall on bustling Yonge Street. What everyone anticipated to be another night of rock and roll revelry turned near disastrous when a full-blown riot erupted outside. Just a couple days earlier, a plainclothes Toronto police officer had shot and killed a 22-year-old black man named Raymond Lawrence. This was shortly after the 4 LAPD officers who had beaten Rodney King in the streets were acquitted, so tensions were already high. What started as a protest turned violent as day turned to night. The hordes almost flipped Soundgarden's bus on its side, and bassist Ben Shepherd was nearly arrested along with some of the members of Fishbone by the edgy Toronto cops. Fortunately, both groups made it out unscathed, and the tour resumed 4 days later in College Park, Maryland. Soundgarden's year thus far had been a non-stop stretch of performances, but they were only just getting started. The opening act runs led directly into a pair of heavily anticipated headlining performances of their own at the Paramount Theater in Seattle, near the beginning of March. They were important gigs, which the band planned to film and release on VHS. Tickets sold out within hours, and Motorvision, as the concert documentary came to be known, remains the definitive live document of Soundgarden at their fiercest. The show opened, bizarrely enough, with an introduction by a mainstay of Seattle local television, a clown by the name of J.P. Patches. They sent me a tape, Patches recalled. It wasn't really my kind of music, but I said I would do it. The nearly 3,000 alt-rock loving teens and 20-somethings, decked out in flannel button-downs, Michael Jordan jerseys, and snapback Mariners baseball caps, went nuts as soon as the local icon shuffled into view. "Who did you come to see?" Patches asked them. "Soundgarden," they responded. "You're supposed to say me," he complained. "Who did you come to see tonight?" "Soundgarden," they roared. "Would you rather have me here or Soundgarden?" Patches pleaded. "Soundgarden." "I can take a hint. And here they are." Watching from the wings, Chris was impressed by how his childhood hero held his own in the face of such unbridled fury. I was blown away by how unruly our audience was, but he seemed totally in his element, he recalled. He worked them in a way that probably only he could. After ceding the stage to the 4 men of the hour, Soundgarden promptly ripped into a ferocious set, stacked with bad Motorfinger cuts that culminated in an apocalyptic, feedback-drenched version of Slaves and Bulldozers, during which Chris sang a portion of Howlin' Wolf's immortal blues burner, Back to Our Man. The scene on stage remained a chaotic montage of somersaulting stage divers, searing vocals, and the onstage presentation of a gold record for Bad Motorfinger, surpassing 500,000 units sold. Once again, Soundgarden roped Kevin Kerslake into directing the shows, but unlike Louder Than Live, which had been filmed guerrilla style in the tiny Whiskey A Go-Go, the beauty and breadth of the Paramount demanded a larger production. "We probably had 9 or 10 cameras along with a crane," the director said. "You just have to have enough coverage. That's actually pretty frugal compared to some other shows." Intermixed with scenes of the band performing on stage was a compendium of shots of Soundgarden riding around Seattle in a van piloted by Matt Cameron, scoping out different sites and commenting on their personal journey. We didn't have the resources to do a full crew, but that would have fucked up the energy anyway, Kerslake recalled. I was in the back of the van, just me asking questions, making sure the tape was going and hoping that something was watchable. We went out to the Soundgarden and all that. It was a full day. Once he had the shows filmed, Kerslake picked out what he thought were the best performances and edited them together. But then he ran into a problem. Chris wore different clothes, he said. He wore a black shirt one night and a white shirt one night, so that was a little difficult to cut around. But then, in true Chris Cornell fashion, the singer eliminated the problem entirely. He ultimately took the shirt off, so at a certain point, it wasn't an issue. As Slaves and Bulldozers reached its inevitable noisy conclusion, Chris ripped off all the strings from his Les Paul and started grinding the guitar against his amplifier, filling the room with cascading walls of gnarly feedback. Then he crawled onto the top of a metal cage at the rear of the stage, raised his arms in triumph, and leapt off the back and out of view. He and Thiel's guitars continued to whine and cry as the exhausted revelers shuffled off into the crisp Seattle evening. With Motor Vision in the can, Soundgarden had only 6 days to themselves at home before they had to depart for the road again, this time for a month-long run through Sweden, Germany, and the UK, followed by another month-long run in the US that started in the middle of April. While the band navigated their grueling slate of shows, the music world was caught in the midst of a dramatic shift. Grunge had finally exploded into the mainstream. After months of steady sales, in January of 1992, Nirvana's Nevermind improbably knocked Michael Jackson's Gargantuan Bad off the top of the charts. By May 30th, 1992, Pearl Jam's debut 10 had finally cracked into the top 10 on its way to reaching the number 2 spot. Alice in Chains were on the cusp of releasing their heavily anticipated second record, Dirt. Then there was the singles soundtrack, which was rushed out 3 months ahead of the film in order to capitalize on all the hype. It sold like hotcakes, too. Alternative rock was no longer alternative. Aggressive, angst-riddled post-punk had taken America by storm. The shift flummoxed many of the artists at the center of the maelstrom. It's a really strange counterculture, Kim Thiel told Spin. It's the counterculture as referenced by MTV. There are no wars, no race riots, no women's liberation or gay liberation. It's a counterculture based on successfully marketed radio songs and snowboarding. Amid the flannel-fueled fervor for anything Seattle, A&M approached Chris about re-releasing the Temple of the Dog record, which he was open to doing. With Pearl Jam rising in popularity, the project wouldn't be viewed as a Chris Cornell solo project any longer, but instead a collaborative effort between two of the most admired and exciting entities in alt-rock. It also presented an opportunity to educate more casual fans about Andrew Wood. To capitalize on the moment, a new version of the Hunger Strike video was cut together, filled with even more wistful shots of Chris and Eddie Vedder crooning into the middle distance. It was thrown into heavy rotation on MTV. Temple of the Dog tore its way up the charts, selling tens of thousands of copies on a weekly basis, before topping out at number 5 around September 1992. It was certified platinum by the RIAA for over 1 million copies sold that same month, becoming the best-selling release of Chris's career thus far. It was inevitable that the powers that be would try to cash in on grunge, sometimes to ludicrous result. The most absurd attempt by the traditional media to explain what was happening in Seattle occurred when a New York Times reporter named Rick Marin called up former Sub Pop Records receptionist and current CEO Megan Jasper and asked her to help him understand some of the grunge lexicon. She fed him a string of nonsense words and phrases like cobnobbler, a loser, whack slacks, an old pair of ripped jeans, and swinging on the flippity-flop, hanging out, as a goof. The fake slang made it into a pullout in the paper of record to their eventual embarrassment. Ironically, the joke ended up being on Seattle in the end when people started using Jasper's fictional phrases for real. With the mainstream press huffing to catch up with what was going on in the Pacific Northwest, the media demands on Soundgarden became overwhelming. The band spent much of 1992 talking to nearly every print publication imaginable, from old warhorses like Rolling Stone, NME, and Melody Maker, to relative newcomers like Spin, Kerrang, and Rip. As the group's resident pot smoker, Matt Cameron even sat down for a revealing interview with High Times. Meanwhile, Kim Thayil waxed rhapsodic to nearly every guitar publication under the sun. All of them made frequent appearances on MTV's Headbangers Ball. As the frontman, most of the spotlight naturally fell on Chris. Everyone wanted a piece of him. And it only got more out of hand as the months churned on and his celebrity increased. Soundgarden hardly turned down any request, but it was hard to come up with new things to say to questions like, what's it like to play arenas with Guns N' Roses? How did you cope with the death of Andrew Wood? Are all the bands in Seattle friends? What did you think about what Kurt Cobain said about... Insert any subject here. The more rote lines of questioning were typically dispatched with a biting, sarcastic remark. But during one marathon press event in a hotel banquet hall in Paris promoting Bad Motorfinger, he and the band reached their breaking point and decided to have some fun with the last interviewer of the day. We hid behind these partitions and he thought he was alone, Chris recalled. Once the reporter realized he wasn't the only one in the room, an absurd situation played out with the band refusing to step out of their hiding place to the journalist's growing frustration. He started to take it really seriously, so we steered into it and said, 2 of us were badly injured in a car accident, and we don't want anyone to see our scars. Back and forth they went, until... Finally, the record company lady threatened that they would, drop us from the label if we kept torturing people like that. There wasn't any time for rest. No time to take stock of the outside world, or of their increased fame. The road beckoned, show after show after show after show. Once their tour of Europe wrapped up, the band enjoyed a brief 2-week break back home before hitting venues in major American markets, like San Francisco, Dallas, Chicago, New York, Philadelphia, and Boston, on a sold-out headlining tour of their own with Swerve Driver and Monster Magnet. Then it was back across the Atlantic Ocean where they linked up again with Guns N' Roses and their old buddies Faith No More for a 2-month slog through the biggest stadiums in Europe, beginning with a show at the 50,000-seat Strahov Stadium in Prague, Czechoslovakia, on May 20th, 1992. The concerts only got bigger from there. 58,000 people showed up at the Hippodrome in Paris, where Guns N' Roses brought out Steven Tyler and Joe Perry from Aerosmith for Mama Kin, and Train Kept a Rollin'. And Axl took expletive-filled swipes at the actor Warren Beatty for trying to co-opt the youth movement to make himself appear cooler. That particular gig was filmed and broadcast worldwide as a pay-per-view special. 60,000 appeared in Hanover, Germany, 65,000 in Turin, Italy, 70,000 in Budapest, Hungary, and roughly 72,000 people packed Wembley Stadium in London on June 13th. Where Guns tried to capture some of that fabled Queen magic from years past by inviting Brian May to guest on Tie Your Mother Down and We Will Rock You. Soundgarden's set earlier in the day was far less triumphant. Someone in the crowd had a heart attack just as the band began to play and had to be resuscitated. Paramedics were banging on his chest and one of them hit him good and he woke up swinging, Chris said. I remember thinking, I don't like this. When he wasn't on stage, Chris usually secluded himself in his hotel room, eager to write new songs. It was a way to stay busy and prep for Soundgarden's next record, but it was also a sanity-saving measure. If I stay in my room and write songs, it's like I'm home, he told Jeff Gilbert of Guitar World. The only way I can tell that I'm not home is if I look out the window, he remembered thinking. The gargantuan size of the crowds presented a unique opportunity to get Soundgarden's music across to a new audience. But the sheer effort it took to connect with the placid fans waiting to hear Axl, Slash, and company rip into Sweet Child of Mine was draining. Soundgarden were halfway through their first song before most people noticed there was a band on stage. Kerrang! Writer Paul Henderson noted in his review of the Wembley show. In a small club, a couple of months ago, Soundgarden were stunning, cracking skulls and pounding, well-aimed sonic ice picks. But in the vastness of Wembley Stadium, and with a sound that relied on a lot of imagination in order to identify the songs, the audience was being bit with nothing more effective than a plastic hammer. In addition to battling apathy among the vast crowds, Soundgarden also had to contend with the unpredictability of their headliners, which oftentimes manifested itself in cancelled gigs. A show in Belgium had to be called off because Duff McKagan got sick. Another show in Rome was cancelled for the same reason. What turned out to be the final gig of the tour on July 2nd in Lisbon, Portugal, was marred when Axl took a tumble on stage in the middle of It's So Easy, and the crowd started setting off fireworks during Live and Let Die. The next two concerts in Spain were called off, and Soundgarden was finally free to return to Seattle. Soundgarden had played dozens of concerts across the globe over the previous 6 months, in venues of all sizes, and in front of crowds that were alternately indifferent and excited. They'd more than earned a break, but their year was far from over. Another major months-long commitment loomed on the calendar, just a little over 2 weeks after Chris got home, so time away in the mountains to clear his head would be brief. Lollapalooza was never intended to be an ongoing live music institution. Conceived by Perry Farrell the year before, in 1991, it was originally conceptualized as a traveling farewell concert for the singer's band, Jane's Addiction, accompanied by a collection of similarly minded alternative acts, handpicked by the band members themselves. That first year, Jane's was joined on the road by 9 Inch Nails, Ice-T's Body Count, Butthole Surfers, Susie and the Banshees, Living Colour, Rollins Band, and Violent Femmes, among others. The tour proved far more financially lucrative and culturally impactful than anyone could have imagined. It was feverishly covered in the media as Gen X's version of Woodstock on wheels. 500,000 people turned out to the 26 shows, spending millions of dollars along the way. By the time it was over, a sequel seemed like a foregone conclusion. The biggest challenge was putting together a lineup that could top the original. Any whiff in the press that the second iteration was an inferior attempt to cash in on the success of the first would probably have doomed Lollapalooza's long-term prospects. Farrell, along with executives Mark Geiger, Ted Gardner, and Don Mueller, were under major pressure to deliver. Originally, they'd hoped to nab R.E.M. and the so-called godfather of grunge Neil Young as the headliners. When those fell through, they booked the Red Hot Chili Peppers, who were selling ungodly numbers of their most recent album, Blood Sugar Sex Magic. They rounded out the rest of the bill by filling it with a diverse cross-section of artists from a multitude of genres and backgrounds. Groundbreaking acts like Ice Cube, Ministry, and the Jesus and Mary Chain. It was Mueller, the booking agent for Pearl Jam and Soundgarden, who advocated adding both of those bands to the lineup. Even though he got some pushback from Geiger and Farrell about including 2 bands from Seattle, Mueller won out. As grueling as their concert calendar had already been, Soundgarden knew that Lollapalooza represented the most receptive audience possible for their music. The opportunity to spend a few months hanging out with their buddies in Pearl Jam didn't hurt either. I think it was one of my favorite tours of my career, because we shared a lot of camaraderie, Chris said. It's like your buddies you grew up with that you played in front of 10 people with for years, and now you're on tour together playing for 25,000 people. The second Lollapalooza dwarfed the first in terms of scope and sales. There were more shows, more tickets sold, 750,000, more politically and socially conscious booths to visit, and more non-musical activities to consume. There were art displays, a temporary tattooist, interactive sound sculptures, even bungee jumping. Most significantly, the organizers set up a second stage for a variety of rotating bands, like Rage Against the Machine, Stone Temple Pilots, Cypress Hill, and Farrell's new band, Porno for Pyros. To capitalize on the exposure, A&M re-released a limited edition of Bad Motorfinger, that included a new Soundgarden EP titled Satan Oscillate My Metallic Sonatas. The title is a palindrome, another bit of canny Soundgarden humor. The 5-song EP included the band's version of Into the Void, along with a cover of the Rolling Stones' Stray Cat Blues, and the Devo song Girl You Want. It also included a live rendition of Slaves and Bulldozers, and a previously unreleased cut written by Chris called She's a Politician. The latter track is a brief straight-ahead rocker about a woman who knows how to confuse the issue with her machine gun talk to get what she wants. 3 weeks after Satan Oscillate My Metallic Sonatas dropped, on July 18th, Soundgarden arrived at the Shoreline Amphitheater in Mountain View, California, and steeled themselves for the first performance of Lollapalooza 92. "I remember the beginning of that tour," Perry Farrell said. "Just to fuck with them because Chris seemed a little edgy. He was a shy person. We were all going to get into an elevator, but he hadn't seen me. So I let him get in the elevator, then I jumped in the elevator at the last second, so that he would think I was a stalker. I stood too close to him, and he goes, 'Oh, fuck.' Then he looked at me and goes, 'Man, I thought you were one of those people.' I always meant to ask him, who were those people?" Despite the fact that Pearl Jam had the 4th best-selling album in the country, headliners the Red Hot Chili Peppers were sitting at number 5. The order of artists had already been solidified, and the newcomers were given the second-to-last spot on the bill, playing in the afternoons, just after Lush opened things up. Soundgarden hit the stage a couple of hours later, following the Jesus and Mary chain, and proceeded to regale the alternative nation with a pummeling 55-minute set of songs comprised mostly from Bad Motorfinger, but with some curveballs thrown in, depending on the show. The second day of the tour, they covered the Ramones' I Can't Give You Anything, for instance. By the time they got back around to their neck of the woods at the Kitsap County Fairgrounds in Bremerton, Washington, on July 22nd, Soundgarden gave the hometown fans a thrill by inviting Eddie Vedder on stage to sing backup on Outshined. Chris returned the favor a couple of weeks down the line in Barrie, Ontario, when he backed up Pearl Jam during a rendition of Jeremy. The friendship between the two Seattle bands was tight, and the opportunities for unexpected collaborations were plentiful. In Reston, Virginia, Chris nearly filled in for Eddie during Pearl Jam's set, when the singer missed the bus to the gig, hitchhiked a ride, and got stuck in traffic outside of the venue. "I don't know all the lyrics to any of these songs," Chris warned the crowd from the stage. "Eddie is not here. He can't hear this. You gotta sing loud. Eddie will never come up on stage if you guys don't know the words, I guarantee it." Fortunately, Vedder showed up right before the music started. Chris hoisted him up from the security pit and carried him to the microphone stand, no doubt grateful for not having to ad-lib his way through even flow and once. Near the end of their set, he returned to the stage for an impromptu take on Hunger Strike. Those kinds of once-in-a-lifetime opportunities weren't limited to the main stage. There was a second stage at Lollapalooza, so Eddie and me worked up an acoustic set and got some space on the second stage for the middle of the day, Chris told Spin. We got a golf cart and drove through the crowd to the stage, and it was like the Beatles. There were like 100 people running and screaming and chasing the golf cart. The biggest draw on the second stage was the Jim Rose Circus sideshow, an eye-popping revue that featured the likes of the amazing Mr. Lifto, who would lift heavy weights from the various piercings on his body, including his scrotum, along with Bibi the Circus Queen, who laid down on a bed of nails and allowed people to cut watermelons in half while they rested on her back. Going into Lollapalooza, American music fans weren't familiar with the concept of a second stage, and the crowds were thin. That all changed when during their set on the main stage, Chris started telling people to check out the circus. "Starting that day, I had thousands of people, and the media started coming," Rose said. "I owe my career to Chris." Rose's biggest and most nauseating attraction was a guy named Matt the Tube Crowley. During every performance, Crowley would gross out gape-mouthed spectators by inserting a 7-foot-long tube into his stomach through his nose and start pumping in a variety of disgusting liquids like beer, chocolate sauce, eggs, and Maalox. Once he hit capacity, he then pumped the contents back out into a glass for people to drink. They called the concoction bile beer, and one of the first people to step up and swig it was Chris. Boredom must have driven him to it, Rose posited. In the middle of our show, while I was pumping Matt the Tube's stomach, Chris strode out on the stage, took the mic, and said something to the effect of, "I sure am thirsty. Might I try the vile bile?" Vedder caught wind of Chris's gastronomical antics, and the next night showed up and downed a glass for the cheering audience. Then Al Jorgensen from Ministry got in on the disgusting act, and before long, many in attendance were clamoring for an opportunity to drink fresh human vomit. During Lollapalooza, while in the company of his longtime buddies, Chris felt freer to let his proverbial hair down. In between gigs, he and Vedder found themselves in the room of one of their crew members, who bemoaned the state of the current crop of polite and professional rock stars. Eager to show him that he could wild out with the best of them, Chris took a nearby amplifier and hurled it through a glass window, where it smashed into bits on the alley floor, stories below. They all laughed for a few minutes, until Chris realized he'd written his name on a piece of tape stuck to the amplifier. He raced downstairs to rip it off, but that didn't stop the local cops from coming up to their room to investigate. Vedder spun a yarn about a jealous dude destroying his property after he learned that the singer had slept with his girlfriend. Satisfied by the tale, the officers let them off without so much as a warning. The tour pressed on through August, hitting most of the big cities on the East Coast. Along the way, Soundgarden's set took on a controversial bent when the band started covering Ice-T's Cop Killer. The SoCal rapper had been on the bill during the first Lollapalooza and was recruited to act as a sort of host during this second run. His inflammatory single, in which he threatens to shoot police officers, had brought waves of condemnation from many within the law enforcement community, as well as President George H.W. Bush. In the face of mounting pressure on Ice-T's label to pull the song from stores, Chris offered support in the best way he knew how. First Amendment rights were a cause near and dear to Soundgarden's heart. In Washington state, just a few months before Lollapalooza kicked off, the governor signed an erotic sound recordings statute into law that sought to outlaw the sale of music deemed obscene to minors. Any retailers or record store employees caught running afoul of the edict could face up to 6 months in jail and incur hefty fines. Soundgarden promptly sued the state's Attorney General, Ken Eikenberry, arguing that the rule violated the Constitution. More allies jumped on board, including A&M, Tower Records, the RIAA, and fellow artists Nirvana, Alice in Chains, Pearl Jam, Heart, and Sir Mix-a-Lot. The band's lawyers argued that the statute interferes with their ability to express themselves, manage their businesses, and access ideas, and interferes with society's notion of a free marketplace of ideas, and in general, the evolution of society itself. The Supreme Court of Washington agreed, and 2 years later declared the statute void. In Miami, Soundgarden brought out Cop Killer composer, body count guitarist Ernie C. to back them up on guitar, and Chris launched into a passionate defense of freedom of speech. "I don't want to kill any cops personally, but I want to make sure anybody lets me write any song that I want to write, and everybody lets you buy any song you want to buy. So I'm going to do this song for all fucking time," he roared. The music started, and the crowd in front of the stage turned into a tumultuous frenzy of bare-chested bodies slamming into one another. By September, Lollapalooza had reached the end of the line. It was a heady moment for Chris. Singles held its premiere on September 10th at the Park Plaza Hotel in L.A., and was filmed for an MTV special. Though Pearl Jam and Alice in Chains served as the evening's musical entertainment, Chris was on hand to help celebrate the film and reprise his cameo in the film, while standing and nodding alongside VJ Ricky Rockman. The next 3 nights were consumed by the final dates of Lollapalooza at the Irvine Meadows Amphitheater. One only needed to look at the charts to see that the ceaseless pace of touring, the hundreds of interviews, and the quality of the music Chris produced had had a tremendous impact on American music. Temple of the Dog had reached the top 5. The single soundtrack was sitting pretty just outside of the top 20, while Bad Motorfinger was still hanging around in the top 100 a full year after its release. By this point, the album had been officially certified gold and was well on its way to platinum. Backstage at Irvine, Chris busted out a Polaroid camera and snapped shots with everybody he came into contact with before handing the pictures out as souvenirs. During Pearl Jam's set, he emerged one last time, along with Matt Cameron, to join his friends for Hunger Strike and Reach Down. Then Soundgarden hit the stage with Al Jourgensen, treating fans to a memorable rendition of Cop Killer. It was the last time fans would see Soundgarden on stage for a full year. It was time for a change. Chapter 9. Alive in the Super Unknown. Chris Cornell was standing in front of his closet, flipping through his clothes and growing increasingly agitated. Hanger after hanger was weighed down by a lived-in long-sleeve or random t-shirt he'd picked up along the way. It was the same set of clothes he'd seen hundreds of thousands of kids wearing to so many of Soundgarden's gigs over the last couple of years. The same clothes that his contemporaries in Alice in Chains, Pearl Jam, and Nirvana wore in their videos. The same clothes that had been co-opted by the arbiters of cool for commercial purposes. His look had become a uniform. Everywhere he turned, Chris saw an army of people who wanted to look like him, act like him, crack sarcastic jokes like him, kick around in chunky combat boots like him, and dive into crowds like him. He was growing sick of it. "I had an identity crisis in the early 90s, he told Revolver. "I was the first guy sort of running around climbing up into the rafters like a jungle boy and smashing guitars and crowd surfing. And then I started seeing it in other bands, a lot." Chris was enjoying a month-long block of much-needed downtime when he went wardrobe diving. Susan was preoccupied with one of her other groups, and he had ample time to chill out around the house by himself. He wasn't going out often and didn't speak to many people on the phone, which put him in a weird frame of mind. If I hadn't been alone so long, I would not have gone as far as I actually went. Thoughts about what he wore turned into thoughts about his appearance. Chris's nearly 2-foot-long mane of curly black hair was his most recognizable feature. He'd worn it that way for years. It was a great look, except for the times he tried to inhale while singing and sucked in a mouthful of his own hair. Now out of the spotlight, far from the worshipping masses and away from the people who might talk him out of it, Chris considered shaving it off. The idea of wiping the slate clean was enticing, but a day passed, and he did nothing. Then another, and then another. The more he thought about it, though, the better the idea seemed, until finally he got over his trepidation, seized a pair of clippers, and sheared his cranium down to the scalp. Staring into the mirror, he felt like a new man, partially free, at least in the moment, from the expectation to look or act a certain way. He gathered up some of the remnants of his long locks, stuffed them into an envelope, and mailed them to his wife. Chris Cornell never enjoyed celebrity, especially in the 90s. When he wanted to go album shopping, he'd duck into Easy Street Records after hours, pull the brim of his baseball cap down, and peruse the carefully curated bins in solitude. When Soundgarden was home, he tried to make himself unreachable, usually by taking off into the wilds of western Washington. He was shocked when he opened an issue of Time magazine to find an article about his haircut. How in the hell did they find out? Why in the hell did Time magazine readers give a shit about his head? It was enough to drive him crazy. Outlets like MTV and Newsweek also covered his chrome dome, which was irritating, though he managed to find some validation in the coverage. "I didn't want to march to anyone's drummer," he said. "Sometimes when you're accepted, that edge goes away. But other times when you're accepted, there's a conflict. And the conflict is, oh, why now? You didn't like me then, so now my FUs are going to get bigger." The Red Brick Recording Studio on 4th Avenue has gone by many names. When it originally opened in 1976 as the dream of a Borscht Belt comedian named Danny Kaye and his business partner Lester Smith, part owner of the Seattle Mariners. They called it K. Smith Studios. 13 years later, a local radio DJ named Steve Lawson took it over and named it after himself. In more recent years, it was called Studio X. But before that and throughout the bulk of the 90s, when some of the biggest names in music, Johnny Cash, Nirvana, REM, recorded there, it was known as Bad Animals. Long since displaced to make room for a tower of luxury condos back in 1993, there was no better place in the city to record. Bad Animals, named after Heart's 1987 album, was owned by Ann and Nancy Wilson. The sisters took over the building at the beginning of the decade and gave it much-needed sonic and aesthetic upgrades, not only for their own purposes, but so that local bands had a proper high-tech recording studio in their backyard. For Soundgarden, who had just spent the last year performing in nearly every major metropolis in the Western Hemisphere, the opportunity to create music in a facility where they could play all day and then go home to sleep in their own beds at night was too enticing to pass up. It was here that they would work on their next album. Kim Thile has sometimes compared Bad Motorfinger to the Beatles' White Album, but the description is more apt to capture Super Unknown's fragmented genesis, as opposed to their last record where they spent weeks writing together inside a Vast. Each member initially worked alone to produce new material. Chris secluded himself in his basement with a few instruments and an 8-track ADAT recording machine and spent hours in self-imposed isolation, conjuring up fresh ideas. I went really deep into trying to experiment with how I wrote, trying to shirk some of the fear I think that anyone, when they write songs alone, might have of making mistakes, he told radio host Redbeard. I wasn't really in touch with the expressive nature of songwriting, the honest aspect of it. I was trying to manipulate it too much, and failed. But I also kind of found myself more so as a songwriter than ever before. Inspiration came from unexpected places and struck in unexpected moments, sometimes literally, like in the song Like Suicide. One day while Chris was working in his basement, he heard a loud thump. He thought it might be a burglar, so he went up to investigate. After searching around a bit, he opened his front door and found a female robin lying on the ground. The small bird had flown into a window, and the impact had snapped its neck. The robin was alive, but suffering. Chris grabbed a nearby cinder block and put the bird out of its misery. As he returned to his basement, the phrase "like suicide" popped into his mind, and he decided to write a song about it. Many have misinterpreted the song's central meaning based on its evocative title, but the opening line alludes to the tragedy in specific terms. Dazed out in a garden bed with a broken neck lays my broken gift, just like suicide. Tonally, Chris wanted to capture the vibe of Creedence Clearwater Revival's Born on the Bayou and tuned the guitar in such a way, standard D, with the high string dropped to C, to get the song's entrancing spiral of notes to ring out properly. 4th of July, maybe the best song in the album, was another track easily misinterpreted. It was based on the memory of an insane acid trip he experienced heading out to an Indian reservation around Independence Day. While in the throes of his trip, Chris found himself walking along a path with a chorus of voices trailing 10 feet behind him. When he turned around, he spied a figure clad in a black shirt and jeans, and another person in a red shirt. The more he tried to focus on either person, the more the figures seemed to slip away into the ether. Rather than finding the pair unsettling, however, he found their presence comforting, because he didn't feel alone. The song's central refrain captures the ephemeral, dizzying nature of the experience with supreme poignancy. I feel it in the wind. I saw it in the sky. I thought it was the end. I thought it was the 4th of July. Beyond the message, it's the way Chris delivers the lyrics, as if trapped in a foggy miasma from which he'll never emerge, that makes 4th of July so entrancing. If the Four Horsemen of the Apocalypse ever wanted for a soundtrack, they could hardly find a better piece of music. By now, Chris had secured his place as the preeminent screamer in rock. But as he wrote this latest batch of songs, he tried to explore the full dynamic range of his voice. He went deeper and remained more subdued in spots, which only made the moments when he took off into the stratosphere that much more explosive. Each of the tracks on Super Unknown has its own vocal flavor. Purposely mid-tempo deliveries give way to avalanches of screaming. Drudgy, syncopated verses are accented with twinkling falsettos. Sometimes he's pressed right up into the front of the speaker. Other times he hovers just underneath the music. Everything was by design. Chris started to think of his voice as a separate entity, a character he could inhabit for the duration of a given track. This technique opened up a unique set of questions, chief among them being, who is the person singing, and what do they sound like? Of all the aspects of his songwriting, this was the most difficult to nail down, but it was paramount to his new approach. It all went back to the formative period when he was sitting alone in his room, listening to the Beatles. He thought back to how the four distinct voices of John, Paul, George, and Ringo alternated between tracks, providing a different approach and feeling to each one. He couldn't always tell who sang what, but the variety sounded so damn good. I thought that's what rock music was, and I thought that's what making an album was, he said. You sang in the style and with the feel that the song was asking for. Without another singer in the band to help him, he'd simply have to do it himself. Before Soundgarden got down to the brass tacks of recording their next album, however, they had to select a producer. It was nearly guaranteed that more people than ever before would be interested in what they did next, and Soundgarden wanted a fresh set of ears to help pull the best out of them. Originally, the plan was to work with Rick Rubin, but then they decided to take a meeting with a producer from New York named Michael Beinhorn. Beinhorn had previously worked with the Red Hot Chili Peppers on some of their earlier efforts, like the Uplift Mofo Party Plan and Mother's Milk, but had branched out into other genres, helping artists like Herbie Hancock, Soul Asylum, and the Violent Femmes. He was also no stranger to the Pacific Northwest. One of his more recent projects was a record titled Far Gone by another Seattle alt-rock band named Love Battery. Beinhorn flew to Seattle and met with the band at Avast, where they spent a couple of hours getting to know one another. It seemed to go well enough, but Soundgarden still wasn't convinced that he was the right man for the job. They took the producer out for a test run and set up a session at Bear Creek Studios to cut a couple of tracks with Beinhorn manning the boards. Over the course of 3 or 4 days, the band recorded She Likes Surprises and No Attention. It was more like a precursor to recording, Beinhorn said. It wasn't the kind of thing where I had a lot of time or resources to muck about, so it moved relatively fast. Everyone got their parts done in a reasonable amount of time. Not long after that, he got the call. The job was his. The creation of Super Unknown began in earnest after the band mailed their new producer a cassette with a couple of fully realized songs like Fresh Tendrils, along with some riffs like the one that ended up being the basis for Mailman and a few instrumental jams. Beinhorn was impressed with some of the selections, but he felt there wasn't enough material yet to justify entering the recording studio. I think there were about 5 songs that ended up on the record, and the rest was kind of meandering a little bit, he said. The band wasn't exactly thrilled to receive such unsparing criticism so early on in this process, but as they would come to learn, Beinhorn was adamant about achieving the best results. This record came at a time when you could really tell who the next big band was going to be, and at that point in time, it was clearly Soundgarden, Beinhorn said. The entire music community was aware that if their next record had all the right ingredients, it was going to be humongous, and I had to do everything in my power to push it over the edge. Over the next few months, Soundgarden worked to create demos they hoped sounded good enough to everyone's ears to make it onto the final track list. Chris traded the solitude of his basement for a week-long writing session at his best friend Eric Garcia's small octagon-shaped cabin across the water from Seattle in Port Townsend to get some more writing done. Super Unknown wouldn't suffer for a lack of preparation. From the outset, Beinhorn was impressed by Chris's skills as a DIY engineer. Chris was an absolute first-rate demo maker, the producer noted. He was one of those guys who could do everything, write the music, record all the instruments, play everything himself. He had an enviable set of abilities. Still, he got the sense that the singer was pushing himself too much. He was kind of going off the rails a little bit, Beinhorn said. He was sending me a tremendous volume of music, but I noticed they were all cut from the same cloth. There was a sameness to them, and they didn't have much purpose. They didn't demonstrate his skills as a songwriter or a performer. At one point, Chris sent his producer a tape filled with 11 new songs, none of which made it onto Super Unknown. It's so funny, but there was a point where I actually started to dread getting tapes from him in the mail, Beinhorn said. After that episode, the two men had a conversation where Chris explained that he felt pressure to write songs that appealed to Soundgarden fans, a notion that the producer felt was counterproductive. To get him back on track, Beinhorn started talking about his musical roots and his general taste. I was like, "What are you listening to? What's inspiring to you?" And he said, "The Beatles and Cream." And I said, "Write a song that's like the Beatles and Cream." That was basically what precipitated the next tape I got from him, which was a home run. The new tape was anchored by a song that had come to Chris late one night while driving home. As the lines on the highway glided past, a dark and ephemeral melody popped into his head. It was entrancing. Once he made it back to his house, he raced to a tape recorder and whistled the part into the tiny machine so that he wouldn't forget it. The first song on the tape was "Fell on Black Days," Beinhorn said. The next song was a song called "Anxious," which didn't get used, but it had Jerry Cantrell on guitar. It wasn't appropriate for Super Unknown, but it was great. More of a bluesy type thing. The song after that was called "Tighter and Tighter," which we did record, but never finished. And they did after on Down on the Upside. And the last song on the tape was "Black Hole Sun." The next day, after his late-night moment of inspiration, Chris went down to the basement and started to transpose the music he'd whistled into the recorder onto the frets of his guitar. Once he nailed that part, he thought about a phrase he'd misheard recently during a television newscast that sparked his imagination. "I heard blah 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 black hole sun blah blah blah," he told Uncut. Those 3 words were an intoxicating bit of imagery. A black hole is 1,000,000,000 times bigger than a sun. It's a void, a giant circle of nothing. And then you have the sun, the giver of all life, Chris explained. It was this combination of bright and dark, this sense of hope and an underlying moodiness. Once Chris had the title, a compelling collage of word images that fit the dark mood of the music poured out of him, which he eventually honed into verses. Amid the snakes, the invocation of heaven and hell, and an allusion to the stench of summer, there were 2 lines rooted in recent experience. "Times are gone for honest men" captures his perspective on the outside world, an increasingly cynical place, especially within the music industry. The other, "No one sings like you anymore," was more personal, stemming from a comment a fan had made to him while on tour. Its true meaning and inclusion remain a mystery. With lyrics married to the melody, Chris started mixing in the unique musical elements that make Black Hole Sun the zeitgeist-bending piece of music that it became. The process moved quickly, and the early demo version included on the deluxe edition of Super Unknown is remarkable for how complete it sounds. Right away, that mystically tuned arpeggiated guitar intro gives way to the haunting chorus-painted chord progression through the verses, before the quick drum break signals the beginning of a disembodied chorus. Even the psychedelic wah-wah-drenched solo is there. It doesn't sound anywhere near as dynamic as this nascent form. Chris's vocals are far more subdued, but every element is intact, ready for the addition of Cameron's drums, Shepard's bass, and Thiel's frenzied lead guitar to realize its full potential. Black Hole Sun was a breathtaking revelation for Beinhorn. "I played it 15 times in a row," the producer said. "Once I pulled myself away from it, I called him. And when he picked up, the first thing I said to him was, 'You're a fucking genius.'" Chris was surprised. He was like, "Oh, you like it?" I was like, "Do I like it? It's one of the best songs I've ever heard." Even his bandmates knew that Black Hole Sun was a different animal. Ben Shepard equated it to Stevie Wonder. Hiro Yamamoto, who had heard an early version one day while stopping by Avast to say hello, immediately declared the song a hit, before bursting into laughter. The only person who couldn't wrap his head around its whimsically brooding appeal was the guy who wrote it. Chris figured it might make for a decent third or fourth single. The idea that it could become a worldwide smash seemed impossible. When I think of hit songs, they have to be somewhat anthemic in the world of rock, and I didn't see Black Hole Sun as being that, Chris said. One of the other songs Chris included on the home run tape he sent to Beinhorn was Fell on Black Days. It had bounced around in different configurations for years, to Chris's increased frustration. He just couldn't seem to crack it. During the recording of Bad Motorfinger, an early version of the song was reconfigured into Slaves and Bulldozers, while another attempt morphed into a song dubbed Black Rain, which Soundgarden cooked up during those sessions back in '91, but didn't get finished until years later for the compilation album, Telephantasm. Fell on Black Days is fueled by fear. The minor key vibe is decidedly gloomy, but the lyrics are even darker as Chris aimed to capture the sense of feeling shitty for no particular reason. You're happy with your life, everything's going well, things are exciting when all of a sudden you realize you're unhappy in the extreme, to the point of being really, really scared, Chris explained. There's no particular event you can pin the feeling down to. It's just that you realize one day that everything in your life is fucked. There is a word for that particular feeling. Depression. That unpredictable emotional monster that can crop up at any time and consume your state of mind. Chris knew the feeling well and struggled with it multiple times throughout his life. For me, I always had one foot in this very dark, lonely, isolated world, he said. If you're depressed long enough, it's almost a comfort, a state of mind that you've made peace with because you've been in it so long. It's a very selfish world. The day I tried to live, a vital expression of battling back against internal forces, is the counterbalance. Examining the attempt to come out of hiding and engage with people to understand their points of view. One more time around, indeed, might do it. Black Hole Sun wasn't the only song inspired by misunderstanding. Chris had a VHS tape filled with a collection of J.P. Patch's notable television moments titled Volume 1. Gertrude reveals Superclown, lying around the house. While glancing at the cover one day, he misread Superclown as Super Unknown and figured it'd make an outstanding title for a song. Kim Thile had created a tape of different riffs that all connected together linearly. It wasn't a song yet, but it certainly had the potential to become one. Chris was bowled over by the wealth of options. There were a lot of different parts that could have become the verse, and were a lot of different parts that could have been a bridge or an intro or transition. So it took me a long time to make those decisions and figure out what worked best, he told Howard Stern. I had to try and sing the verse over a whole bunch of different parts and see which one made sense. Chris and Kim weren't the only ones studiously making tapes. One of the better tracks on the album, Fresh Tendrils, sprung from the mind of Matt Cameron, who was entering a songwriting prime of his own. The name of that song, which never appears in the lyrics, is a euphemism for a new bag of weed. The phrase was coined by Stuart Hallerman, who helped the drummer record a demo version. Cameron also brought in what became the sludgy and psychedelic Mailman, and along with Thile, cooked up Limo Wreck, a simmering heavy metal waltz that concludes with a volcanic eruption of shrieks and frenetic guitar runs. The title stemmed from a trip down the LA freeway, where Chris took note of all the broken-down pickup trucks and El Caminos mixed together with Porsches and limousines. He thought about how the people riding around in their opulent cars behind tinted windows must go through life feeling that they're not susceptible to mortality. They ride above it all, chiding their drivers anytime they're inconvenienced by a bump in the road. Under the red, under the lights, lies the wreck of you for the rest of your life. Mailman was a particularly heavy piece of music, and Chris came up with a heavy message to match the vibe. This song isn't really an ode to that person, that postal worker, that mail carrier, that person who snaps a twig and kills innocent people. This is just taking a second to imagine getting inside someone's head who has a sense of powerlessness. Because I think at all times, we do. Chris explained to an audience at Webster Hall in 2014? The difference between you guys and those people is that you're not fucking disgusting, ridiculous murderers, where your last act in life is to take someone else's. Soundgarden actually held rehearsals not far from a post office in the early 90s, and there was a modicum of anxiety that one day they might walk by and catch a stray bullet. Ben Shepherd rose to the occasion as well. He was responsible for writing both the words and music to two of the weirdest songs on the album. The first, Head Down, is the more conventional of the two, but still pretty out there with its open C tuning and ping-pong ball sound percussion up top. It's a reflection on bullying, as seen alternately from the perspective of the bully and the bullied. The other was called Half, and it's far more out there. Chris doesn't even sing on Half, which was its own special thrill for the front man. After hearing the tape, he was convinced that Shepherd should be the one behind the microphone. He just couldn't hear how he could enhance what Shepherd had already achieved. But the bassist had his reservations. The idea of someone filling in that role was especially appealing to Chris, who was striving to break norms wherever he could. My response was, "That's what I'm talking about," Chris said. "This is about the song's best foot forward, and that should always be the most important thing." With way more than enough songs at their disposal to flesh out a full record, Soundgarden entered Bad Animals in July of 1993 and started building tracks. They had no idea how long and arduous the process would become. They were also blissfully unaware of how much their producer's meticulous approach would fray their nerves. Local engineer Adam Casper was brought in to man the boards for the project, and as he observed, "Everyone in the band is very particular about how things should be. A lot of discussion and analyzation and overthinking. I don't mean that as a criticism, because it's not. But then you add a Beinhorn, and that made it worse." Early on, Casper got a heavy dose of how demanding Beinhorn could be with even the most mundane tasks. "I recall 3 or 4 days of taping, aligning, just to see what the optimal way would be to align a tape machine," he said. "And that just went on and on with microphones and other things. At some point, the band just gets fatigued and wants to play. It was just a different approach, and eventually it just kind of wore on everyone. Anytime you spend 6 months in a small room with that many people, it gets tough." The first song they worked on was one of Thile's, a 94-second punk rock barn burner titled Kickstand. Chris wrote the lyrics based on the title that the guitarist had already given it. "I think we did 12 to 15 passes on that song," Beinhorn recalled. "We went through a whole bunch of passes with Matt getting his wiggles out, so to speak, and it was interesting to see it happen. He did a bunch of passes where you could tell he was sort of marking time almost. He wasn't really present, but then all of a sudden, he starts to come into the song more and more, and you can feel his personality until there was one pass where it was like, oh shit, that's really good." What I saw was Matt realizing pretty early on was that he was going to have to call his own takes. "Meaning that's a good one, that's a keeper," Casper said. "I think he realized he could have been ground down into dust by Beinhorn. 'Let me change the room mic, play it again 14 more times.' In the years of working with Matt, he's very much a 1, 2, 3 max take kind of guy." The band largely recorded in batches, tackling 3 or 4 songs at a time before putting them aside and cooking up the next 3 or 4. The process usually began with Chris and Matt working together to create the bones of a given song before Shepherd and Thile joined in and filled the whole thing out. Most of the big hits happened that way, just hitting with a scratch guitar and laying it down with Matt, Casper remembered. Usually they'd nail it in 2 or 3 takes, and then we'd have the bed, and then everyone would individually spend a day or 2 on their parts and sounds and ideas. Figuring out how to add unique sounds and sonic textures was the most time-consuming and frustrating part of the process, especially when it came to the guitars. Throughout the sessions, Chris primarily played a Fender Jazzmaster and either one of his trusty Gretsch Duo or single-jet guitars, plugged into either a Mesa Boogie dual rectifier or a JMP 50-watt Marshall, with a half-stack slant cab. And yet, one of the most vital pieces of equipment almost didn't make it onto the record. Back when Chris was recording the demo for Black Hole Sun, he played through a rotating Leslie amp that he rented from a local music shop. The amp was crucial because it lent the song that all-important eerie, ephemeral quality. In the studio, they tried a few different Leslies that just weren't cutting it. So Chris went back to the shop where he picked up the first speaker, but it was gone, sold to a member of another Seattle band, the Walkabouts. With a gnawing sense of urgency to get the song to sound exactly the way he heard it in his head, Chris went to the Walkabouts, who allowed him to borrow it for the sessions. Years later, when the amp went up for sale on eBay, Chris bought it through an intermediary to avoid creating a bidding war. After completing the first batch of songs just 2 weeks or so into the process, the band decided to take a break from recording and join Neil Young on an 8-city tour of outdoor amphitheaters through the Midwest and into the East Coast. In 1993, the mercurial singer-songwriter was in the midst of a renewed critical and cultural appreciation. To many, the flannel-wearing Canadian who created jagged, loud, and glorious unkempt guitar jams with his band Crazy Horse, on albums like Rust Never Sleeps and Ragged Glory, had pioneered much of the grunge aesthetic. In fact, at the beginning of the decade, Pulse, the in-house magazine for Tower Records, ran an issue with Young on the cover titled The Godfather of Grunge Rock. Just a couple of weeks after finishing up his run with Soundgarden, Young joined Pearl Jam on stage at the MTV VMAs for a jam on his song Rockin' in the Free World, sealing his bona fides with the millions of members of the alt-rock nation watching from home. Young's people had put in requests to bring Soundgarden out on the road with him multiple times before, but prior commitments had always prevented them from taking him up on the offer. At this point, they were concerned that if they turned him down again, he'd stop asking. So they agreed to put everything on hold and debut some of their new songs to Young's audience. The run began in Rapid City, South Dakota, where the annual biker meetup Sturgis was in full swing. For many, this was their first look at Chris Cornell with his newly shorn head, and it caused quite a stir among those expecting to see the long-locked screamer who'd graced the cover of Spin just a year before. Even though they were once again in the opener's slot, the tour with Young, who was backed on stage by R&B legends Booker T and the MGs, was a rewarding experience. The vibe couldn't have been more different than the run with Guns N' Roses, and most of the shows performing before Young went off fine, except for a gig at Jones Beach in New York, which was nearly flooded by a massive thunderstorm. From the stage, Chris thanked God for the light show, while Ben Shepherd smashed a beer bottle against his bass in frustration as the sound flickered on and off. The gig at Exhibition Stadium in Toronto on August 18th, on the other hand, was a major highlight, especially after Pearl Jam was added to the lineup. Chris was in good spirits and praised Canadian open-mindedness on stage for refusing to ban the Jesus Christ Pose video, unlike the media in their own country. During their 45-minute set, they introduced the crowd to 3 new songs from their next record, Let Me Drown, My Wave, and Mailman. Most nights, Soundgarden was preceded by Blind Melon, who had supported them on tour a couple of years back during their Bad Motorfinger run. The two groups had grown close, and Chris was especially taken by singer Shannon Hoon. Myself and Shannon went to lunch with him, and Chris said that Shannon reminded him so much of Andy Wood that he was tripping. Blind Melon's guitarist Christopher Thorne said they had a similar essence and personality, and Chris was not like that. He was more quiet. One of Hoon's pastimes was to bend forks into intricate necklaces and give them to friends. Hoon made a twisted design for Chris, who liked it so much that it became a near-constant fixture in photos, including on Soundgarden's first Rolling Stone cover. I remember Shannon was so proud that Chris would wear it, Thorne said. We were intimidated. We hadn't done anything yet, and these were guys who made records that we really loved. Not long after the 28-year-old Hoon died of a cocaine overdose while on tour in New Orleans on October 21st, 1995, Chris decided to put the forked necklace away. It was another depressing reminder of yet another talented friend, gone too soon. The other thing I swore was this ring that belonged to Andy Wood, he said. It's like, I don't want to wear these fucking things from people who died. By the end of August, Soundgarden was back in Seattle, ready to tackle the remainder of recording. Prior to leaving the Neil Young tour, Chris typically worked on his vocal parts with Beinhorn and Casper present in the large recording room. After they got back, he changed things up, and for the rest of the sessions, largely sang in solitude. The producer showed him how to work the console, how to set up the tape machine, and then left him to figure out the most compelling way to approach each vocal. The method to Chris's madness was simple. Sometimes when you try to communicate with somebody else, they may not understand, so you just give up, he explained. On my own, I could experiment. While recording Super Unknown, Chris destroyed 5 Neumann U87 microphones through the sustained power of his voice. He didn't give a shit. The music had to be perfect. Anything less was unacceptable, as even the perfectionist Beinhorn learned while listening to some early vocals Chris had laid down for Black Hole Sun. As the producer recalled, I copped the vocal, and he came in and listened to it, and when I was done playing the finished vocal, he looked at me and said, "Not good enough." Beinhorn was stunned. Chris had spent hours alternating between glass-shattering screams and doom-laden crooning, but it didn't matter. Scrap it all, and let's start over, he commanded. He critiqued his own vocal, which is something up to that point in my career I'd never seen a vocalist do, he said. I thought, Jesus Christ, this guy is amazing. To help inspire him, Beinhorn suggested that Chris listen to Frank Sinatra's I Get Along Without You Very Well and Only the Lonely before singing Black Hole Sun. He wanted Chris to hear how old Blue Eyes could soar over an arrangement, how he performed, even in a staid studio setting. One of the more interesting days at Bad Animals was when the band brought in a street musician named Artis the Spoonman. Originally, Soundgarden didn't plan on re-recording Chris's Pensier tape cut Spoonman, but as they worked on new tracks, Matt Cameron kept bringing up the 7/4 times song as something they should try. The original tape features a breakdown with Chris clanging away on pots and pans. For the Soundgarden version, they had Spoonman add his own flatware-enhanced flair to the song. Artis knew Ben Shepherd from around town. He'd often run into the bassist at the OK Hotel, but he wasn't aware of how popular Soundgarden was until he was invited to the band's show at the Paramount with the Melvins. Backstage that night, Susan Silver said, "Chris is writing a song. I'm not sure if she told me it was titled Spoonman, but when they're finished with the song, would I like to record it?" I said, "Yeah, sure," Artis remembered. He went down into the big room and laid out a bunch of rugs or blankets and then about several hundred spoons, Casper said. We set up some mics and then I think he did 3 takes. We'd start the song and he'd start from the first beat and just go nonstop until the end of the song. He did that 3 times in a row, then just about passed out. Artis literally sacrificed his body for the sake of music. There's blood flying everywhere because he was really hitting himself hard, Beinhorn recalled. He was just a bloody mess. We were aghast. Everyone in the room had their mouth on the floor. Because Artis played straight through from start to finish, instead of solely on the single breakdown they hoped to fill. Once they had his parts recorded, Beinhorn and Casper went about the laborious process of splicing different sections together to create the solo heard on the finished tape. It was quite the ordeal, especially given that the Spoonman didn't give much thought to things like time signatures. It all worked out in the end, though, and Artis remained touched by Chris's tribute to him. What an unbelievable, incomparable honor to be celebrated in such a song, he said, especially with all the celebration it had. Recording on the album continued. Days turned into weeks, weeks into months. After a while, cabin fever set in. We were going nuts, Casper recalled. We were throwing fruit at the speakers. Chris would break a towel rack in the back or kick a stool. It wasn't terrible, but there was a lot of beer and garbage and crap everywhere. Thiel hit his breaking point while working on 4th of July. Chris's particularity about the sound of the guitars combined with Beinhorn's insistence on trying every possible method of recording drove the guitarist crazy. I just remember 3 days of Kim trying to play that guitar part, Casper said. Beinhorn is changing microphones and screens, so the poor guy was in this little sound booth for 3 days before he finally snaps and goes, "Why don't you get fucking Yngwie Malmsteen to play it?" Then he storms out. It was definitely a problem, Beinhorn said of his propensity to push the band for additional takes. I knew that I was veering on occasion to getting my ass canned, but I didn't care, because my attitude was that this really had to be something that was going to stick around and have legs. In a classic show of their signature Seattle-based passive aggression, at certain points throughout the process, the band would break out into singing Kumbaya whenever their producer would try and communicate with them over the talkback microphone. It wasn't all a slog, though. Moments of levity were numerous, like the time Chris sang a take of Let Me Drown in the funkadelic style of Anthony Kiedis. Then there were the times when Chris teased Beinhorn, who had produced the Herbie Hancock hit Rocket, by clucking that song's melody like a chicken. To the public, Chris Cornell was the brooding representation of Generation X at their most disaffected and pissed off. Behind closed doors, he was kind of a ham. Case in point, a short while after Super Unknown dropped, Heart singer Ann Wilson hosted a Halloween party at her home. Everyone had to come dressed as their favorite song. Chris showed up as Black Hole Sun, decked out in platform boots, black face paint, and a papier-mâché sun around his head. He was the hit of the night. There was always an emphasis on me as the angry young man, the hesitant rock star, Chris complained to Harper's Bazaar. When people meet me in person, they'd be defeated before they walked in the door, then be pleasantly surprised because I didn't hate them or the human race. Sometimes they'd end up liking me more than they should. When the members of Soundgarden weren't working on their parts, there were video games set up in the back where they could play racing games or first-person shooters. At the beginning of the sessions, Thiel insisted on leaving baseball games on television while they were working. This ended promptly in the midst of a take when he stopped playing and yelled, "Did you see that?" at the TV screen. Beinhorn remembered. Sequestered in the studio as long as they were, Soundgarden welcomed a variety of visitors. Some presences were welcome, like members of Pearl Jam and Nirvana who dropped by to see and hear how things were going. Another time Josh Homme, then playing guitar in the stoner rock band Caius, rolled through and challenged Kim to a game of ping pong. The most awe-inducing presence of all was Johnny Cash, who was working down the hall on a song for a Willie Nelson tribute album, while the red-headed stranger was trying to get the IRS off his back. Then there were the unwelcome intruders, like Smashing Pumpkins leader Billy Corgan, who swung by and tried to chop it up with Chris about recording equipment. It was really awkward, Casper said. Corgan comes in and he's just talking, holding court. Chris is just kinda on the couch with a dazed look, looking forward. He's like, "Oh yeah, our gear got held up in Portland because of the snowstorm, and hey, is that an AGR 150 tape machine?" Blah, 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 blah. 10 minutes this goes on and not a word out of Chris. Then he just gets up and walks out. The most unexpected visitors swung through near the end of the process. One day the band received a request from the producers of the kids' educational show, Bill Nye the Science Guy, to film them while they worked on a song. It seemed like a good cause, so they agreed. One afternoon, while Chris was out doing something else, Thiel, Shepard, and Cameron gamely plowed through a take of Kickstand for the cameras, while Casper explained the finer points of recording. By September, almost a full year after they had started, Soundgarden had nearly finished Super Unknown. They'd begun with a batch of about 24 songs, but by the time they made it to the end of the sessions, they'd whittled that number down to a comparatively svelte 15. 16 if counting the LP version that included the bonus track, She Likes Surprises. The mammoth collection of tracks tested the upper limits of a CD's storage capacity, clocking in at just under 74 minutes, by far the longest studio record that Soundgarden or Chris would ever release. All that was left to do was the mixing, with memories of how underwhelming Ultra Mega OK had sounded. The band knew that this was a crucial part of the process, and to get it right, they tapped producer Brendan O'Brien, who had worked with Pearl Jam on their last 2 records, Versus and Vitalogy. If you listen to the raw tracks, there was so much crazy, distorted compression and things. Unless it's mixed right, it can really sound awful, Casper said. Immediately, O'Brien started cutting everything back to its most elemental and sonically crystalline level. Brendan came in and sat down with me and was like, "So, you say you got 48 tracks, right? He would go, "What's this?" And I'd go, "That's the super compressed fader down." "What's this?" "That's the distorted gone." Just got rid of them. It ended up getting down to the kick, snare, guitar, vocal. The approach was exactly what the album needed. And when Chris heard the final mixes, he couldn't have been happier. In fact, it was only after O'Brien had finished his part that Chris realized just how great Super Unknown sounded. All the hard work, torment, sweat, and frustration suddenly seemed worth it. Even while his duties in Soundgarden took up a massive amount of his attention, Chris still managed to find time to work on a couple of outside projects. The first was a semi-reunion of Temple of the Dog, featuring Mike McCready, Jeff Ament, and Matt Cameron. They called themselves MACC for a remake of Hey Baby, Land of the New Rising Sun that was included on a Jimi Hendrix tribute album titled Stone Free. The other was a collaboration with Alice Cooper. Chris had been a fan of Cooper's since he was a teenager. Thanks to the shock rocker's hilarious appearance in Wayne's World in 1992, Cooper was enjoying a career resurgence. For The Last Temptation, his first album since the release of that film, he went all out. The album is a sort of morality play centered around a boy named Stephen with supernatural abilities. To flesh out the backstory, he released a 3-part comic book written by Neil Gaiman. To flesh out the music, he drafted Chris Cornell. The pair connected through a mutual A&R friend named Bob Pfeiffer. Chris had already written a couple of the songs for the record by the time that he actually got in touch with Alice. The first, Stolen Prayer, was an acoustic-painted power ballad, while the second, Unholy War, was a menacing and brutal rocker. Unholy War really fit into the concept with just a little surgery, Cooper remembered. Stolen Prayer, the other song that he wrote, wasn't quite a song yet, and we sat down for 6 or 7 hours working on it. That song ended up being one of my favorites. Another outside opportunity presented itself when Ann and Nancy Wilson approached Chris and asked him to add vocals to a cover of Bob Dylan's Ring Them Bells that they were working on for their album Desire Walks On. Chris figured they meant backing vocals, but when he showed up, they asked if he wouldn't mind taking lead on a verse. He had some reservations, but agreed. Ultimately, Chris's label blocked his participation on the song, so the Wilson sisters turned to Lane Staley. Chris's take remains in the vault. On January 7th, 1994, Soundgarden played a private show for around 50 people at the Moore Theatre, where they unveiled some of the music they'd been working on. Less than 2 weeks later, they were on their way to Australia for their first run down under as part of the Big Day Out tour, the Aussie answer to Lollapalooza. Joining them on the bill were one of Chris's favorite bands, the Ramones, as well as Bjork, Primus, The Breeders, and Smashing Pumpkins. The run took them from Sydney, the Gold Coast, Melbourne, Adelaide, and Perth to Auckland, New Zealand, where they caused a frenzied stampede during their encore at a show at the Powerhouse after promising to toss out limited edition Soundgarden Frisbees and instead pelting the crowd with wilted pieces of bread. In between shows, the band soaked in the sun on Bondi Beach and feasted on kangaroo steaks, lamb, and blue-eyed cod. They also ran into Billy Corgan again at a hotel lobby in Surfer's Paradise. Chris and Kim Thile drank beers. Corgan sipped a strawberry margarita. As the Pumpkins leader groused about his band, Chris excused himself, while Thile read Corgan the riot act after he tried to distill the guitarist's augmentative personality down to his astrological sign, Virgo. "I'll bet he's going to call his therapist in Chicago, wake her up at 4 in the morning and tell her about that big mean bear who made fun of him," the guitarist cracked to spin writer Jonathan Gold. The next day, the Pumpkins reportedly played their most savage set of the tour. Shortly after the Australian run ended, Soundgarden hit Japan, where they experienced what it's like to perform in front of a generally stoic Japanese audience. It's a phenomenon that can be a little unsettling to Western bands going back to the Beatles. "Even though I was knocking people in the head, they loved it," Chris observed in Nagoya. "They wanted to be free and have a good time. It's not the people who are uptight, it's the culture they're surrounded by." Then it was back to America, where the promotional push behind Super Unknown was already in full swing. On February 15th, 1994, Spoon Man was released by A&M as the album's lead single. Along with the song, they put out a video featuring footage of artists clanging away in an abandoned warehouse, superimposed with stayed photographs of the 4 members of the band. For a group who never really enjoyed the process of filming videos, it was the perfect compromise. The band's next video was a far more elaborate endeavor. For Black Hole Sun, Soundgarden brought in an ambitious English director named Howard Greenhall, who was filled with surreal ideas. At that time, I loved Blue Velvet, and anyone can see a lot of similarities to that film, Greenhall said, citing director David Lynch's 1986 neo-noir masterpiece. I just thought, here's a village of the damned where everybody is fucking nuts in their own way and things are just not right. I thought about a lot of different images that could happen in this bumfuck town in the middle of nowhere, where they start sucking humans off the planet. The images are as compelling as they are disconcerting. The video is a rogues gallery of Mad Hatters and housewives, Great Danes, and young children all wearing the widest and most unsettling smiles you've ever seen. And smack in the middle of this disconcerting hellscape is Soundgarden, wailing away while the entire world is obliterated around them. Our time with the actual band was about 6 hours, Greenhall said. Chris was so easy to work with. He just listened to what I wanted to do and just did it. That included getting blasted by an industrial fan to achieve the look of chaos driving the video's apocalyptic climax. It was this petrol-driven jet engine thing, the director noted. I think he rather enjoyed that. Black Hole Sun wouldn't hit MTV until June. In the meantime, Spoon Man was making its mark on FM radio, peaking at number 3 on the mainstream rock charts, which gave Super Unknown a welcome head of steam ahead of its official release on March 8, 1994. The album was already one of the most hotly anticipated releases of the year, and when it hit shelves that spring, the sales numbers dwarfed anything that Soundgarden had enjoyed before. In its first week alone, Super Unknown sold more than 300,000 copies, enough to knock Tony Braxton off the top of the charts and secure their first #1 record. Even more encouraging was the avalanche of positive reviews. In his 4-star assessment for Rolling Stone, J.D. Considine wrote that the album demonstrates far greater range than many bands manage in an entire career, and that it offers a more harrowing depiction of alienation and despair than anything on Nirvana's In Utero. In a glowing piece that must have brought a smile to Chris's face, New York Times critic John Perillis compared many of the songs to a variety of latter-era Beatles cuts, while applauding the band for breaking heavy metal genre barriers that Soundgarden used to accept. Ann Powers and Blender declared the album a masterpiece. But it wasn't just members of the music media who went gaga over Super Unknown. I remember seeing an interview with Judge Ito, who was the judge on the O.J. Simpson case, Chris recalled. They're asking him all the typical silly questions, and one of them was, "What kind of music do you listen to?" And he said, "I really like Soundgarden." That had to have been one of the weirder testimonials I've heard. After watching other bands like Guns N' Roses, Skid Row, Motley Crue, and Poison have their days in the sun throughout the 80s, and then seeing how their friends in Pearl Jam and Nirvana dealt with the crush of fame and expectation in the wake of 10 and Nevermind, Soundgarden had finally wrestled the spotlight away for themselves. They were the new kings of rock. The only question that remained was how long their reign at the top would last. Chapter 10. Blow Up the Outside World. By the time the 37th Annual Grammy Awards rolled around in 1995, Soundgarden had done the dance at the glitzy ceremony 3 times and come away with nothing. In 1990, Ultra Mega OK lost out on Best Metal Performance to Metallica. 2 years later, Bad Motorfinger lost to Metallica again in the same category. In 1994, they had been up for Best Metal Performance for their rendition of Black Sabbath's Into the Void. That time, they lost out to 9 Inch Nails, who claimed the prize for their explosive industrial anthem, Wish. There was hope that this year would be different. During the ceremony at the Shrine Auditorium in Los Angeles on March 1st, 1995, Soundgarden was up for awards in 4 categories: Best Metal Performance, Spoon Man; Best Hard Rock Performance and Best Rock Song, Black Hole Sun; and Best Rock Album, Super Unknown. The commercial success and critical plaudits pegged them as a favorite to win at least one. Chris brought along his mom, Karen, who shared a story with MTV about how he used to beat on the drums in their garage when he was a teenager. "I'm really proud of him," she enthused. Chris cracked a joke about trying to set her up with Tony Bennett, who was lurking nearby. Whoever was charged with picking the presenters for that year's ceremony had a unique sense of humor. Because when it came time to announce the winner for Best Metal Performance, previous award winners like Lemmy or James Hetfield were nowhere to be found. Instead, the task fell to blues icon B.B. King and soul music legend Al Green, both of whom looked immaculate in their expertly tailored suits. The prevailing feeling in the room was that Soundgarden wouldn't win this particular prize. Most were expecting Rollins' band, who had just performed their song Liar, to take home the trophy. But then King opened up the envelope and read the words within: "Spoon Man, Soundgarden." The band ambled up from the crowd and appeared on stage dressed uncharacteristically dapper. Chris went with a black suit and black shirt, which he dressed up with a variety of silver necklaces and a large red ribbon to support AIDS awareness. Ben Shepherd appeared in a black suit jacket and white shirt and didn't say a word. Matt Cameron chose a blue jacket and black shirt and took a brief moment to thank his mom. Kim Thile spoke last, thanked his loved ones, and then chided the Grammys for making Rollins' band perform and then passing them over for the award. As the frontman and song's writer, Chris spoke first and spoke the longest. It was more difficult than he had expected, especially given the added shock of receiving the prize from one of his musical heroes. All of a sudden, it's Al Green giving out the award, and I go up and I shake his hand, and I didn't know what to say, he remembered. That was one of the few moments I've had. It was like, I feel like it's great to get this, but we're all standing there as a band feeling like we gotta look like we don't care. Chris joked about Soundgarden's classification as a metal band, marveled at the talent of the men who presented him with the award, then thanked his wife and manager, Susan Silver, his label A&M, for putting up with us and letting us do whatever we want and letting us not do anything if we want, his former labels Sub Pop and SST, for being there early on when nobody else cared. He also thanked Cameron Crowe and his parents. Soundgarden's night didn't end there. They also bested their buddies Alice in Chains and Pearl Jam to win Best Hard Rock Performance. In the end, however, Super Unknown failed to take home Best Rock Album. That prize went instead to the Rolling Stones for Voodoo Lounge. For years, Soundgarden had been pushed by a loud contingent of hard rock and metal-loving fans as the next big thing. Now here they were, receiving the critical recognition long lavished on so many of their peers. It was another winner that night, Bruce Springsteen, who summed up the bizarre phenomenon that are the Grammys, while taking home a prize of his own. "If you stick around long enough," he said, "they give these things to you." Soundgarden had stuck around for far longer than most of their newest fans had realized. They'd done the van tour thing. They'd done their independent record label thing, twice. They'd lost members, gained new ones, changed their sound multiple times, and had played in front of crowds from Osaka to Oslo. And now here they were, reaping the benefits superb artistry and tenacity had sown. The trophies and sheen of respectability that came along with them were great. So was the commercial and cultural acceptance. The money was nice too, but at the end of the day, the success was all the sweeter knowing the hard road they had traveled to make it to this moment. They had stayed true to themselves and waited for the world to come to them. Now, it finally had. That's one thing I feel really proud of when I think about Soundgarden. That a 15 or 16-year-old or even a 19 or 20-year-old buying our music is buying into an honest thing. Chris told Request in 1994. It came from the heart of this band, and it became a part of them, and it was honest. We weren't pandering to them. I can go to sleep at night knowing I wasn't trying to steer them in a direction where they'd give me money and I'd walk away laughing all the way to the bank. After finishing out their tour of the Pacific Rim, Soundgarden only had about a month to regroup back home before catching a flight to Europe to start their next run with a show at the stately Shepherd's Bush Empire in London on March 12, 1994. It was a quick-hitting performance, made memorable by the appearance of artist the Spoon Man. Chris picked me up on stage once the song was over, about 2 feet above the floor, Artist recalled. I said, "No, man, I'm heavier than you think." Despite his protestations, Chris had no problem manhandling the muscular Spoon Man. He was a strong, strapping man, Artist noted. A week later, the band crossed the channel and formally kicked off their Days We Tried to Live tour in Dortmund, Germany. In a fitting touch, the first performance took place in a venue called Soundgarden. Before the gig, Chris managed to learn how to speak the phrase, "Take off your pants," in German. And during the show, more than a few audience members were eager to oblige, including a group of army officers who crowd-surfed in their boxer shorts. From there, they hit all the familiar markets in Scandinavia before looping back around to Germany, Switzerland, the Netherlands, and Belgium. A lot had changed since the band first stormed Europe in the late 80s. Grunge mania had hit the continent hard, and its effects were visible whenever Chris looked out into the crowd. 5 years ago, we'd go to a country where they all dressed completely different, Chris told MTV in 1994. 5 years later, we go to the same country, and everyone dresses like they're from Seattle. Where once they had been the alternative in rock, now they were living, breathing avatars of the mainstream. On April 8, 1994, Soundgarden rolled into Paris, one of Chris's favorite cities in the world. The 4 guys were pretty worn down on the drive to the 2-century-old Élysée Montmartre. They were even more tired than usual that afternoon, after having been awoken at around 6 in the morning by the sound of jackhammers on the street outside their hotel. Chris made a top 10 list of reasons why they should just go ahead and cancel the gig. But with Paris being such an important market, no one took his complaints seriously. Soundgarden played through soundcheck, further annoyed by a local noise ordinance that capped the decibel level, then waited for the gig to begin. Tad served as the supporting act. Soundgarden opened the show proper with Jesus Christ Pose. During one segue, Chris flashed a bit of his French, telling the crowd, "Va chier, Paris." Go shit, Paris. By all accounts, it was a solid performance. Soundgarden delighted their French fans with copious cuts from Super Unknown, ending with Head Down. Before, off to the wings, eager to crack open a few beers and gear up for the final push through the UK in the coming days. On their way backstage, Kim Thile was intercepted by Kurt Danielson, Tad's guitarist. He had bad news to break. "I wanted to tell them myself because I thought they should hear it from a friend," Danielson said. Everyone gathered together in a room and shut the door behind them. Kurt Cobain was dead. The Nirvana frontman had been unreachable after escaping from the Exodus Recovery Center in Los Angeles. It had been the latest in many attempts made by Cobain to get sober. Chris had heard through the grapevine that Cobain had been struggling lately. Many had tried to get through to Cobain and offer help, including REM's Michael Stipe, who sent him a plane ticket and a driver in a futile attempt to get him out of Seattle and away from his worst influences and impulses. Chris had thought about reaching out himself once he got back stateside, but now it was too late. After leaving Exodus, Cobain hopped a flight home. He was seated on the plane next to Guns N' Roses bassist, Duff McKagan. But once they touched down, Cobain vanished. There were sightings of him around town, but nobody could seem to get in touch with him. His body was eventually discovered in the greenhouse above the garage of his home near Lake Washington by a visiting electrician. 3 days earlier, he had injected a lethal amount of heroin before turning a shotgun on himself. "It's hard to convey what a shock it was," Danielson said. Chris was moved and saddened by the news and wept openly. We all did. There wasn't a dry eye in the room. Ben Shepherd had been closer to Kurt than anyone and was devastated. Chris turned to the bassist, apologized, and wrapped him in a big hug. It was Andrew Wood all over again. A great personal trauma, the loss of a respected friend and peer. And here Soundgarden was, once again, stranded thousands of miles from home. The next day, the tour rolled into Manchester, England. They were fortunate to have the night off. Some of the band, along with members of Tad and the touring crew, wound up in a nearby pub before migrating to the hotel bar to wash down their sorrow. Chris stayed in his room. "Are you guys up for this?" Chris asked the audience roiling before him the following night at the Manchester Academy. They screamed affirmatively, and the show turned into a semi-cathartic exhibition of anger, confusion, and melancholy. In the quieter moments between songs, Chris howled like a wolf. Alcohol dulled the pain, as did wanton acts of destruction. Once off stage, the band ripped the steel door to their dressing room off its hinges and pulled a motion detector off the wall. The next night in Glasgow, Scotland, they destroyed a table backstage, ripped off one of its legs, wadded up a piece of white bread, and played a rough-and-tumble game of baseball, which caused even more damage. The tour manager phoned Susan Silver to ask what he should do. She essentially told him to leave them alone. Soundgarden played a final boozy gig 2 nights later in London at the Brixton Academy, during which Chris invited a sauced fan on stage to sing God Save the Queen. The drunken Englishman obliged in truly reprehensible fashion to Chris's obvious delight. "You just won a fabulous set of steak knives," he joked. Shortly after that, another fan fell down in the mosh pit, causing a lengthy delay. To entertain the crowd while medics attended to the person, Chris implored the Brits to chant like Soundgarden was their home football team before kicking half-full cans of beer into the audience. "I'm trying to score," he yelled. When everyone was safely out of the pit, the gig resumed for another 20 minutes, before ending with a performance of Mailman. The next day, Soundgarden hopped on a plane back to Seattle. Coverage of Cobain's death was still leading the national news when they landed. Networks carried multiple stories about the departed Nirvana leader, and MTV put the band's videos into near-constant rotation. Over the next several months, the members of Soundgarden were asked repeatedly to give their thoughts on Cobain, his death, the proliferation of heroin in Seattle, the general ennui of Generation X, depression, rock stardom, the so-called 27 Club, and a whole host of other morbid topics. They did their best to satisfy the inquiries, but sometimes there are no good answers. Sometimes a tragedy is just a tragedy. For Chris, the questions about Cobain never really stopped. Throughout the years, he did the best he could to try and put the tragedy in the context of his own experience. It's a misconception that all rock stars and movie stars are into drugs and heavy drinking, he told the Irish Independent. When I went to meetings to get myself straightened out, I would literally be the only musician in a room full of 50 people. I'd be there with longshoremen and housewives and subcontractors. The reason people sometimes walk away with the idea that young starlets and rock stars all have drug problems is that those are the people you talk about. If someone is a construction worker and they crash their car or they OD, nobody writes about it. There are lots more people like that who are struggling with the problem. He also went out of his way to discourage those from reading too deeply into Cobain's lyrics to try and find clues that could point to his eventual end. "What are you going to do when you read mine?" Chris asked in 1994. "A lot of people have had that sort of pain and didn't necessarily end it that way, or had that sort of pain and planned on killing themselves but were unfortunately hit by a bus on the way to the gun store." Even as the black cloud of Cobain's suicide hovered over them, the demand for Soundgarden was at its zenith. The singles from Super Unknown dominated FM radio stations across the country, and everyone, it seemed, wanted a piece of the group. The band only managed to carve out a month and a half of downtime before kicking off the North American leg of their worldwide tour just a few hours up I-5 in Vancouver on May 27th at the PNE Forum. 2 nights later, they were back in Washington, playing a semi-hometown gig at the Kitsap County Fairgrounds in Bremerton. During the encore, Chris paid homage to Cobain. "This is for Kurt," he told the crowd before launching into Head Down, Ben Shepherd's mournful psychedelic ballad. The next 3 months were a whirlwind of non-stop concert dates. The shows were marked by a noticeably elevated production budget and featured more lights, more volume, and bigger stages than ever before. A massive screen displayed colors and video clips behind them, including an ominous one of a child riding a bicycle that opened each performance. The band largely eschewed material from the earliest portions of the career, opting instead to play more familiar tracks from Bad Motorfinger and Super Unknown. On rare occasions, they treated crowds to old favorites like Flower, Ugly Truth, or Beyond the Wheel. Despite their newfound status as a big-time rock band, Soundgarden was hell-bent on remaining grounded as human beings. That meant treating their opening acts better than some of the megastar bands had treated them in years past. It felt more like a caravan, 11 guitarist Alan Johannes said. It wasn't like, oh, don't talk to me, or here's my bodyguard, or don't go into certain areas. Thankfully, none of that. We were pretty lucky to have been around. Chris enjoyed touring with 11 so much that years later, when they lost their deal with Hollywood Records and didn't have a budget to go out on the road, he dipped into Soundgarden's pocket to make sure they were on the bill. He calls and says, "We chipped in 15 grand so you guys can come on tour with us," Johannes recalled. "You can use our techs, or you can hire a tour manager in a van. Just come with us." It was a really amazing thing to be invited, because the opening band never gets supported like that from the headliners. That never happens. Two of the most notable performances from this run took place at the Armory in New York, one of the most loathed venues in the city. It was this huge hangar-like structure, so even Soundgarden felt like a tiny thing in this immense place, Danielson said. Besides that, it was extremely hot and humid, so everyone was soaking with sweat. There was a micro-atmosphere in that place, so it was like raining in there. It didn't take long before fans started passing out from heat exhaustion. From his position on stage, Chris compared the venue to hell. The next evening's performance went pretty much the same, albeit with an added cameo on the song Fresh Tendrils from Natasha Schneider and Alan Johannes from 11. Soundgarden's performance was ultimately overshadowed in many people's minds, however, by O.J. Simpson's infamous Freeway Ford Bronco chase earlier in the day. Chris cracked a couple of different jokes about the former NFL running back between songs. Around the same time that the band sweated it out among their fans in the Armory, A&M Records released the Black Hole Sun music video to MTV. Soundgarden had high hopes for the song, but they couldn't have anticipated how deeply the single would resonate with people. The surrealistic clip quickly became a fixture on MTV, captivating an entire army of Gen X kids home from school on summer break. On July 16th, the song hit #1 on Billboard's mainstream rock radio chart, where it reigned for 7 consecutive weeks. Whether it was the compelling video, the surrealistic lyrics, or the way Chris's voice pierced through the kaleidoscope of psychedelic guitars, there was something about Black Hole Sun that captured the imaginations of an entire army of young music lovers, much in the same way that Smells Like Teen Spirit and Jeremy had a few years earlier. It became the song of 1994. In August, Soundgarden crossed the border into Canada, where they played a one-off festival show with 9 Inch Nails at Molson Park in Barrie, Ontario. It was a momentous meeting of the musical minds, and a rare treat for alternative fans who couldn't get enough of either Super Unknown or The Downward Spiral. Both albums had been released on the same day a few months earlier, and both groups had dominated commercial radio ever since. A new group, named Marilyn Manson, opened things up, playing cuts from their just-released debut album, Portrait of an American Family. 9 Inch Nails played later in the evening, and did everything they could to make life difficult for Soundgarden, turning in a bracing set filled with some of their most intense songs, like March of the Pigs, Sin, and Terrible Lie. The headliners responded with energetic renditions of Jesus Christ Pose, Rusty Cage, and My Wave. Less than a week later, the band trucked a few thousand miles west to Calgary, where they were followed around by Shepard's brother Henry and the crew for the documentary Hype. The filmmakers sought to chronicle the proliferation of the Seattle music scene in the 80s and 90s. One of the film's producers, Lisa Dutton, had served as the maid of honor at Chris and Susan's wedding a few years earlier. Finally, on August 13, 1994, the band rolled back into Seattle for the final show of the exhausting tour at Memorial Stadium. The timing of the concert seemed curious to some outside observers, because many of Soundgarden's peers, including Nine Inch Nails, were on the other side of the country in upstate New York, taking part in the Woodstock '94 music festival. Soundgarden had been offered a slot along with a hefty payout, but they turned it down, viewing it as a cynical nostalgia play. "Woodstock to me is really nothing more than a way to do a Lollapalooza this year," Chris told the New York Times. "I think we spent enough time playing in situations like that. It isn't our show. For people that are nostalgic, they can go see some band that's reformed like the Eagles." Soundgarden's hometown return wasn't quite the triumph they'd anticipated. The band was worn out from so many months on the road, and Chris was plagued by vocal issues. Yet, out in the crowd, the mishmash of scene veterans who recalled the band's earliest, fiercest shows at the tiny Central Tavern up the road near Pioneer Square, and the younger newcomers who saw Soundgarden as vital spokesmen for their generation were whipped into a chaotic frenzy. They slam-danced with abandon as multiple mosh pits swirled while the band played their hits. It was as if the crowd were pocketed by maelstroms of mayhem, each one closer to the stage, a more rapidly whirling whirlpool of humans in hyperdrive. Seattle Times reviewer Tom Phelan wrote, "As soon as the show ended, a frustrated Chris walked straight from the stage and into a waiting car." Chris's vocal struggles turned out to be worrisome enough that he saw a doctor, who diagnosed him with strained vocal cords. In order to prevent permanent damage to his voice, the physician recommended that the singer take some time off to heal. Soundgarden already had plans to return to Europe for another run of standalone shows and festival appearances, including a marquee slot at the venerated Reading Festival. But under doctor's orders, they decided to cancel all of their pending plans. Soundgarden issued an official statement offering their apologies to fans who had already purchased tickets, with Chris adding, "I always want to give Soundgarden fans and my band the best performance I can. It wouldn't be fair otherwise. I take seriously the fact that our fans pay hard-earned money to buy our records and see our shows. They deserve the best show I can give, and I wouldn't want any of them or myself to be disappointed with my performance." After calling off the tour, Soundgarden largely went off the grid outside of a few sporadic appearances. Chris spent some time out at his cabin on Gamble Bay, on the other side of Puget Sound from Seattle. There was an 80-foot-tall tree just outside of the small house that he liked to climb with friends. He also had a boat which he moored at Duff McKagan's place. In the summer, he regularly took it out with his closest buddies and spent his days wakeboarding and drinking. One day, while cruising along the water, his foot slipped off and the board hit him square in the face, knocking him unconscious. When he came to, the greenish water around him was mixed with blood pouring from his head. "Somehow I convinced my buddies that I was fine to drive myself to the ER alone and that they should continue to enjoy their sunny day of boarding," he recalled. "That was a mistake." Heavily concussed, Chris drove around Seattle aimlessly and couldn't find his way to the hospital. Finally, he noticed a big blue H sign and pointed his car in that direction. He ran a red light and tried to park his car, but got stopped by a cop, who looked past his wet hair and blood-drenched face and threatened to give him a sobriety test. Chris tried to make his way into the hospital, but then, policeman puts his hand on his gun and starts making intense threats that I don't really remember, but I wasn't able to make it inside. Finally, mercifully, another officer showed up, recognized what was going on, and physically picked him up and carried him to the nurse's station. When he couldn't hit the waves, Chris took to the mountains to carve up some fresh powder. A couple of years earlier, Eddie Vedder had gifted Chris a full set of snowboarding gear, which he left on the singer's doorstep to open on Christmas morning. Chris had let the equipment gather dust for some time, but eventually hit the slopes and fell hard for the sport. Visits to the nearby Cascades became frequent. He was writing songs as well, but at least for the moment, Soundgarden wasn't his primary concern. "I'm usually the one who starts calling everyone and saying, 'Let's get together, I have tons of songs to play,'" he said. "I didn't, and I wasn't calling anyone. I don't think they were waiting by their phones. Chris and Kim Thile briefly resurfaced at the MTV Video Music Awards ceremony on September 8, 1994, where they presented the Breakthrough Video Award and picked up a prize themselves for Best Metal Hard Rock Video for Black Hole Sun. About a month after that, they returned to Bad Animals' studio and filmed a performance of Fell on Black Days for their next video. Directed by Jake Scott, the black and white clip captures the band in tight close-ups, performing a more subdued version of the song than the one on the album. Chris cuts a menacing presence as he stares into the eye of the camera, hardly ever breaking focus while crooning his despondent lyrics. That off-the-cuff version made its way out into the public a little over a year later, on November 21st, 1995, as part of a 5-track EP titled Songs from the Super Unknown. The truncated collection gathered together a few scattered tracks from the Super Unknown sessions, including a haunting acoustic rendition of Like a Suicide, that Chris worked up by himself at home, along with a truly odd cut called Jerry Garcia's Finger. That's less a song per se than a sonic churn of backwards echo and tinging cymbals. By the end of 1994, Super Unknown had sold 4 million copies, placing it just behind The Lion King's soundtrack and Ace of Base's The Sign as one of the best-selling records of the year. And yet, for all the commercial success they were enjoying after so many years of being overshadowed by their more well-known peers in Seattle and beyond, the year didn't feel like a triumph. The band had a hard time trying to square their personal success with what they saw as a rough year for their city and the music that came out of it. Speaking with Charles Cross in The Rocket, Kim Thile summed up their collective ennui. At one point, you had 4 bands from Seattle entering the charts at number 1 within half a year, and then all of a sudden, one of these bands is gone forever, he said. Kurt Cobain was dead. Pearl Jam was in the fight of their lives after taking a Don Quixote-like stand against concert behemoth Ticketmaster, who they argued were gouging their fans with obscene and unnecessary fees and service charges. Lane Staley from Alice in Chains was deep in the grip of heroin addiction, forcing them to abort a tour with Metallica and go underground. Soundgarden's tour openers Tad were dropped by their label. There were these incredible high points in our career and incredible low points in our personal lives and in the careers of other bands, Thile added. It was hard to make sense out of it. Were we supposed to feel good or